to the Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast, episode 225. Yeah,
Yeah.
225. That I had to freeze up and see what it was. You almost caught me off guard, but 225.
How did I? You started. I was looking off into space, and then you went right into it. So you got it right though. 225, the year end show. It's here.
Finally, the best show of the year. Well, the most exciting, the thing we look forward to all year. At least I know I do. And
we've
awesome.
had Mr. Watson here for the last 4 of them at least.
Is this number 5?
It could be.
Is it number 5 already?
It could be 5.
Wow.
But
19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I think so. Did I join you for 2019? Because I did my own thing on 2018 when I was still doing Horror Corridor. And so it wasn't that year. I think
you may
2019.
Have. Yeah. Pre-COVID. Then we had Brandon, and then Brandon left. And Brandon was supposed to be on tonight.
Oh.
Dave.
Okay.
Take it from here.
What happened?
Sorry, folks. B, and I'm telling you what, this is legit because we were just talking to him yesterday. We've been talking all week, and he was rewatching 3 more movies yesterday and trying to get to another new one and everything. He had his heart set on. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look at our message and talk about how many movies he said he watched. Of course.
Oh my God, it was a lot. Yeah.
He watched 115 movies. So dude was right, intending to be here, had everything, and this afternoon he had a family situation, and I believe there was a passing in the family, and he had to cut out. Well, you see,
he's doing well though. Like, I mean, just so that's so cryptic.
Right.
He said, everybody's doing well. The person that passed had a long, good life, and so it seemed positive considering the circumstances and whatnot.
Oh man.
Yep. So we're gonna do a part 2 anyway, next week or next show, whatever.
We love our part 2s.
The part 2, because we're gonna do the honorable mentions that we're not gonna get to today, and a little preview for 2024. So hopefully B can come on then, and then he can give his list then. And if not, we'll see. But either way, we'll get his list one way or the other. I know he really wanted to join, so it's like, yeah.
So you're saying that my jokes about Israel and Palestine can still be told next episode?
Hey,
sure. We're on Rumble and we're on.
Yep.
What was that other one?
Yeah, what was the BitChute?
So
that's where you could say anything.
I don't know if I have to thank you for that, or did I bring this up on the show? I can't remember.
No.
But I went on BitChute, and the first video I watched, I'm like, Jesus Christmas, they can't show this.
Yep.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah. Right. Rumble isn't that bad, but Rumble is where we might end up if B were on the show, because man, I've got so much. And you know what? I just so he knows, I don't know, he doesn't listen, does he? But I was even kind of seeing this little Jewish girl back in the fall and into the winter here, and she had to move away, but I was going to ask him for advice. Yeah, well, she moved to the East Coast, closer to B. But I was gonna call up B for advice, someone in the know, but she's Catholic, kind of strayed away from the Jewish path. So I was gonna tell B this and just see how I can get her back, like long distance. What should we do? But he's not here. We'll pick this up next episode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's do that. Is she blonde?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Dave, of course.
That your weakness.
I thought maybe you switched.
What?
I thought maybe you switched teams.
Well, you know what? As during my second viewing of Talk to Me, I was like, no.
Wow.
Dave, you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Well,
I talked over that. I apologize.
Oh no, I was just saying that on my second viewing of Talk to Me, I was like, shoot, I may have to switch over. Polar opposite.
Yeah. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah.
Been a year of that too. We have to do a whole other bonus show of just the attractiveness that was out in the horror realm this year.
Insane. I'm afraid to talk about how many beautiful women they were, because I don't want people complaining about and then they got to roll their eyes. There goes Dave with his talking about how hot women are. So I guess it's a bad
God,
thing.
God forbid. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
God forbid.
Gross.
But
Well, I'll talk about how gross they are, and then they'll get mad at me, and then you can talk about how beautiful they are, and you'll be like the hero.
You can't
Yeah,
win.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll be the neutral. I'll be right in the middle. I
Christian
find
will be
them
the one being
neither
like,
attractive,
yeah, not,
no gross, nor gross.
she's mid.
Yeah.
You're mid.
Everybody's a 5 out of 10 today.
I can
love you
tell you
guys.
this. Talk to me. I can tell you that Sophie Wilde was 24 when she filmed it. So there you go.
Mm.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I always got to look this up. Every movie I watch, I'm like, okay, stop what you're doing right now and find
he's
out
about
this
to-
person's age before you watch the rest of the movie.
Uh-oh.
So you can stop thinking about this, or you can continue to think this way. And it's tough. So I got to look. So yeah. I
So
looked it
you
up
can
last night.
continue. I must
Well, 'cause it's
stop.
hard.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. How do you stop what you're attracted to? That's just the problem. But that's a whole other. I shouldn't have even said that. Cut that out. That's too much. Because people could say, "Well, what about people that are attracted to this and this?" Granted,
Yeah, we don't got Teflon B here today.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You got me,
Yeah.
the worst.
Yeah,
Everything I
yeah.
say
The
is
worst.
misconstrued. Imagine if I was in politics. Someone would sneeze and I would say "bless you" when they would
Buddy.
call me a freaking,
Buddy, over on Horror Movie Weekly, I made a joke about how I don't like Bill Gates, and I got like this somebody breathing down my neck about how I'm this like alt-right QAnon piece of shit. I'm like, say what? Just because, like, since when was it a right-wing thing to not like Bill Gates?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, all right, fuck this. I'm just like, oh my God, you can't say anything.
Yeah.
No. Eventually there'll be no podcast left.
Yeah.
We'll all be canceled.
Oh yeah, I'm working on my own cancellation in real time, and we'll see it on
We're
this
all gonna
episode,
die.
folks.
But
Well, let's
Exploding
get into
enough
heads
of that.
slash
Yeah.
rumble.com/exploding heads, folks.
It's
Why
coming.
don't we?
It's coming.
Why don't we just get to the fun stuff? And
Let's
then
do
no
it.
one.
Yes.
Oh well, someone will complain. Fucking Chris A.K.
That's
Scott,
okay.
because he's not on the show this time. Did you happen to check that guest spot out there, Watts?
Wait, no, what happened?
Chris A.K. Scott, the infamous Chris
yeah.
A.K. Scott, came on and we did a little bonus episode
Hmm.
on Boxing Day.
Oh, sweet.
Yep.
So
Can't
that's
wait.
out there. That's out there.
It's out there. It's a non-Patreon show. It's to the public. It was just a bonus episode that dropped. So
Yeah.
Chris aka Scott's awesome.
he is cool. I didn't
Yeah.
realize how cool he was until I did the show with him.
Yeah. Thought he had a stick up his ass until we did the show with him.
Well, I had an
I'm kidding.
idea
I've been
in my
talking to-
head.
He,
And he
we
was a
did-
lot cooler.
well, that's it. Like,
Yeah.
that was my first total back and forth correspondence. We've sent messages and he does voicemail because
Right.
he says instead of typing constantly, he likes to talking to his app and then
Mm.
just send it as a voice message. And so like I've done that back, but I'm never as long winded. I save that for the show. So I'll always text back and whatever, or laugh or whatever it may be. But anyway, yeah, he was on. Good show, well received. And it actually fell to give a
Yep.
definitive answer because there are people that were that group have been listening. They weren't sure if B was ever coming back yet. We hadn't
Hmm.
really given that information out yet. And so that one falls and it pretty much told everybody that B wasn't coming back.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
So
Yeah, there's a little of that going around. But to happier times, to right
Yeah.
now,
Yes.
okay, real quick, we'll go around, we'll say what we thought about the year, we'll talk about how many movies we watched,
Mhm.
and there you go. Like, I'll say this right now, 2023 watches for me, I watched 80 movies, 80, which is kind of funny because last year I watched 80 as well, but I didn't realize it till yesterday. Yesterday I had 79 in, and I keep these notes. I have a whole bunch of stuff, as you guys know, but from 2017 on, I have the going thing about how many movies I watched and how many movies I would recommend, aka 7 or higher. So I was looking yesterday, and I saw that I was in 2022. I was recommending 68 out of 80. It was,
Nice.
and the percentage was 85%. So that was nice. So then I'm looking at yesterday and I see that I have 79 movies in, and I was going to stop. And I go, well, wait a minute. I did 80 last year. Why not try to do 80 this year? If something should happen to present itself, I'll do it. And a stroke of luck, I was just sitting there, it was in the evening, and I put on my my MB, and a movie that was in somebody else's top 10 that I wasn't going to watch initially popped up. I said, the hell with it. I'm going to watch this movie. So I made it an even 80, pardon me. But back to the year as a whole. Like I said, last year was 85%. This year was only 73%. Now, doesn't sound so great, but considering the way the year started, it would have been a lot lower. It definitely, it definitely improved as it went on. But I think that all the 2020s and onward, I still don't think that I like them as much as I do the teens, as far as quality. But I think it was still a good year. I think a lot of people are down on that last year and this year. And I just kind of see everything as, obviously last year would be better if I'm looking at my stats, but whatever. It's not terrible.
Relative, because
it's a good year. Good.
I found it hard to make this definitive list because what I will call the year is the year of the 7 to 7.5. Don't get me wrong. I've got my top 10 actually is 8 or above. So I had enough to get 8 or above, shockingly enough. But there were a ton of 7 or 7.5s, so many 7.5s, in fact, that's where my list starts. And I had to leave out a bunch that I would have liked to have maybe represented on the list, where I've never felt that I had that problem before, especially since we go well beyond the 10 movies. 10, I based on my ratings, I guess I would have had a definitive list, but I like what I'm representing in my top 23. And I still feel like there's some that are missing. Like, again, I guess I'll leave it for the show, but there are some that are missing that I had spoken about on previous shows that I ended up leaving off that I was happy with this year.
Me too. As far as my list goes, again, and this has happened a lot lately, the last couple of years or so, I like looking at the movies between 11 and 23 and talking about them more than my top 10, because once again, my top 10 seems generic to me. It does, and I don't like to sound generic, but I feel like it's generic. I feel like everything on my top 10 is something that was either at the theater or on Shudder or something. There's not like where everything else, 11 to 23, are more the indies and maybe some things that are gems to a degree or something. It's like any jerk off could put on a freaking show right now and do the top 10, and my top 10 might be close to that. So I don't love that idea, watching all the movies I've watched, but
with one glaring exception, and I know I could speak for Dave on my behalf on this, that I did not watch Godzilla -1. So it will not be showing up on my list.
Me neither.
So there's 3. So folks, if you're waiting for a top 10, or in our case, the top 23 of 2023, and you're shocked that Godzilla -1 is not on there, there's the reason why. Not one of us had watched it. We know it showed up. Dave was not even sure if he would count it, because although a monster, he never really considered them like horror. And again, it's a monster movie, so I definitely see why it would be on the list, but I didn't get to see it. Yeah.
Well,
I missed it in theaters completely. Well, see, before I go, how many movies did you watch this year?
Oh yeah, I skipped over that. 86.
Oh wow,
86 films.
Yeah. Okay. 86. Yeah. Okay. You got the most of us, with the exception of B. I was at 70. I was at 75 or 76, and I was just slowly taking films off that I was like, almost horror, but not quite. And I didn't really want to have any horror adjacent in there. So I took those off. And
those could be counted in your watches, though. Those could still be, if you've watched them.
Fair enough.
I keep them in.
There was one in particular that I did see when I'm, kind of just watching YouTube reviews of 2023 and year-end lists from just different YouTubers I watch. They included a movie that, if I counted it horror, would be my number 2, but I just can't do it.
I wonder if it's the same one that would have been my number 1, and I booted it right off my list. It was my number 1. I booted it off my list, and I've seen it on some lists, but I took it off.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to talk about that when we get there, but I think I'm with you guys that, and I'm also kind of ripping off Trey Whetstone's thoughts over on Screaming Through the Ages and HMP 2.0. I wouldn't say 2023 was out of this world great, but I did think it was solid. 70 films in, and give or take a few that I took off the the list, like we were saying, that 70, almost all of them are good. There are definitely the movies I didn't care for, of course, but with the exception of only 2 movies at the very bottom of my list that I actively hated, I didn't find anything other than those 2 all that offensive to my movie going sensibilities. Even some I'm like, I didn't really like that, but whatever, And we're talking about the making of our lists, and I feel like my top 4 has been clear to me for a long time, but literally everything from 5 to 23 was up in the air. I had 35 movies that were eligible for this top 23, and we were talking about it right before we hit record. I was still monkeying around with this list, even into the top 10, right before jumping on the mic. So I try my hardest to make a list that I can stand by, something that I've carefully ordered and curated, but there were so many movies, like you were saying, C, that I enjoyed roughly at the same level, such that it was difficult to distinguish between 10 different movies about which I felt pretty much the same, And then it became, which of these 7s or 7.5s make the cut, which don't, and why or why not, So, yeah.
That's how I was. 7.5. Like I left, I don't know how many off.
Oh, yeah.
But I definitely did, probably like 5 or 6. And it's lucky, I do all the rewatches, which I know not everyone does, but I do. And I freaking, like, I had 30 movies competing for 23 spots. How am I going to decide? I'm going to rewatch them all. And that's what I did. And that does help. But
can I ask
Dave, it is a good year.
Oh, both of you, did a second viewing vastly or drastically change where a movie falls on your list? I will say yes.
Yes. One specifically.
Oh, cool.
More than one for me. More than one for me.
Well,
I
actually,
had movies would drop or go up a full point.
Same. So it was more than one. More than one, because one got off the list, and one was where my initial rating was. I wasn't sure if it was going to make the list, but I always thought about it, kept thinking about it. So the rewatch solidified that it made the list, no question.
Cool.
So
what about
we'll get
you,
to
Watson?
that later, obviously.
Yeah.
There do the second watch now.
Yeah, there was one that is like one of the main movies of the year that's on all the top 10s that was on the bottom half of my 23. And then I did that Dave Z second viewing, and I was like, oh, I see. And now it's in my top 10. So it just, and there was one that was in my top 10 that just, I have this issue I can't get out of my fucking head. And because of this, and we will talk about this, but it wound up just falling from grace out of my top 10 into the lower half here. And it makes me sad that this happened. I sort of want somebody to talk me out of it and be like, no, you're crazy. Just put it back at number 5. And I'll be like, okay. But yeah, but we'll see when we get there. Yeah, sounds like we're kind of all on the same page about the creation of our lists and what this year, or rather how this year felt to us in general. So that's pretty cool. I dig that.
I'll also add that there were so many 7.5s or on that I said I just ended up going and ranking accordingly, that at that point, the ones I would rewatch that I know that no question, whether it be tomorrow, whether it be 6 months or a year from now, I'll rewatch that film. And that's how I judged where it would fall, or to what level it would fall at on the list over another film, even though I may have at the time thought that I enjoyed one film more than another, but the rating kind of came in at around the same level. And I'm like, well, wait, they both came in at 7.5, but this one I know I'm going to end up watching multiple times down the road, and I don't think I'll watch this one ever again, or maybe just one more time.
So the rewatchability factor is what would put it over. Yeah. Yep. You have
to
do that sometimes when you're
quick and concise way of saying what I was getting at. We need you here all the time.
And I'm with you there. And I am with you, because it happened with me too. It does matter how rewatchable something is. And
to help distinguish it too. Because if they're all making the list. So now at this point, how do I, especially if they fall at roughly the same rating.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, I initially would have thought, well, this one has a little, maybe has a little bit more artistic merit. I like what they did there, but you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to watch
Yeah.
this movie every year now, moving
Yeah.
forward. No question.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. And I'll say this, as far as them getting bad, I like my bottom 5. There's 3 movies that are 6 out of 10. So
Oh, wow.
once again, I was
Yeah.
able to miss the turds because I try to miss the turds. And one of them I got angry at, and the other one I was middle of the road. But the other ones were just kind of I had like maybe like 5 or 6 movies that I gave a rating of a 6. And the ones that I actually ended up putting on the list, because I had 2 ones that were lower, were the ones that I remembered the least about. And that's what I went with. I was like, okay, if I don't remember enough about this movie, then there's a reason for it. So that's what made me decide. Those movies may not be my true bottom 5 if I watched them all again. And I don't even like to do it because my bottom 5s have 6 out of 10s in them. It's just that I try not to see
a good bottom
stuff I'm
5,
not gonna
man.
like.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. I try to do this, and I've been a big proponent this year of trying not to watch the horror adjacent Lloyd or the fringe movies. And I'm always asking that question, and it comes off in chats like I'm trying to be a gatekeeper, and it's not that. But I am honestly tired. I'm tired of fucking, ever since the 2020s especially, of asking about 1 every 3 movies. I got to ask somebody, is this horror? And I'm just tired of it. Some people think it's a good thing, and that's fine because it's expansion of the genre, and what's the word? We're evolving, and that's fine. I just kind of miss the old days when I could
redefinition.
just say, this is a horror movie. I don't need to. Again, I'm glad that great movies come out of it, but I'm getting tired of. And this, even the one last night, I did watch, number 80. There wasn't enough horror in it. There are horror elements in it, yes, but there wasn't enough horror that I would just be like, this is a straight up horror movie.
Did it make your list?
It didn't make my top 23, but I still gave it a 7.5.
It made his top 80.
Yeah.
I still liked the movie. I really did, but I was like, well, and I think people do this to almost be sexy in their top 10s. Sure. I think everybody wants to have that one or movie in there that they love, that they just consider a horror. And if you do, by all means, I only have time. I have to find ways to trim the fat. And that's what I always say with everything. And that's one of the ways I go. If I don't think it's going to be 100% horror, or if I'm asking around and the majority says no, I'm just going to side with the majority. I mean, there's something to say about thinking for yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm big on that. But I also think that I trust my horror brethren enough that people that are hardcore fans like us that watch 80 movies a year, you know what I mean? I trust your advice, or pardon me, your opinion enough if you think something's a horror movie. Clearly you're versed in the genre. So I just kind of go with that. And if I missed out on a few, so be it. But I am getting tired of having to ask that question of everybody. That's Dave, my big complaint.
Yeah, one of these days on a good horror deep dive segment, I want to talk with you about, the idea of feeling horror versus intellectualizing it. I think that's something that we see a lot when there are these odd choices that you have to talk yourself into. You go, oh yeah, that's a horror movie, and you start, you don't feel it, but so you can intellectualize your way into going, I'm talking myself into this being horror. And I was trying to do that with a movie that would be my number 2. And finally I just stopped. I was like, we both know. And by both, I mean me and me. We both know.
Me and you and the movie?
And the movie, yes. We both know you're not a horror movie. Let's stop pretending like I felt it, that it was. It was just some odd speculative fiction. Leave it at that. Take it off the fucking list.
What do we want to, why don't we just bring it up? Bring it up.
Dream scenario.
That was my number 1.
No way. That would have been my number 2, buddy.
That was my number 1, and I said the exact same thing. And I'll say this is. I'm glad we're bringing it up now because I do want to say something about this movie. Loved the movie.
Dave.
Loved it. He would have. Nicolas Cage would have gotten Best Actor.
Yep, same.
Would have gotten Best Director, and it was my number 1 movie of the year. I loved it. There are horror elements to it, no question about it. And if you want to talk about, if you want to remake Nightmare on Elm Street, this is how you remake Nightmare on Elm Street. And
buddy.
they actually
Yes.
as I was thinking this, I'm like, this is how they should remake Nightmare on Elm Street.
Dude.
They actually reference Nightmare on Elm Street like 2 or 3 times in the movie.
They do,
because
but
he's-
you still just blew my mind just now thinking
Well-
about that, Dave. Like, Dave, this is
Oh.
not a horror movie, but it's a dark piece of speculative fiction. Not even that dark. It is dark, but like where C is going with it is something I hadn't considered, and you're blowing my mind. Let's talk about writing some scripts.
I'm telling you, this is how you, if you want to revision Nightmare on Elm Street, they did it here. Now
Yeah.
there's reference, like I said, within the movie, because it's on the nose, and because he shows up in people's dreams. You know, he gets called Freddy. They even have him pose with like this big steel glove at one point and whatnot. So that's
Yeah.
later in the film. But as it's building, I'm like, this would be a perfect way to reimagine Nightmare on Elm Street.
Dude, I'm blown away.
And that's why I was like, I love it. And you're right. I was having that exact same argument actually it was with my wife, myself and the movie, because she would agree. There was enough, there was horror elements, but as Brandon kind of mentioned in chat, it was a very dark comedy. But there's gore, there's violence, there's scary sequences.
Sure.
There's soundtrack, swells. There's all of these elements that would be in a horror film. Yet the way it's played out, I took it off. I took it off my list, as did you.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
It reminded me, it's so funny. It would have been your 1 and it would have been my 2.
Yeah.
But like, because you all know what my 1 is, nothing's touching that. But we don't even need to pretend like we don't know what that is. But yeah, it would have been my number 2. And buddy, I had the same feelings about last year's Lamb from A24, which I didn't particularly like. But I never felt horror from that movie, but I did feel odd speculative fiction, the same exact feeling I got from Dream Scenario. So, if anybody out there too, you're listening, you're like, oh, well, fuck you guys. I have this on my list, and that's cool.
That's okay.
So long as
Yeah.
if you felt it. If you felt it, if you're like, dude, I felt the horror, then right on. I had to talk myself into it. I was unsuccessful. Like, it sounds like C and I were both there and we took it off. So that's just us. You do you. I'm not making any objective claims about shit. Just, that's so funny that it was the same for us, man. And Dave, do see this movie like in
I
your
will.
January.
Word.
Yeah.
100%. I'm gonna watch it.
It's worth your time, no question.
Dude,
obviously.
all those Fringe. I'm gonna watch Beau is Afraid. I'm gonna watch this. Believe me, I have a list of movies that I'm gonna watch. And
cool.
The way it is for me, if I declare a movie a horror movie, declare like it's some big deal. But if I decide to say this is a horror movie, if somebody asks me, like if someone comes at me, basically saying, "Oh, that's not a horror movie," if I can't come back and say, "How do you not call this a horror movie when blah blah and blah?" If I can say that definitively, then to me it's a horror movie. But I don't want to take the chance at watching these. And nowadays, a lot of those Fringe movies are 2+ hours because they're artsy. You know what I mean? So they're 2+ hours. I don't want to spend all my time with a movie like that when I have enough movies to watch for 2023 that I know are horror.
Yep.
So
exactly.
it's just like, but I would never knock anyone. I'm just saying,
no.
I think some people try to shoehorn things in to make their list a little bit sexier, or just
Dave,
because they love horror and they want to be able to put it on their year-end list.
Yeah, and there is that element of the sexy list. How cool would Dream Scenario be at number 2, sandwiched between this and this, and it's like, oh, that would look good right there. I'm seeing it on Letterboxd. Look at that. And then I just go, oh, fuck you. What are you doing? Like, I'm doing this in private. What a word I can't say on YouTube, but I can say on Rumble.
But you probably could have got away with it wedging it between 2 legit horror films or whatever. I was going to put it at number 1 because I was like, but again, it wasn't about being sexy. It was just like, it just hit me like that. And I'm like, oh, I love this. I just love everything about it. But I'm like, I even said to Carrie at the end, you go, do you think that was horror enough? And actually, I can't remember her.
What'd she say? Yeah.
I don't. I think she said yes, but when I was like, because I said I wanted to put it on my list, she was probably just going along with me because she knew that I loved it so much. But ultimately, I separated it. But it was there until 4 or 5 days ago.
Same. Wow. We weren't even talking about this, folks, and C and I are just like operating on this level over here.
Awesome.
Just that's pretty cool.
So you're true to your word, and that's good. I mean,
Trying, you know.
you wanted to have a nice authentic list, and even though it pained you in a way to take it off the list, you said, "Hey, I want this to be a good list that I can live with," and whatever you did it, and that's a good thing, you know. And
Well-
if I look at my list, hell, there might be movies on my list that other people may not consider horror.
Sure.
It could
I'll say that
easily
too. Yeah, for
happen.
me as well. Yeah.
Yep. Same.
Might be.
So I ain't trying to separate myself saying anything that my list is cooler or anything.
Definitely.
Matter of fact, my list is like I said earlier, it's freaking, it seems generic in the top 10. And it's like, well, now here's what I want to ask you. Nicolas Cage is in Dream Scenario, and then we'll get off it. But is it more horror or less horror to you than Mandy? Because the more I think about the movie Mandy, it's barely a horror movie. And the reason I just came up with this recently is because I've been showing my friends all the best movies of the 2010s because I have my list and I want to get and I look at my list. I'm like, okay. And I was thinking about now they'll enjoy it anyway. But as I'm thinking about that movie Mandy, I could see somebody say that's not a horror movie. That's more like a modern artsy exploitation movie.
But that's what I would maybe that's what I would call Mandy. But because of that, I think you can easily fall into the horror realm. Whereas Dream Scenario is not set up with like it's set up like a dramatic comedy in a sense, or really drama, and then it just gets darker and darker, and then there are these images or sequences of horror and its effect on certain characters, but it never really goes all in. It's part of it, and it's
Gotcha.
more like a reflection of his character and character study of him. And I guess because of that, I'd say that Mandy I'd probably label as horror faster than even Dream Scenario.
God, I
Okay,
would
well-
absolutely label Mandy horror. I mean, it
Okay.
definitely touches on with the ultra violence and the you know, you're dealing with this cult, and it has the trappings of a horror movie, if not maybe the scares, if you will. But there again, I always run into that whole thing like, well, almost nothing scares me, so
Word.
I kind of have to intellectualize that part of it. But you know, rather than feel some of it, where I can kind of get the feel of it. It's like when you're trying to picture what might scare a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old. You're like, I can get there. But yeah, Mandy to me is pretty horror. Good on you for at least having that in your list to show people, because horror or not, that's a fucking amazing movie. 10 out of fucking 10, dude.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah.
If you
was
showed
in my
Mandy
top
to
10.
a kid, they'd be scared. They'd be scared of
Oh,
the imagery
yeah.
and everything else.
Yeah.
But if you show a
Mhm.
Dream Scenario to a kid, they would still be scared as well, I think.
They might be bored because it's a
Well-
complex message movie that
Same thing with
first,
Mandy.
also, if you want to do a message movie, this is also the way you do a message movie.
Yes.
Just saying. This
Yeah,
is how.
it
That's good
doesn't
to
feel
hear.
like it's, well, I was going to say hammered over your head, but that's a joke for Watson there, and not Dave. Just watch the movie, damn it, so we can make these.
Yeah, let's watch the movie.
Hammerhead. I'll watch it. I'll watch the movie. No, that sounds good. I like that. So, okay, we've gotten through that.
Yes.
So now we go in 23 to 11.
Right.
You know,
Balls
quicker
deep.
form like we usually do. I set the order because I always try to change it each year. And I just literally before I got on here to record, I was like, okay, I got to see who did what last year. And due to last year being last year it was me. No, it was Watson. Either way, this year's
I
gonna
was
be
last.
yeah. This year it's gonna be Christian, and then Watson, and then me. And I'll
Excellent.
tell you this: that means that next year, if you're here to do it again, Watson, I will be 3, Christian will be 2, and you'll be 1.
Okay.
So,
I
you
hope
know,
to be alive at the very least.
Brother,
Oh.
so do I. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You know,
I hope.
Shit. I hope I'm alive.
so.
I hope I'm doing the
No,
podcast.
I'm not doing
So
myself
gonna-
any favors in
Nothing's-
with in certain regard, but the drink in my hand is only the first this week, so we're doing
Well,
good.
that's-
Got a boy.
And
Yeah,
it's a Sunday.
it's a Sunday, so it's the start of the
3:30
week.
for you, right? 3:30
Hey,
ish.
shut up, Christian.
I didn't mean that. Like,
Why not?
I'm
Hey,
kidding.
It's
No,
Football's
no,
on.
it's just
If
this is the-
football's
this is-
on, if football, not that you're watching the game,
I'm
but
kidding,
if
see.
football is on, you're allowed to drink.
No, sweet.
I didn't mean it's
Right.
like, oh, it's 9 a.m. there. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just-
like, well, yeah. I mean, hey, listen, there have been times past where it was 6 a.m. and I'm just coming off it, so we're good. We're not partying too hard. I'm taking it easy. Just hell, for New
So-
Year's, all I did was sit there and play video games while my son was at work, and then all of a sudden I heard fireworks. I was like, ah, shit. That was my night.
It's New Year. So wait,
Happy New Year to me.
I'm rifling through these, right? This is like my 23 to 11 in one kind
Oh,
of
are we-
hurrah.
Usual. Yeah, we each
Yeah.
take
I
our
forgot,
turn.
you guys.
20
Remind me. Remind me. It's just
Well, yeah, we have. So I'm
Yeah.
going to go through 23 to 11.
okay.
I'll say right now, just from a reading standpoint, all of these are 7.5 from 23 to 11. Funny
Wow.
enough, that's where it ends. And then everything else is 8 or above. So 23 to 11 is 7.5. My number 23 is Nefarious. We talked about this
Ah.
on the show. Dave and I already spoke about this. So I feel like it's going to show up later on, but I don't know. But Watson, did you end up seeing this movie with the two
I
guys
did, yeah.
chatting? Yeah. And again, I think a lot of people are coming down on this. If Dave, you correct me if I'm wrong, that was almost like like it was like made by, well, it was made by the God is good, or the God people. They make the other
The
movies.
God,
But
yeah, that
but
yeah.
for whatever
Whatever it is, I don't
reason,
know
this
it.
didn't feel like it was, don't get me wrong, there's preachiness, but not in the
Yeah,
way that you
definitely.
would think. I think they hit it from every angle, and you could
Mhm.
definitely argue it from whatever side you sort of lean on and whatnot. There was a lot going on here, and it was mostly talk. But if you're gonna have a movie that's mostly talk, this did it well.
Yeah. Agreed.
For sure. Oh, gentlemen, let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Make
Oh.
sure if you have your awards, you give them out as you go. Remember,
Fuck.
Okay,
we have
thank
all-
you for that
yeah,
as well.
That gives you time, Watson.
Yeah, yeah.
Figure it out. You're
All
okay.
right,
Well,
all right.
I won't talk that
have
much
time.
about all of these in general, because
Talk.
we're
Well,
rifling
I
through.
will, so you
Okay.
should do that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, talk a little.
So
Yeah.
my number 22 is VHS 85. Now,
Nice.
this has been my favorite VHS since part 2. I'm not a huge fan of these movies. I think we did them on the show.
We did the first 3.
Part 2 was the standout for sure. I think
We
it
should
is
do
for
next
most
week.
people.
Yes. Yes.
One has always been my second sort of one. The 94 and 99 ones kind of blend together, so I couldn't even tell you what happened in each one of those, but this
Yeah.
one stood out. You guys were raving about it. I saw it. I watched it myself. I was going in kind of not, I know you guys like found footage a little bit more so, and this is Brandon and Dave were raving about this, Watson. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go in open-minded, whatever. And I loved it. I loved sort of how they did the setup, and then another sort of scenario B, if you
Ah,
will, where
yeah.
Mhm.
they follow up. I thought that was genius, and that's
Same.
really what elevated my love of this one more so, because those segments just were awesome.
They sure were.
Yeah.
Yeah, bravo.
So this was
Yeah.
this was a standout for sure. From that, number 21, generic as it may be, I couldn't believe how much fun I had. And again, I watched most of these with my kids, and we had a blast with this one. It just, again, they added a bit of heart to this. I'll just get to the title first, I guess, is The Boogeyman. So a lot of people shit on this. Yes, it's generic as can be, but I still liked it. I actually was a sucker for almost all the generic output this year, some of those being the mainstream ones and whatnot. This one,
Yeah.
I liked it. And again, it's more about the father-daughter's relationship there. They did it well. And I don't know. A lot of people I think came down on this when it came out, but I had fun with it. And again, 7.5. I'm not blowing it, but it was very good to me.
Yeah, it was
really
nice to
enjoyable.
see Marin Ireland there, the actress who was the lead in The Dark and the Wicked, showing up in the third act there as like in the house.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then
Okay.
number 20, we actually discussed this with Watson, but it's Mullum. I think I'm saying that right. It's the last name of the main
Malum.
Malum?
Yeah.
Malum. Sorry,
Or-
Malum.
Malum.
Whatever. I don't know, man. Yeah.
But
something.
it's the sort of the
cool.
redo of the late shift,
Last shift.
last shift. Holy
Yes.
shit! The
You'll
last
be
shift.
okay.
Yeah, I'll be all right down the road. So we did talk about this one. As Watson mentioned on the last show, I think that there's some major improvements here. It
Oh, love
keeps the gore in check. In fact, it's possibly even gorier. From memory, again, I haven't seen Last Shift in a while. I didn't rewatch it for this. I just watched this, and the creatures at the end, I told you, are right out of a Hellraiser movie. It's just phenomenal, and definitely worth everybody's time. Number 19 is Resurrected. Again,
Nice.
I watched this a little bit later in the year. Preachy, but I liked the way they did it. And what I mean by that is I like how the story unfolds, but I also like the technique because it's laptop horror again for the most part. I mean, they go into different realms, but it's mostly done on a laptop, and then until the end where they try to take it, and it's like pretty much any mode of video recording, like whether it be security cam, iPhone, or whatever. But I love it. I'm a sucker for it. Missing was another one of my favorites of this year, but
That was
booted
good.
off the list because it was a thriller and not a horror movie.
Agree.
Okay.
And
Yep.
so again, I liked what they were doing here. I liked the premise of the story. This is one of those stories where they could have ended the idea or the script with one idea. And I felt like they kept trying to evolve or go a little bit further with the actual premise of the story.
Oh, it's a
Um,
good script. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
like
Very well done.
yeah, and again, so maybe some people might find that the by going the laptop horror route might have made at the detriment of said script, but I think they made
Mhm.
it work. But I mean, it could have been a bigger movie. You could see this being a little bit more epic and it being filmed as a regular film. But I'm a sucker for laptop
True.
horror, so I liked it.
Word.
Yeah.
Number 18, I've seen this on Absolute Garbage, and I liked it a lot. Insidious Red Door. Patrick Wilson,
Mm.
man, it was his turn at directing. I thought he did a great job with it, man. He did two great things this year. Well, great is an overstatement. It's a 7.5, but he directed this movie as well as starred in. I thought he did a really good job. This was his directorial debut, unless I'm mistaken there. And he sang on a track with Ghost. Uh,
What?
and yeah,
Really?
it's featuring Patrick Wilson, and when we looked it up, it was said Patrick Wilson.
Wow, dude. Dude,
Yeah,
I love
dude.
his voice, man. Like anytime he's singing, like I showed my son Phantom of the Opera, starring old King Leonidas from 300, and there's Patrick Wilson, and my son didn't recognize him. Well, our favorite superhero movie is Zack Snyder's Watchmen. I'm like, hey, Skylar, the Raul right there, that's Night Owl, and he's like, what? So we're big
Yeah.
Patrick Wilson people in our house, yeah. So
Again,
Yep.
I watched this with my kids, and we all loved it. We loved the fact that they took that same family, they sort of continued the story from part two. I I was not offended by anything. We were all in. It had the requisite amount of scares. It
nice.
it definitely felt like you could brush it with that generic sort of slogan, but it worked. It worked for me. It's on my list, and I
Nice.
wanted to definitely um, talk about it or at least mention it because it was definitely worth your time. Scream 6 is my number 17. Again, I talked about it when I saw it. I'm an apologist. I didn't like 5. So
Me
I went
neither.
in with no expectations for 6 and enjoyed it as much as the first, well, almost as much as the first and second one. Like the first one is still the top for me, and I still like 2. 2 has gone from like you know, that 8.5 range to 7. I kind of just hover at 7. And I
Same.
think this
Yeah.
one
Same.
is like
Yeah.
kind of that I put it at 7.5 as well. Just when I first saw it, I was even higher on it. But then I rewatched it and I'm like, okay, I can come back to more realistic. I think now that I went in kind of like not expecting anything and I was just so blown away. So you can almost call this one of my biggest surprises because I was not expecting anything from this. And
Mm.
I really liked it. Now I've heard other people talk ill towards this one, especially if they really liked 5. But for me, it was the total opposite. Something about this one worked. I felt this one was a little bit more vicious. The reveal's a little strange, but the reveal's been strange since the second movie,
Yeah.
to be honest.
True.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but yeah, again, I was a big fan. I thought they had some better set pieces in this one than they did in the last 2, for sure, or the last 3
Agreed.
for that matter.
New
Uh,
York, New York.
Yeah.
Mm.
Number 16 is Knock at the Cabin.
Nice.
Again, I've watched this twice already, and I've enjoyed it both times. I think there is something about M. Night's dialogue that sometimes irks me. But I've gotten, or the way that he makes his actors deliver said dialogue, but it's become, I guess I've gotten used to it now because it's been like that. Like The Sixth Sense seemed more, The Sixth Sense had it, but it was minute. Unbreakable had it, but it was minute. And I just mean these awkwardisms in the script, like Unbreakable. I always go to, how does he not know if he's been sick? How does he not know? It's like, do you remember the last time I was sick? You would remember, hey, I've never been sick one day in my life.
Yeah.
You would remember that. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
and it's always irked me. And then it just started getting amplified with every new release, whether it be The Village, The Lady in the Water, whatever
Yeah.
it may be. Signs even as well with the water and everything else. Like there are certain dramatic, but I'm a sucker for some of his melodramatic stuff.
Mm.
And I liked Old. And I've been and I was a fan of this, obviously, because I watched it twice. Now
Nice.
the star of this is Batista.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
he was
Yeah.
fantastic in this movie. I
It
thought,
was.
I mean, you want to talk about like, he was a wrestler, right? That's where
Yeah.
like he's probably the best actor out of all the wrestlers that have come out of the. I mean, The Rock might have something to say about it, but The Rock has started, more like sort of fluff.
The Rock
Whereas-
does what The Rock does. Bautista is dabbling in art. He's an artist.
Yeah,
You know?
At least in this movie. I don't know about his other
Oh,
roles.
he's
but I
done it a
haven't
few
seen-
times. He's done it. He's done it
Yeah.
other times that I can think of. I gotta kind of brush
Well,
up
also
on what
look-
those were, but
Well, Guardians
Okay,
of
I
the
know he
Galaxy,
was
he
in
stuck to his guns.
that.
James Gunn was being let go because of tweets he made like from yesteryears, and Batista said, "Hey, if and Disney was letting him go, or whoever was
Oh,
letting him
yeah.
go, and James Gunn was out. Batista says, "I'm out if he's not in." Like he stuck by.
That's
I love
cool.
that, and he
Yeah.
said, "I'm
Yeah.
only in if you get him back." And then they got James Gunn back, and they made the movie. I'm paraphrasing all the events, of course,
Yep.
but like fuck it, we've all done stupid things in our past. Should I come back to haunt us? It pisses me off. That's when I get
Yeah.
like one way. I'm like, I've made tons of cracks in my life. If I was to get fired or raked over the coals for something I said 10 years ago, I'd be pissed.
yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
different person from yesterday, let alone 10 fucking years ago. Anyway, I don't know where I'm
I'm
going down this
becoming- I'm
tangent.
becoming worse, Christian.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, there you go.
I'm about to tweet the thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I am kidding.
Awesome.
I'm going really slow here. Number 15
No,
is
please,
Little Bone
please, I know.
Lodge.
Homie, you're
Little
fine.
Bone Lodge. This was a big
There it
surprise
is.
for me.
Oh, nice.
Little
Yeah,
Bone.
I recommended this to everybody. It was probably a little bit higher on my list initially, but again, as time went, as some rewatches came into play, I fit in. I definitely needed it represented on this. I think, some people
Oh,
said they
good.
saw this right from the setup. They saw where it was going. I said, something's up. Of course,
Sure.
something's up. That's what
The movie.
that's what they dangle that in front of you. But
Yeah.
I didn't piece together exactly where it went.
It gets
And-
fucked up.
It gets fucked up. It's like Misery on
Yeah.
fucking ass. It's
Yeah.
like it's great. You have to see it. Great acting all through, and I love the sort of shifting of gears into that final act. It's great. And 7.5. Definitely check it out. It's on Tubi with that other stupid title, The Last
Last
Night, or yeah,
Exit?
what is it? The Last Exit.
Exit or
Last
something like
Exit,
that.
yeah.
No sense.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Anyway,
Weird.
number 14. This is where a rewatch came into play and boosted up my score. Infinity Pool.
Hey.
Oh,
You know what? This movie, I think I kept thinking about it when I first saw it, but I rated it lower just for my overall experience with it. Rewatching it, I still stick to my guns that the first half of this is a 9 out of 10. And the second half of this is a 7. I only came in that would show, maybe if you were to average that should be an 8, Christian. But I put
Yeah,
it
8.
7.5 because I was leaning more on that second half, and with that dream, that sex orgy dream, from that point on, I feel like it gets muddy, but I feel like I still want to rewatch this, and I know I'm going to come back to it.
Cool.
And it's definitely going to be something that's in rotation. So I don't think I'm done with this. As of right now, it's a 7.5. And Mia's acting, where I was all like said that she goes over the board. I didn't feel that this time. And if it
Yay.
was, it's because of exactly what you said, her toying with him and
Yeah.
everything
Mhm.
else. So it was just a me issue. It was my issue. But yeah, Infinity Pool, it's been my favorite, I think, of his three, even though Possessor, I think I rated very similarly. I think this is my
Yeah.
favorite of his.
I was going to ask you, being such a huge fan of David Cronenberg,
Yep.
it seems like on on Brandon's first three movies, you like them enough, but I don't think any have made your top 10. Well, the first
No.
movie we weren't doing podcasts yet, but I don't think it would, because I think he's gotten better each movie myself. But
Possessor was in my top 20. I think we did of that year. Was it 20?
Right.
2020? So it was,
Probably.
I think it was 16 or 17. I could go back and find out,
Right.
but
I think it was 4 for me or something like
yeah,
4 or
but-
5 for me. Possessor.
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
at least he has me wanting to come back. Like I want to
Yeah.
revisit his movies.
Well,
That said something.
See,
Sorry.
what were
Yeah.
the jokes in early Exploding Heads? The Cronin turd. You were the apologist for
Yep.
for that. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Hey, and I don't blow every David Cronenberg movie because
No.
I've said I was
No.
lukewarm on Crimes of the Future last
Oh, I
year.
Didn't
True.
see
it was-
that. Yeah, I
Well,
still.
and I remember you saying that, and it was
Yeah.
I said it like thematically, it's his roots and it's
Uh-huh.
everything we've kind of known, but it doesn't take away from the fact that a lot of it was like watching paint dry.
No, that
Unfortunately.
hurts me to hear.
But-
That's kind of why I don't want to see it. I just like, you know what? I'll just
Right.
watch Videodrome again because it's a 10, and then
There.
yeah, and go enjoy all those 10s that he was putting out back in the day. You know, just 10 after
But
10.
some people had it on their lists. So
Yeah,
and their
yeah.
top 10
Yeah.
lists. So
Fair
who
enough.
am I? Again, I'm a fan, but I'm not going to say I get every.
I trust
it's-
you though, so
it's my
yeah.
feeling when
Yeah.
I watch said film,
Yeah.
and like Videodrome's a 10 for me, and I found and I like that. Some people scratch their head; they can't get beyond that, and they might think it's a
Sure.
little they might think it's boring. I mean, they're wrong in my opinion, but ultimately, that's like I've grown up with that film too. I'm not going to say I'm never going to watch Crimes of the Future again, but I'm not wanting to go
Okay.
back to it like I want to go back to not Little Bone Lunch too, but Infinity
not?
Pool, Possessor,
Right.
and Angie Varnell. So number 13, Thanksgiving.
Nice.
This actually went up on my second view. So I liked
cool.
it. I liked it. I think I was hovering maybe at about a 7. So it's good. I don't know why everybody's going crazy on it. I watched it again and I liked it even more. In fact, it was almost at an 8, but I just ended up being at a 7.5. And I know I'm going to watch this every year. And that's why it's definitely had to be represented on this list.
It's a holiday slasher now, you know?
The acting is good, and there's so many good little hints that when you go back to watch it, you're like, oh, those little Easter eggs. Like, again, spoiler for you guys both watched it, right?
Oh yeah.
Spoiler for anybody out there, just if you want to jump ahead, if you haven't watched it already, just jump ahead like 20 seconds. The very first image of the heavy breathing of the POV shot coming up to the door. And you're like, oh, there's the killers coming up to the door, and then they oh no, they're
Nah.
just playing with convention. They open the
Mm.
door. Guess who it is? The fucking killer that gets revealed at the end of the movie.
Holy shit.
Holy brilliant, because wow,
Yeah.
you're right. It does end up.
And you don't
Okay,
realize
I
that.
won't
You
say
just think
nothing
it's
else,
a
but
goof
Yes.
Okay.
in the movie, like they're playing on
Smart.
convention, but it's
Right.
actually a hint. It's actually a full-fledged hint. And he even says to the girl, the wife of the
Wow.
the dude that I love him. I think he's from Billions or Suits, and he was also in Hostel 1. And he plays the dad.
Oh yeah, the guy, the father.
Yeah, I
yeah,
forget his name, but what I liked
Yeah.
about his characters, they gave him, you think he's going to be a full jackass the whole movie, but he's got that heartfelt moment with his daughter that you
Yes.
think, oh, they're going to ruin this, and they don't. He comes out, he's heartfelt. He's like, I know I've put you second, and I apologize. I love you. Let's and you're like, holy fuck, they just
Great
made this guy
characterization.
real. Yes.
Uh-huh.
And that's what elevates it a bit more. And then the more I'm talking about it, the more it probably should even be higher.
I know,
But
right?
I think
But there was-
see?
There was another moment where he says to his wife, this is where I was going with it earlier. So the stepmom says, oh, whatever her name is, oh, Teresa, you'd make a great dinner.
Oh,
And
wow.
she's the dinner later on.
catch any of
Yes.
this.
I
That's
thought
great,
all of
dude.
that was fucking awesome. It's great writing. And again, when you watch it for the first time, it's just dialogue or it's just these moments. And you think, oh, he's playing, like you said, playing with convention, playing with whatever. But they actually are little Easter eggs or hints or not even Easter eggs, or just like good little foreshadowings of whatnot. So
That's cool.
Wow. Let me
Yeah.
ask you a question quickly.
Yeah.
Christian, Thanksgiving or the Terrifier movies? Which do you prefer?
see, I rated Terrifier higher.
I know.
Both of
I know
them.
you did.
One
That's
and
why
two.
I'm.
And
Mhm.
and it's those ones I see again.
Stay
I don't know.
tuned
I
to
guess
the
I'd have to
slasher
say
show.
I have to stay true to the slasher show because they've been
Yeah.
rated higher. And where I'm going with
Right.
Terrifiers, those are there for spectacle. They deliver on the gore and the goods, and that's why I think it's just like sheer like like just the volume of kills and the gore are what set that like up so high. Plus, Art the Clown is iconic and scary. Thanksgiving
True.
feels like more of a true blue old school slasher, and I say that, but
Mm.
more like with the '90s style to it. But let's not take away from the fact that they at least deliver on the gory goods as well.
They do.
It's not Terrifier level, but again, it's the color of blood that you like, Dave. It's that more realistic blood, maybe.
Well, I like realistic blood. Don't get me wrong. I honestly
That's right. Yeah.
believe that I like the Italian stuff too, but I'm just saying that I think that the kills in Thanksgiving, most of them look better than some of the effects in Terrifier.
Well-
Except the one kill, which I thought was a little goofy when the guy's head turned all the way around. Like that belongs in a different type of movie. But I would have rather the kills been a little harder than like a Friday the 13th, but not take it the route of a Terrifier. And they didn't go the route of a Terrifier, but
No.
I think there's something to be said. And I've said this before about Terrifier, that the effects in that movie are a cross between low budget horror, direct to video, and good stuff. You know what I
they
mean?
were.
That there
I
are
mean,
some.
They are the first one was low budget horror direct to video.
Well,
And the
true.
second one
Yes.
was
Yes.
something
But
that I don't think they could have expected. I know the third one's gonna have a budget to it, so it'll be interesting to see now
And
if you go from
Thanksgiving-
that '70s blood to the '80s
Yeah,
blood.
and Thanksgiving has the budget
Yeah.
compared to the Terrifier movies.
And those kills are a little bit better than the Terrifier kills as far as looking realistic, aside from that one with the head spinning all the way around, which there's no need to do that, but it's okay. I just the reason I'm bringing this up is because I just gave Thanksgiving my rewatch. It was the last rewatch, and the reason it's my last one is because on Friday night when my friends were here, I knew that this was a movie they want to watch. They love 80s
Yeah.
slashers. They haven't seen this. I saw it at the theater. I asked them if they wanted to go, and they couldn't make it. It was a midweek thing. And I get it. It's just that it was only up for like 2 weeks. So I said, okay, I'm going to save this for the last Friday before we do the top 23 show. I'm going to show
cool.
it to them. So we've been having these discussions, and we just watched Terrifier 2 a few weeks prior, and they saw the first Terrifier like 6 months ago. But like my brother always kind of makes comments about the rubber looking stuff in Terrifier. He enjoys them, but he's like, oh, rubber body. He'll laugh about it. And there are a couple of things to laugh about in the gore in this one
Yeah.
too, in
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Or
but
when the
not
thing
to
goes through the
that
guy's
level.
head. I think the most
Yeah.
funny part is when that pole goes through the guy's head
Oh,
to
that's
drive in the car,
great.
and
And
the
his nose?
blood is sprayed on his kids, and his nose is pushed to the side.
That was solid.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're going. You're right. I've somehow given, and I'm not even too sure why, because if you've even not called me out on it, but said I usually don't like the movies that revel or linger
Right.
on the kills
Linger
for
on the
so
shot.
long, and Terrifier does that.
Mhm.
And whereas Thanksgiving is more back old school in a sense, although there's
You know
those,
what it reminds me of?
it's still
Final
in outdone.
Destination. It's kind of like Final Destination kills.
Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
or okay,
Thanksgiving, like the kind of gore that you see and like what's going on.
yeah.
It's just a little, that's what it reminds me of more than, that was just a comparison I made. It's not like 80s slashers per se. Yes, some 80s slashers were really gory. Some, yeah, I'll give you that. Of course, I love it, but it reminds me more of like something you would see in a Final Destination. I don't know, and I'll get off it. I
It
just wanted
depends.
to ask
Yeah,
you.
no. It's interesting, and I would have to say Terrifier just based on my ratings right now, but I feel like this is a little bit more accessible because when I know Terrifier 2 hours and 20 minutes, I hesitate to put that on.
Fair. No, I feel you.
Like that's just the reality of it. I know this is an hour and a half, in, out, and done. My favorite. You know,
Right.
if you listen to the show, in, out, done is my preference. Enough about my sex life, though. Number 12
Hey,
is Renfield.
yo,
Oh,
Renfield was the reason this isn't higher is because there's are you okay there, Dave? Dave just like jumped out of his seat like as if he saw or heard a ghost.
no, because I heard Oreo taking a shit. I've never heard my cats take a dump. You can't hear it. And I looked over and I saw Oreo. I heard and then I saw shit squirting out of it. He must have diarrhea. Poor guy.
Okay. Or is he okay?
oh boy,
Got shit on the floor at least.
No, not a cat. Are you kidding me?
I love this setup. That's possibly my favorite part of the movie, where they play around with the old school vampire movies that
Yes.
have Nicolas Cage there. I think Nicolas Cage hams it up in a good way. I think he's perfect
he
for
does.
the role. I think everything about this, like the whole opening and first half, is great. It goes a little too cops and actiony
Thank
in the
you.
second half.
A little
That's
bit.
my
Yep.
that's where I fall out, and that's why it's not rated higher, and that's why it's not higher on my list. But that's what takes me out of the movie. And when I think about this, in fact, I think Infinity Pool and Thanksgiving should be above this movie. So my ranking should probably change a little bit. But I do really enjoy this still. But something about the second half of it, it's not nearly as fun as the build up and lead up to it.
You know,
But I
picked
still
that
thoroughly
for
enjoyed
you.
it. Oh, it's my number one.
Dude, I know.
yeah.
I had no idea. As I was saying all this time, I have no idea what people's number ones are going to be. Watson, I actually wrote it down, and I do have a feeling now, especially since he said something earlier. I'm like, okay, I think I got Watson. But I legit had no idea what to guess for you, and I guessed Renfield, and I don't know why. I just figured
Oh damn.
we've been so close to the vest all year. But anyway,
That's
I'm
fine.
off for-
That's okay. I enjoyed it. No, like, it's here, but I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying.
enjoyed it.
I only watched this once, and I remember that being my big quibble. Like I said, oops, sorry, watched it with my wife, and she, I think, even maybe enjoyed it more than I did. But that opening is where I just loved everything about that,
Yes.
and how they developed, Renfield's character and everything as well. And then Nicolas Cage returning is a lot of fun,
Mhm.
but then it just gets a little too, like the Asian lead. She's
Aquafina.
good. She's good. I liked her in
I-
all the other
I
things I've seen her in,
Wouldn't say
more
that.
so
yeah.
than this. No, you didn't like her either. Like her delivery was.
No. Aquafina, I remember when she came out, she was a rapper, and I think her song was something like My Vagina or something like that back in 2010. Like she came out back then and somehow got all these high profile parts, and I'm just like, really?
Right?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do what you're doing. I don't know. You're kind of doing the gross out, like girls can rap about their pussies too, and it's like, yeah, we know that's cool.
I didn't even know that was Aquafina. Like that's the funniest
Yeah.
part. I didn't even know that was. So anyway, she was in a couple of movies that I saw like in the last year.
Oh yeah, she's
And
been all over the place. She's
Yeah.
done some good stuff. I just not this for me, but yeah.
Yeah, wasn't she in? I could be wrong. I was thinking she was the nanny in or the helper that was in The Whale, but I could be totally off on that.
Is
As
that
well.
her?
No, I
Oh,
might be.
wow.
Don't quote me on that. I don't have my.
I don't
thing.
think it is.
No.
Anyway, her delivery of the lines irked me a little bit as
Yeah.
the movie progressed. But
Okay.
that's my only
Me
my
too.
major quibble. That was it. And it was a little too cops and actiony to rank higher, but
Yeah.
enjoyable otherwise. And my number 11, Sister Death.
Oh,
This
I did
one-
not get to this one. Tell me about
I
it.
knew you'd like it.
Okay, so Dave said this is how the Nun should have been, and he's right. This
Yeah.
one
Also
again,
didn't see that.
So I actually didn't
You
mind
never
the Nun
saw
too.
any of them?
I didn't actually mind the Nun too, as well. It was like a 7 out of 10. Again, great
Really?
great look. Well,
I like the first
I'm
one.
a sucker for it. I thought the
I-
second one was good. It was scary enough. But again, watching with my daughter, everybody's saying generic, but it worked. I like the first one too, which you didn't once, and so
Oh, no, I did not. No.
put it that way.
Gotcha.
Or I guess it's all relative. So Sister Death, though, there's just something about the way that this one again. So it's about this sister that comes to a school that there has been well, Dave, there's been like what, like a nun that's died, and there's a historical thing that has come into place, and every time she comes into this room, if they make mention of this sister from the past, it's like her spirit lives on, and it
Right.
just builds from there. But it's almost like she wants to be freed from this evil, but there's like unfinished business.
I'll tell
So
you something.
yes, a sort of well, again, I don't want to spoil the plot, but there's
Right.
unfinished business. I guess
It's good, but check it though.
Hmm.
I found out yesterday or the day before because I've been listening to some year-end shows. And did you know that Sister Death is a prequel
Mhm.
for Veronica?
I think it
I-
said so in the Netflix synopsis. I have it on
Oh,
the list,
did
but
it?
I never got around
You know
to it.
what?
Because
I
that's
didn't
something
even-
that I first knew
Yeah.
about it. Oh, a prequel to Veronica.
Oh.
Cool.
Dude,
I didn't know
no
that.
Did you not-
clue.
Steve,
I
did you
didn't
not
know that
realize
either. I thought, sorry for
I don't
keep
remember
cutting off there.
Veronica.
Well, no,
Me
I
neither.
remember it.
Oh, me neither.
I remember it. I thought it was the same director. That was all I thought it was.
Oh,
And
it's a
and maybe I'm
prequel,
wrong.
apparently.
Yeah, okay.
It's weird though,
Okay.
because see, I didn't see it on Netflix, so maybe if I would have read that, I would have known.
Mm.
But legit, I heard nothing about it until I listened to freaking one of the like 3 shows that I listened to for their top 23. Sorry,
Mhm.
that's us. Top 10s or whatever. And somebody's mentioned that it was a prequel to Veronica. I was like, what? Now I want to go watch Veronica, but I've already forgot what happened in Sister Death. So I'd have to kind of
Oh.
do it as the one.
Well, I'm just double checking to find out if it is. Yeah, he is. It's the same director. Oh, it's actually the other director of so he did Veronica and Rec 3,
Hmm.
2
Wait,
and 1. So he's the other
how
director
many-
of Rec.
Jaime Balaguero?
Oh, but it's not Wame. It's somebody else.
No,
Oh.
it's the other director. It's the Paco Plaza.
Yes.
Paco.
Oh, yeah.
Paco.
So it's
Okay.
him.
Yes. Yep.
So it's funny. I didn't even know that. I just knew I knew I knew it was from the director of Veronica, but I didn't actually read the synopsis. I just went in to watch the movie because Dave had told me he recommended it based on the fact he goes, that's how the nun should have been, or that's what the nun should have been.
So, thinking
Yeah.
back on it, does this film get any better or worse for you? Kind of when you consider the fact that it's a prequel to Veronica. Like, I don't remember Veronica, like Dave said, but
Yeah.
I think
Well,
I liked it.
No,
liked it. It was
remember
like a
I remember
7
liking it, but I don't remember
Yeah.
it enough to realize that this was a prequel to it.
Okay.
And it
Yeah.
does it stands alone. So if that's what you're looking
Yeah.
at, it's a standalone film. So David's kind of blowing my mind right now because
Well, there was-
probably with a little further reading,
Yeah.
I could have done that, but I just actually watched the movie, said, I remember like I texted you and Brandon right after, Dave. I said, holy crap, I really dug that movie. Like it was just, it
Yeah.
just hit. I was almost going to give this one the score, but another movie took it out. That's going to rank much higher. But this had a score to it that I actually wrote a note saying, lift this music for if we ever make our movie, Dave. I want I want a variation of this music so we don't get copyright infringement,
Nice.
but that we
No.
can steal it and use it. It was just something because I just thought it had a very creepy atmosphere. And it was funny. I don't know if it was this and The Nun 2, but there's 2 movies that I watched where it felt like something with like where something rolls into the scene, like rolls in from a room that nobody's in, and it rolls in front of a key player. And they have to pick it up, and it's like a marble or something like that. And it was this movie, and there was another movie that I watched, and I can't recall what movie it was from this year. But I'm like, I feel like I just saw this in something.
Weird. A marble. Huh?
Yeah, but like, so she like, it's a ghost story through and through, and she's unraveling the mystery. So she almost becomes a detective in a sense as she sort of gets to the conclusion of what happened. But it ends up like I say, as she's figuring it all out, the sister death, if you will, gets her just desserts and her sweet revenge. And now I need to see Veronica again to see how this plays into it.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
that's
Wow.
it. That's my long-winded
Interesting.
saying things without saying anything. I guess just because you haven't seen it, it's definitely a recommend then, Watson, as
Okay.
for you to check out. And it's easily accessible on Netflix as well.
Excellent.
Could you read them again? Just quick, 23 to 11, because I want to
Absolutely.
comment, and I can't remember.
Nope. Yeah, just sorry, I jumped into a
Thank
different thing
you.
here. So number 23, Nefarious. Number 22, VHS 85. Number 21, The Boogeyman. Number 20, Mollum.
Yeah, sure.
Number 19, Resurrected. Number 18, Insidious Red Door. Number 17, Scream 6. Number 16, Knock at the Cabin. Number 15, Little Bone Lodge. Number 14, Infinity Pool. Number 13, Thanksgiving. And number 12, Renfield. Oh, and number 11, Sister Death.
Okay. No surprises for me, for you. Okay.
Okay.
Not that I was expecting them, but at the same time, no surprises. So I didn't see the Insidious movie. That's the only one on the list I didn't see, only because I didn't see the fourth one. I didn't bother. The third one I liked, but just liked. So I didn't rush to see the fourth one, and then I didn't hear like anything
No.
overwhelming about that. Same thing with this one. I didn't hear anything
Well, if
like
you're
swaying one way or the other.
Well, yeah,
So,
a lot of people weren't. And again, I think because they
Ah.
were just saying it was generic, whatever, and maybe because it was part 5. But you don't, I think you would take this as a part 1, 2, and 5. I don't
Interesting.
Yep,
believe
exactly.
you need to see 2, 3, and 4. Now,
that's cool.
funny
Yep.
enough, that guy that wrote us an email, Dave, I emailed him back. The guy that the producer from Toronto, he emailed me back. He actually emailed me back a nice sort of, get my ass in shape to rewrite Happy Trails and not to let that go by the wayside. He says,
Word.
just conquer your demons. And it was a fantastic email. And he actually has a whole paragraph that I will read on a future show about how he defends Insidious 2 and why it's the perfect complement to Insidious. And then he has that, which I'll read to you another show. And
Nice.
and the next sentence he says, and Insidious 5 was so bad it was it was just garbage. And I was like, damn it, I love that. I not love it, but I
Oh,
thoroughly enjoyed that movie. And here he is, but he defended 1. I like 1, 2. I actually didn't mind 3.
I
I
love
don't
3.
remember much about 4, but I don't
Eh.
remember hating it.
4.
I just remember it being kind of eh.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
this one I really enjoyed, but it's not. It plays around with it there, but there's still this. What I liked is bringing the kid back. The family's back, but the family's broken, so you get enough of that. They play around with it, so everybody returns, but they just play around with the characterization. So it's not a happy family anymore. It's kind of a broken family. It's following the kid a bit more so. But I'm also a sucker. I love it when an actor takes on, the responsibilities of directing, and I don't think Patrick Wilson has
Yeah.
anything to be embarrassed about. I thought he did a fine job with this. But
nice.
I've heard it's another piece of trash from somebody else. So,
Well,
but
seems
that's
to have
almost every
middling-
movie, right?
well, true. You're right
always-
about that.
There's going to be
Yeah.
someone that's going to hate our number 1s, number 2s, and number 3s. It's just
Oh yeah.
life.
Yeah.
That's just the
Well-
way it is.
As far as Insidious 2, Insidious 2, as I call it,
I got his notes.
I'm gonna steal a line. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of notes here. I have like so many notes about everything wrong with that movie. It's crazy. But anyway, I'm gonna steal a line from that movie from this year, Totally Killer, where one character says to another, "Time travel movies never make any sense." And I'm with them. I usually have an issue with every time travel movie because I'm watching. I'm like, well, how could that be if this is the? And I can't help it that I overthink it. I don't sit down planning to overthink it. I sit down, I watch
Sure.
a movie, and something makes sense to me or it doesn't. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Wait,
Time
that
travel
was a
movies
line?
never make any sense.
Dave, that was a
And
line from
Totally
Totally
Killer.
Killer.
Yeah,
That's
and it was
funny
great
because
because don't you remember when the girl went up to the 2 cops the first
Don't
time they
you
were
remember?
outside the school? Jason, don't you remember? And she was saying
No,
this, and this, and I know somebody's gonna get killed, and
Uh-huh.
I've seen this, and she goes,
Yeah.
and then she asked him, "Have you seen Back to the Future?" And someone says, "No." This and this, and then
Oh.
after the one guy says, "No, because," and then she walks away, and he goes, "You got to see Back to the Future." And the guy says, He goes, time travel movies never make any sense. He said
That is so funny because I think Totally Killer is maybe one of the worst examples of time travel I've ever seen in a film. But anyways, yeah, that's that.
Great. We'll hear about that
well, I
later.
guess Totally Killer will not be.
And as your number one, Watson. Shit. No, just
Well, it's up there, in the one range.
Interesting. Well, so that's not going to be on Watson's list. He's not going to be able to glow about Kiernan Shipka.
I know.
Okay.
So who's next? Oh, Watson's next.
That'd be
right?
me.
Yeah. Are you ready, Watson?
Yes, I am.
Need a minute.
Let's go into it. So everybody at number 23, I've got No One Will Save You. It's funny, we were talking about this on the last episode I was on, and for those who don't know, it's a fun, well shot, tense sci-fi horror thriller that boasts an incredible lead actress in Caitlin, however the hell you say her last name, Dever. And I'm always happy to see the Greys, so to speak, in a horror movie. And what we have here, something of a home invasion siege narrative. We've got the silent protagonist running and hiding from alien invaders inside her house and within her small town. And there are lots of scary, thrilling moments, great special effects and creature design, and some fascinating cerebral things going on there in the end that I am still making up my mind. Did I hate that or did I love it? I don't know. Now, this film would have been higher on my list were it not for some foundational problems I have with the story. Maybe one of these days we'll get into those things, but yeah, I don't know. I intend to watch this again maybe in the next couple years because I did think it was good. Caitlin Dever was absolutely amazing. I'm just like, hello, would you like to be the next ex Mrs. Watson? Don't mind if you do. And
she doesn't talk, so it's perfect.
Jeez, yeah, I talk enough for both of us. Trust me. But you know what she does do? She sighs a lot. She's always like, it's like, how many times she does that in the film? Do you know how many times she does it?
That's
almost
how many
30.
times did you count? 30.
Almost 30.
It's more lines than John Shepard in Friday the 13th Part 5.
But yeah, I kept going like, yeah, so they're really gonna die on this hill of keeping her silent, and then so she'll just sigh all the time. Like I would have been fine with her just like having one word sentences like oh shit, or oh no, or oh come on,
Zoodalore.
They're just like, I was like, yep, that's 29. Dude. Anyways, I feel like there's meat on the bone here that I didn't quite pick up on, in which case, maybe next year or so I'll watch this again and maybe pick up on things about the alien invasion I didn't before, but that's No One Will Save You. Serviceable, pretty good. Coming in at 22.
What's your ratings?
Oh,
do you have ratings?
Were we supposed to do this?
Dude, it's not the end of the world.
All right, because it's the end of the world to me right now. I feel terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm leaving. No,
have him for your top 10. How's that?
Seven something. Maybe a 7, maybe somewhere in there. Coming in at 22, I've got Brooklyn 45.
Nice.
Don't know how the hell you say this director's name. Do you know how to say it? Ted, whatever the hell those letters are.
Ted. Oh, sorry.
But We Are Still Here is one of the best haunted house movies of the last 10 years. I stand by that. I love what we got on our hands here in this post-World War II period piece stage play of a sort. We got our characters who are haunted by the atrocities of war, and you throw in a seance gone wrong, a few twists and turns here and there. And then, you ask yourself, are the spirits of the dead telling the truth? Are they beings who are merely playing into the fear and paranoia of the living? This is the sort of movie you can sit around with friends afterward, have a drink, and just talk about it. Great movie. If you haven't seen it, you got to see it. Brooklyn 45. You guys check this one out?
Yeah, I liked it. It was another 7 point. I think I had 7.5.
Yep.
Like it was one of those ones. Yeah.
Yep. Same in here. Dave?
Good stuff. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
21, I've got Nefarious. And this film almost didn't make my list, even though I did like it. But I'm glad I gave it more consideration. It's one of the more, like you were saying, Christian, the more divisive movies of the year, all because of who put this movie out, what their religious political leanings are, and the fact that, make no mistake, it is a faith-based film. It was rather difficult to go look online, everybody. It's difficult to find reviews of this movie that aren't motivated by like a one side of the aisle hating it and the other side adoring it and pumping it up. And I'd see reviews of it online and, videos, YouTube videos. And I'd be like, yeah, of course you would hate it. And then another one, oh, of course you would champion it, but it was actually got to shout out our boy, Eric Webster of Dark Discussions podcast. Their episode on Nefarious was the show that caused me to take another look at this movie. I think they give it the fairest. Well, actually, no, C, I guess you're right there with them. I think, along with C, they gave it the fairest, most politically dispassionate review you'll find out there. And what I realized listening to them is that there might well be those who love it or hate it because of their political ideologies, but there are also folks watching this who either didn't pick up on nor care about the film's evangelical message. And those are the people who were able to see that there's actually is something of an original concept at work here. And as demon possession stories go, it's doing something none of these demon possession things have done since C.S. Lewis's The Screwtape Letters back in the day. Super remarkable. So, good movie. And I had a joke here. I remember under it says, make the Israel joke. And that's because I thought B was going to be here. And I know Glenn Beck, who helped, fund this movie. He's a political commentator and he's like a big fan of Israel. So anyways, Sean Patrick Flannery almost, Brandon's like, what do I have to do with Israel? I'll be like, yeah, what don't you have to do with Israel? But find out more on rumble.com/exploding heads. But Sean,
that's set up now.
Sean Patrick Flannery almost got my Best Actor award. He's brilliant in this film. I think he gives the performance of his career that's Nefarious. I'll go quicker. Well, no, I won't.
No, you're fine,
dude.
you're fine. This is what it's all about.
Okay. Number 20, I've got the latest film put out by the Frenchman who gave us the Maniac remake, and that's Night of the Hunted.
I didn't see this. Damn it.
Actually, I'm looking at my Letterboxd. There appears to be a pattern to my ranking here that I'm seeing in real time. That's 3 movies in a row that are dialogue-driven, single location setting films, and 2 movies in a row that are politically divisive and pissing people off. This movie finds a young woman trapped in an isolated gas station, outside of which a sniper is picking people off and keeping her trapped. And throughout all of this, our protagonist and antagonist are communicating and talking via a walkie-talkie. Now, why this is so fascinating to me is because if you read reviews of this film, you'll see one person calling it MAGA trash, followed by someone else calling it woke garbage. Now, those two things don't, right? You're like, wait a minute, where did the
it's
two
Nefarious all over again? That's exactly holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
It's crazy.
so yeah, you typically don't see films that get this sort of reaction. Not that there are all that many right-wing movies to speak of these days. They kind of stay out of the arts for the most part. At least, they don't talk about it. But I think we could all agree that it's not hard to distinguish between, say, like a woke lefty movie and whatever a MAGA movie is. I don't know what that even is. But yet here we are with all of these differing reviews for this film. And so I was paying attention, and I think that the reason we have these differing reviews of Night of the Hunted is because I don't think, and I don't like to say this very often, I don't think the majority of the people who watch this understood what this film is trying to say. I really don't. And if you approach this movie tribalistically, you're setting yourself up to miss the point. And I want to break this film down one day, not now. But listen, this same movie could have been made, and kind of has been made, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And while our psychopathic sniper would be exactly the same character, way back in the day, it's our problematic protagonist. That's the character who would look vastly different. And that's precisely the point of this movie, which is the idea that destructive big pharma corporatism has a different face than it used to in times past. Like, think of who our lead in a movie like this would have been if this movie had come out in 2006. Be a clean-cut white guy with a Bush Cheney sticker on his car. And in that movie, our sniper would be pissed about, the government lying to us to get us into the war in Iraq, and he'd be livid about the Patriot Act, and everybody watching the movie then would be like, this is a psycho-liberal, even though those are the views of the conservatives in 2024, oddly enough. But all that to say that having a left-leaning leading lady with a BLM sticker on her car is simply where we are today in the scheme of a story about a villain who snaps because of the evils of society and lashes out at those representative of his brand of corporate greed. Not his brand, this brand of corporate greed. And it's uncomfortable, but it's where we are now. It's the snapshot that this French guy is observing about the West. And I think he's correct. I think it's not MAGA shit. It's not woke shit. It's just showing us a mirror. And so that's Night of the Hunted. I want to break this down one day.
I skipped it because I think I saw so many bad reviews. I just
Same here.
yeah.
I just
Yep.
skipped it. Now you're making me want
Watch
to check it out. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
if you can think of it. Also, you could
You're
skip
gonna-
the political shit, sort of like people did with like people did with I just read my 19 Renfield. Oh, like skip the political shit like people did with Renfield. All those politics. No, like with Nefarious and the people who could just kind of take the movie for what it is might go, hey, it's it's kind of preachy and the guy fucking talks too much. But at the end of the day, there it's not about, the tribalism. It's actually just showing us where we are now, because this same movie would have been the villain would be the same guy. It'd be the protagonist who changes, and that's the point of the movie. So just examine that for anybody who watches that. That's Night of the Hunted. At
Nice.
19, Renfield. This was in my top 10 for a long time. And basically, I have all of C's complaints. I'm not an Awkwafina fan. I don't think she's a good actress, and her character arc kept me away from what I wanted from this movie, which was more interaction between Dracula and Renfield. Were you feeling that, C?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's where it worked. The best.
The cops and robbers stuff took me out of the Dracula-driven tale that we should have had, which is a shame. But, these misgivings aside, and they are kind of big for me because this was in my top 10, the blood and gore here's perfect. High body count, splendid kills. I like Nicholas Hoult. I've liked him since Skins, the British Skins. And Nicolas Cage, I listen, I'm going to stand by this comment. I think he's one of the best Draculas I've ever seen.
He
Like,
was really
I don't
good.
know if anybody will agree with that. If we'd had more of him in a serious Dracula movie, I think he could fucking do it. Anyways, Renfield, 19, a lot of fun. At 18, this was one I was talking about earlier. 18, I've got Cobweb. It was in
Nice.
my top 10 forever. It was like way too high. This is the one I want people to talk me out of and go, hey, just put it back at your number 5. It's fine, Watson. The fall time Halloween atmosphere, Anthony Starr from The Boys, Lizzie Kaplan from Cloverfield, stellar performances all around. The little boy Woody Norman, man, creepy, engaging. I watched this movie with my son and we both really liked it. I liked it more than he did. But then he had to go and ask one little question about something that happens in the final act.
Probably the same question. Oh, the final act. I don't know. Dave was trying to bring
I
me
had
down.
two
And
questions.
I can't disagree with what Dave said either.
Ooh,
But
I
I
wonder.
just said, I'm keeping it where it is. This is going to be an annual watch.
Oh,
and
I know.
I loved it from the atmosphere, from what was delivered to me. But Dave had the same thing that Little Watt had. It was more like, why did the parents act that way?
Oh, interesting. That
Well, not
wasn't
even
quite
that.
my question.
Or
Okay, Watson. I
yeah.
think we talked about this on Jay of the Deads. Maybe you.
I
weren't
wasn't on
there.
that review.
Okay.
I did a part 2 with Jay that was never released.
Okay, I think my complaint. They said that I think it's the same. Is that the some clock was holding this monster back all these years? Does all that had to do with it?
Yes. Well, Dave Z, you hit it on the nail on the head. Skylar goes, Lil Watt goes,
come on.
He just asked the question. I didn't even notice it as it was happening. And I
I was like,
realized that the
wait.
very because he asked the question he asked, and I'll say that in a second. I realized that the very foundation of the story, the very premise of it is flawed. And as much as I do truly love this movie, it was number 5 forever. I just can't get it out of my head. I can't overlook and pretend it's not there. And I had to drop it down, and I'm mad at myself for it. It's just the fact that, we've got this teacher lady who's in Infinity Pool, by the way. She's Skarsgård's wife, who she's kind of a soft teacher gal who, breaks through this bedroom wall pretty easily. And the issue here is she, beautiful lady, and she would be able to break through this wall to rescue the kid, because these particular kinds of antiquated lath and plaster walls aren't the most robust in the world over time. Stronger than sheetrock and, all that. Yeah. But they become brittle over the years. And I've torn down these same walls doing remodels for older homes. And it's just, my issue is that if this average teacher gal can get through these walls without that much effort, this fucking creature's not being held back. And so I just need a reason.
Right.
I need the script to say, and this is a foundational problem because the whole thing is this thing
Yeah.
wants out. And the
Right.
script does not give me a single reason why it couldn't. It can get through those walls. I can do it. You can do. Everybody listening can get through a lath and plaster wall pretty easily. You just got to want it. This thing wants it. And it's just like, when the simple question of, well, what is keeping this creature from escaping? Whenever I'm writing, I ask myself the most basic questions. And if my basic questions can undo what I've written, I know I got to go back and make something stronger. So I just like, she's not bound by spells because it's not this type of movie. She's not emotionally attached to this place such that she won't leave. The walls of this house aren't lined with concrete or hardwood panels, so she can't break through. It's just something the writers missed, and I just can't unsee it. And so if someone could just talk me,
No, I'll make it worse for you. That's the problem, dude. Because it wasn't just the walls, because they showed it. There was like a grandfather clock.
Yeah.
So it was like you're gonna say
the supposed one way it can
clock?
leave.
A door?
Yeah.
It can't push that thing aside. A grandfather clock?
Well,
My
there's
grandfather could do it. And he's dead.
Oh man, see, this is the thing. When Skylar was like, well, why couldn't this thing break out? It's the easiest
Right.
question to ask. And I was like, it's a foundational question. And I was like, fuck. So listen, folks,
It's not a bad, it's a right. It's a valid question.
but I'm with
Ruin
you,
it for
see.
me.
I will watch this probably every year.
Yeah.
But I have to be honest.
Yeah,
It poked a
yeah.
hole in my boat, dude, and pissed me off that I had to acknowledge it. So that's just where I am. I still rate it like this one, like we've been in the 7s. This is like an 8, maybe higher. Like that's how much I like this, but that
Yeah.
fucking problem, I have to subtract it. Dave and I have kind of set a precedent that, we do these things.
And the
when
parents.
Here it is. Here
Yeah.
it is. Here it is.
parents shouldn't
Here's
be
my
acting that
argument
way.
for it.
Tell it.
It's presented and you can view it as if it was a pop-up children's book presented to you in a narrative, like in a filmic form. And these questions are meant for children to ask. They're valid questions that as a parent, you have to say, very good point, Billy. Yeah. And like,
Sure.
maybe she was kept. I'm just bullshitting because I love
Yeah,
the
yeah.
movie so much too, but that is how the movie's presented. It's almost gateway horror in the
Mhm.
sense of like, but it's a little scary and it gets a little graphic so
It does,
that
yeah.
it just pushes it a little bit beyond quote unquote gateway. But I mean, it does have that fairy tale-esque element to it. Again, it doesn't explain, it doesn't talk you off the ledge. Skylar's right, Dave is right, but because it's presented so beautifully, and I still love the
I
way
know.
it unfolds, I'm going to continue to watch it. It's still rated in
Yeah.
the same sort of area you are, and it's still
8-ish,
on my
yeah.
list higher. But you're fundamentally, yeah, like I guess you're right. There's a question that they didn't answer because they weren't expecting people to watch. But he watched it once, and Dave watched it
Yeah.
once. It wasn't
Yeah.
even multiple.
I did watch it
times
once,
that got
yeah.
him.
Only once.
Yeah,
I
I'll watch
liked
it next
It's
Halloween,
like
though.
7.5. I liked it.
I know.
But it
dude,
could have been
Dave,
a lot better if it didn't make those stupid
That-
mistakes. I was like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
Well, Dave,
why-
we might, I want to get
It's like a
more
kid's
into
story
like
that you could
at
poke
a
holes
later
in.
time your point about the parents, because I wasn't on that new horror movies review. I was like on a later thing that hasn't come out yet, and so yeah, I'd like to hear what you think about the parents, because why
well,
do they act
it's
that way?
easy. Right. Why would they act that? Because why would they act so weird if they were actually kind of good guys the whole
Yeah,
time?
right.
But they
I know,
present
it's-
them as freaking freaks that throw somebody in their basement and lock them there. And
Sure.
they're like these these are bad parents. And then I was like, wait a minute. And then all of a sudden you get that line, they go, don't let it out. And I'm like, wait a minute. You're trying to tell me
Yeah.
that they're good guys after all? That they're trying to do what's right? Then how come the whole movie they're treating their son like he's a freaking second-class citizen?
But that,
Oh,
I
man.
mean, I hear what you're saying, and Eric had the same. Eric Webster reached out to me because he said he enjoyed it until he realized the same things that you guys are talking
Yeah.
about right now. And then
Okay.
he
Cool.
knocked it down a few pegs, but I
Yeah.
sometimes am forgiven for it. And again, right or wrong, I that's just sometimes that's where
That's-
Hey,
the
fine, yeah.
visual and the whole
Dude,
experience
It looks
comes into play.
listen,
Um,
it made my list, man, because
Yeah.
I the visuals are great, excellent movie, except for these. And the problem is, if it weren't a foundational problem, I could ignore it. Like I can overlook problems, but when it's foundational, I sort of get this stick up my ass and then and
Yeah.
it just no force in the world will pull this baby out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I did like it. And see, I'm with you. You're not saying anything I disagree with, dude. So
But it's a valid question. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
sorry, I won't.
no, not at all. So that was
derail you.
Cobweb at 18, 17, the Spanish language film by the gentleman who brought us the classic Wreck, which I reviewed on my first ever appearance on Exploding Heads, and this is Venus.
Nice.
Bizarre film in which we got a young exotic go-go dancer girl running from some dangerous criminals from whom she's just done a Marion Crane and stolen a ton of money, and she retreats to her sister's apartment complex. And normally, and this is why this film's on the list, normally a script with this first act setup would blossom into a cool siege narrative, and might not be all that dissimilar from Wreck, just with a lack of zombies. But this film decides to go another way entirely. Things get otherworldly, to say the least. We got the occult operating on the backdrop of something dark and cosmic. It's just a bizarre flick, and
Oh my
I was here for it, man. A must see Venus, folks. Yeah,
She's
you guys-
gorgeous too. I can't talk enough about that main actress. She's absolutely stunning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think when I listened to the Dark Discussions episode, the host Phil, who always gets always gets a little tongue tied when it comes to the hot ladies, couldn't stop talking about her, and I could tell Eric was like, "Stop."
I'll stop then because I don't want to be compared to Phil.
No, that's buddy.
That Swifty
Eric will
motherfucker.
tell you.
I'm just
So that's Venus at 17. At 16, we got a Swedish slasher called The Conference. Slashers go. This one does everything it's supposed to do. Great setting, gnarly kills, freaky killer. And where this is the reason the movie makes the list and gets these extra points from me, is that there isn't a fucking teenager in sight. This is a teen-free slasher that features an interesting, more mature cast of characters who are all running for their lives. And I greatly appreciate that, because Lord knows you can easily write up a slasher scenario that doesn't have to involve annoying kids. I dig the idea that we've got victims of this murder who, actually kind of deserve their fate and their fair share of the comeuppance. Meanwhile, other victims are caught in the crossfire and are, guilty by association, at least in the killer's mind. Not too dissimilar from Night of the Hunted, by the way, just without any of the politically charged themes. But yeah, good stuff here. One of the best slashers from a year that's got a handful of pretty decent ones. That's The Conference at 15.
That's on Netflix, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I watched
I missed it.
And,
God damn it! I
How?
saw this.
Right.
I saw this damn cover.
Check it.
How?
I was gonna watch it, and I fucking missed it. And now it's on, I gotta check it out now.
Dave, did you see it?
Yeah. No,
Cool.
I didn't even hear about it, and it's a Netflix movie.
Uh,
I can't believe this is
Dr.
gonna
Bishop
happen.
was in our chat talking about it. Dr. Walking Dead was in
Are
our
you
new
serious?
horror movies chat referencing this, recommending this.
What?
And that's why I watched it, because of him. Otherwise, I might have missed it. So The Conference, check it out. Good stuff. Swedish slasher.
Yeah.
At 15, we reviewed this on on Jay the Dez new horror movies. It's Dark Harvest at 15. This is
Nice.
a Halloween themed film brought to you by 30 Days of Night's own David Slade. It takes place in this otherworldly version of a small town in the 60s, where we've got an annual Halloween night ritual that demands that the young men of the town murder the fabled Sawtooth Jack before he can make his way to the local church after rising from the cornfields. And succeeding in this sacrifice keeps the crops growing and keeps the townspeople safe. But there's more to all this than meets the eye, and it's up to our main characters, Richie and Kelly, to figure out what's really going on. It's a beautifully shot, bloody, gory movie that has actually a little more thematic meat on the bone than I was expecting from something this pulpy. I think if you are just like with Cobweb, if you are looking for newer Halloween themed movies, I'm saying come October, Cobweb and Dark Harvest are two excellent movies to watch.
Absolutely.
Right as Halloween
Yep.
comes up. Yeah, Dark Harvest. Dave, you watched this, right? You were on the review with me.
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
okay.
Dark
Yeah,
Harvest.
that's right. You were there.
It's
Frankie
a
was
movie
there.
that I probably watch every couple of. Frankie was there.
Well, it was that same day we did the Five Nights at
Oh.
Freddy's review.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It was that day. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
This is a movie that I could probably watch not every October, every 2 or 3. I have certain ones reserved for every year. Another
sure.
one that I save every, you know what I mean? Just to
Yeah.
throw it in as an October watch. So I completely forgot though that Cobweb had anything to do with Halloween.
Oh,
Even though I rated a 7.5,
Mhm.
every time I think about Cobweb, I think about what left a bad taste in my mouth, and I forget.
I
the
know.
rest.
Yeah,
It
dude. Well,
happens.
and by the way, everything I've said, we're in the 7.5 to 8s up till now.
Right on.
And at number 14, I've got Candyland.
Nice.
Much love to our very own Dave Z for bringing this movie to the table over on Jay the Des New Horror Movies. Just an absolute doozy that boasts more than a few uncomfortable narrative punches to the gut. Like, there were a few scenes where I was like, whoa, you don't see that anymore. Holy shit. Like, that's there's something that
Right.
happens to a gentleman, kind of in a private area of a truck stop. And it's some hardcore shit going on. This film isn't for the faint of heart, and I'd say perfect ending. And I like the way
Indeed.
this movie treats I think you had even said it on the review over on New Horror Movies, the way, because we're not dealing with a typical Christian religion where our main girl comes from before she gets dropped off into the midst of this this whole candy land full of hookers and all that stuff and who are operating out of this truck stop. She's this religious girl, but it's a particular kind of religion, and by the final act it becomes clear what her religious leanings are and why that's significant to everything she's doing. And it's fucking amazing. Great movie, Candyland. Think like 8. We're still in that 8. We're in that 8 range. And same goes for this next movie at number 13. I've got Blood. This is director Brad Anderson's latest genre effort. He's the gentleman who gave us Session 9 and The Machinist. My favorite movie of his, though, is a genre bender of a romantic drama from the year 2000 called Happy Accidents with Vincent D'Onofrio and Marissa Tomei. I'm telling you, gentlemen, if you're in the first few dates and it's time for Netflix and chill, throw on Happy Accidents and then tell her vagina that Watson sent you. Anyways, yeah, but Blood here seems to have flown under the radar. I've not heard much talk about it. Jay of the Dead and I reviewed it over on New Horror Movies, so you can check that out if you like. It's there at newhorrormovies.com. I don't want to spoil who or what the monster is in this film. Maybe if it comes up on another list later, we can. I don't know. I'm kind of not sure. I'm like all over the place with spoilers, but it's a familiar creature we all know and love. We got the single mom who has her fair share of issues, moving out into the country with her 2 kids, of whom she has partial custody. You don't see that very much. And her baby daddy, Skeet Ulrich, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Right, that is him.
In flashback form? Is he wearing a white tank top?
Yeah. In a way she never would have seen him. Anyway, one night, the young middle school age son gets bitten by something in the woods and falls ill. And the only thing that soothes this boy's agony is blood. And so now this mom is having to figure out how to keep that shit a-flowing one way or the other. And I think this movie goes to some pretty uncomfortable, disturbing places. What would you do as a parent who is faced with the task of having to do awful, awful things in order to keep your kid alive? I mean, maybe the ends justify the means. Maybe you're perpetuating something even worse by allowing things to get this far. It's a challenging and grotesque thing that this character has to deal with. And I will say this as a warning to anybody out there who hasn't seen Blood yet. Don't do what I did and think that the movie has finished what it's doing at the halfway mark. I was kind of like, oh, okay, this is where we're going to be then. Halfway mark hits. I'm like, this is where the movie is going to stay narratively. I say, let the movie do what it needs to do. Let it flow. And you'll see that the story will keep progressing.
Let the blood flow.
Yeah, let the blood flow. Keep the story. The story does keep progressing. So just give it that chance. Have the patience, and you'll go, yep, we haven't arrived at our destination halfway through and now have to ride it out like this. So that's Blood. Did either of you see this one?
No. And I'm
Yeah.
mad.
Dude, good
You
movie.
saw it, Dave. Okay.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
I predict that this will be Jay of the Dead's number 1 of the year.
Wow.
So just putting that out there.
He has
Coming
talked
in at
about
number
it. You're right.
Yeah, coming in at number 12, 4th in the franchise. I can't believe this. Hell House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor. I
Yeah.
don't feel like I saw very many haunted house movies this year. But as that horror subgenre goes, for me, this did what it needed to do. I like this franchise. I like the first Hell House. I like the second one more, actually. I think I'm the only one in the world who does. Third's okay.
Wow.
Didn't really like it
I
that
think
much.
my son and I liked the second one more too, because
No
Christian
way!
was a fan of
Dude.
these series as well. We thought 3 was the weakest,
Yes.
but
Wow,
he gave
dude.
up on 4. I told the boys this. 10,
sorry to hear that.
10, 15 minutes in, he's like,
Uh.
I'm out. This is not like the others. And I ended up watching it. But anyway, sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to
No,
derail you.
no. You know, it's so funny. I see. Yeah, I can't believe that. Nobody.
Yeah.
Every time I say that I like the second one more, everybody's like, "Yeah, not me." And it's like, no, fair enough. I get it. The number one seems to be the one people like most, and that's just fine. But, you know, I think this movie does what a haunted house movie's supposed to do, and it does. It hit every beat for me. And no, there's nothing here that reinvents the wheel. But I don't ask that of the films I watch. Just do the thing and do it well. And that's what this movie does. If found footage haunted house movies do it for you, this is a must see. Simply, yeah, the Hell House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor. And finally, here at number 11, you know, that was the only haunted house movie on my list. And I think that one's a little lower. Why is this so high? Because I think I'm only at a 7.5 on that one, but I've had some 8s. Oh, well, whatever. At number 11, yeah, I know. Yeah. The only horror comedy on this list for some reason. I don't feel like I saw very many horror comedies. I'm talking about Onyx the Fortuitous and The Talisman of Souls. This is the underdog on this list, if ever there was such a thing. A crowd-funded effort via this YouTuber named Andrew Bowser, who I guess I've been subscribed to for a while. I didn't know that. He serves as the writer, director, and star of the movie. He's had I think the reason is he's had a bunch of viral videos that, like, in the millions, that feature this character named Onyx the Fortuitous. He's this offbeat, strange, verbose, gamer, nerd, wholesome goth kid or dude. You know, he's like older than I am. And I don't know about anyone else, but I find him fucking hilarious. And I was endeared to him instantly. This film features great practical effects and harkens back to cult classics of the 80s whilst being decidedly modern. We get a little Barbara Crampton as Onyx's mom. Jeffrey Combs plays Bartok the Great. A little Crampton Combs reunion, even though I don't think their characters ever meet. The story is clever. You got this small group of occultists, disciples of a mystic named Bartok the Great, as Combs, who invites them to his mansion for a once-in-a-lifetime ritual. Now, I figured this would be one of those movies where Bartok is a fraud, and we'd be spending all our time watching the characters slowly comprehend this, but that's not what this movie's doing at all. This movie's going for something else entirely. I'm all for it. And look, if there are more movies where Onyx is our lead man, I'm fucking in, dude. That's Onyx the Fortuitous and The Talisman of Motherfucking Souls. Funnest movie, probably the most fun. Not the most fun. I'm also like looking at I'm on Letterboxd looking at my the movies to come, and I'm like, nah, I had more fun with this and this and this. But
I liked
very
it.
fun.
I liked it. I didn't love
see it.
I liked it. I saw it.
Yeah.
I told Dave not to watch it. I said, Dave, you'll hate it.
Dave, don't watch it.
You will hate it. And,
The only Onyx I want to see is Slam.
I told him,
Yes.
I
Sticky
said,
fingers.
I watched it. I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it. It was way too long. Watson, I don't know if you're one of those that hates that as a critique, but if it's a certain type of movie, I need it out and done. And I found this overstated welcome. It has horror element. Like there's some great effects, and then there's some House 2 effects.
Yeah,
like there's some that look like they're right out of House 2, the second story, and there are some other cool looking effects work in this movie. It doesn't go into the gore realm until the very last the climatic moments.
Yeah.
There's a bit of gore, but it's gore free up in that moment. And the hardest part is if you don't like him, you'll hate the fucking movie.
Yeah. Everybody listen to see. If this character annoys you from the outset, then you turn it off. But if you're like I am, and you're like, what is going on here? I want to see more of this. Then you're probably in for a treat. C's right, but see, I propose that the House 2 effects were, well, not just certainly a byproduct of the budget, the crowdfunded budget, but I think it's in keeping with the campiness of the movie, and it works. I don't think it could work all the
Absolutely.
time.
No, you're absolutely correct. And I will add a couple of other things. It looks fan-fucking-tastic for a crowdfunded movie. It
Dude,
sounds good. It's
from a
well
YouTuber.
acted.
Yeah.
Everybody's on point. Like the story of getting to this is, I would almost want to see that as a movie,
Dude,
or,
I'm with
or
you.
a documentary.
Yeah.
I love that. That's the stuff that I love. Like, hey, if he could do it, anybody could do it. This guy
Yep.
just happened to crash a couple of, like, I don't even know if those were just re-edits that he'd edited himself
Some of them
into
are,
serious
and some of
scenarios,
them are
or-
him crashing things.
Yeah, and then some of them crashing. Because I watched some of those and I'm like, dude's funny. But he talks like, he's like, well,
I can't-
I'm Onyx from another realm. And like just the way that he accentuates Dave, you'd be thrown off
Oh, Dave,
line
I
one,
don't-
and you would never
Dave
be able to watch
surprises
it.
me though. He loved Benny Loves You, and I'm just like, I would have thought,
True.
But
I would've
Benny
bet-
Loves You isn't goofy,
Well,
right? I don't feel it,
buddy,
to be goofy
Yeah.
comedy.
we'll get
And-
into that on a future horror movie
Yeah.
weekly when we surprise
Fair.
Jay. But yeah, like Onyx, Dave, maybe don't watch this, but it was
Nah.
definitely up my alley. And see, it sounds like you liked it, and that's pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah,
Well, yeah, folks-
I liked it, and
Yeah.
but right away I said, Dave, I saw Onyx, don't watch it. It's
There you go.
Yeah,
verbatim what
fair
I
enough.
said. I go,
I agree.
Cut it
I
off
agree.
your list.
Keep away from this one, Dave Z.
Fair.
But yeah, that's my number
fair.
11, Onyx the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls. So there we
Nice.
are, 23 to 11. Do you want me to read them really quickly?
Please
Okay.
do. Yeah.
Yes. We got at 23, No One Will Save You. 22, Brooklyn 45. 21, Nefarious. 20, Knights of the Hunted. 19, Renfield. 18, Cobweb. 17, Venus. 16, The Conference. 15, Dark Harvest. 14, Candyland. 13, Blood. 12, Hell House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor. And at 11, Onyx the Fortuitous and the Talisman of Souls. And I think all throughout my 23 to 11, we're in that 7 to 8 range. I don't think with Cobweb was an 8.5, and so was Renfield. But I'm fine with Renfield being where it is. And I'm not fine with Cobweb being where it is, but it's where it is right now.
awesome,
Well,
cool, man.
you usually
let's
do
go.
have surprises. You usually have surprises, Watson, in
Oh.
your list. So I'm surprised. No, I'm not surprised that I am surprised, if that makes
Okay.
any sense, because
Cool.
you do tend to do that. Of course, I didn't see a couple that
Mhm.
you have, and now I have to go and see them.
Yeah.
And as far as what's her name, what's that girl in Renfield that we were talking
Oh,
about?
Aquafina.
Oh yeah. As far as that goes, I gotta say that I absolutely prefer Poland Spring to Aquafina.
What a setup!
Well done,
What a
guys.
I've
setup.
been
Well
waiting to do
done.
it since he mentioned her. I held
Yeah.
on till he was done. I didn't want to
That was
interrupt him.
good. You
I'm
got
saving that joke.
patience. He's
That's
a good
patience.
host, folks.
I would have blurted that out the
Oh.
second after.
Same. That's why we are who we are, and Dave Z is who
Yeah.
he is.
I gotta
I let
come
him finish.
immediately.
You always gotta let people finish, man. Before you know what I'm saying. In one way or the other.
No. I'm
him
selfish.
I prefer to finish.
So
I'll-
listen.
All right, D,
All
you're
right.
up. Big
Okay,
D.
23 to 11. Now, before I
sweet.
do this, let me say 23 to 16 are all 7.5. So we can get that
Ooh.
right out the way.
Starting out with the 7.5s. Okay.
Indeed. All right. So here we go. My number 23. Here's a movie that I didn't even think I was going to watch because
Onyx.
I heard the title. I heard the title and I was like, what is this supposed to mean? I don't know. And then and then because of the actor in it, and because it was coming to the theater and everything, it just seemed like something. I'm like, what is this even going to be? And I actually did skip it for a while, and then I think JP said, I think you should check it out because I think you'd actually like it. So I did, and I did like it. And this movie is The Pope's Exorcist. I
Oh,
really
nice.
enjoyed it.
Great choice.
It's straightforward. It's not silly or any of that stuff. I thought that here, first of all, the title, The Pope's Exorcist. I'm thinking of a guy that's gonna the Pope's possessed. or
Excise the
something.
Pope. Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
what is this? But
Let's
I'm
get
like,
this
it's gotta
Pope
be
out of you.
Yeah.
You won't be pulling little boys when we're through with you.
Oh man.
Sorry.
Whew.
That's the movie I would have made.
Yeah. Father Amorth.
Yeah, dude. He
Yo.
is freaking great, Russell Crowe in this.
He's great.
Yeah.
I thought he pulled it off well, the Italian.
Dude, yes,
Yes.
and you two would know. Well, I would too. I'm a quarter Italian, but he had, as the kids say, that riz.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yep.
I was down. He was freaking cool as hell.
Mhm.
He was wisecracking a little bit. He had that
Oh, he
personality.
had the jokes. Yeah.
And yeah, it was really cool.
Buddy,
like I
it's
said, I
my
like Crowe.
24.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
just
That's
missed.
cool.
And I don't know why.
It happens. Something has to be 24. Right. So I like the look of the movie. I love Alex Esso. The more I see Alex Esso
Mhm.
in movies, the more I love her. And she was on the, what do you call it? I want to say the second or the third. I think it was the second. She was on the In Search of Darkness. She was one of the talking heads on that. And she seems like such a freaking down to earth, cool person. I'm like,
Love it.
man, Alex Esso was awesome, but she's really good in this role. She always is. Of course, being an exorcism movie, it's a little bit derivative, but that didn't
Yeah.
bother me. I enjoy the way it was set up. I thought it looks good. When the exorcism stuff actually happens, I like pretty much all the decisions they made. It was cool with him having his, he had something happen in the past, and it was haunting him again. And there's a pig in this movie, which is always a good thing in the very beginning. Too bad
Yeah,
they
he
kill
fucked a
it.
pig, everybody. You might as well just tell me he had fucked a pig in the
no,
past and
no.
it comes back to haunt him.
Now that'd be a movie. Wow, that could
That's-
be a,
well,
a
that's
killer
Black
pig
Mirror.
movie.
Episode 1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. There was a pig. You're right.
Yeah, Frankenstein from Penny Dreadful fucks a pig.
Yeah. Oh man.
Unbelievable. Wow. So anyway, the
See?
Pope's Exorcist, it was definitely better than I thought it was gonna be. And
Yeah.
I've watched it a couple times and it held up on the second view. I was like, yeah, I dig this. This is a movie I could watch again, and everything they did with the exorcism stuff really worked. I thought maybe at first when I heard the kid's voice doing his thing, I thought it could have been a little hokey, but I kind of got used to it quickly. And I've seen my share of exorcism movies, and most of them just aren't good. But this is like one of those, category B exorcism movies. I dig it.
Yeah.
And wouldn't mind seeing more,
Well, category
way they
B
left it
would
off.
be the Jewish exorcism.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute.
Awesome. Okay, number 22. I just mentioned this movie a few minutes ago. Totally Killer.
Nice.
Fun movie. Yeah. Fun movie.
Super fun, yeah.
Slasher. Yeah.
And Dave, I
slasher
came
stuff.
off like I didn't like it. I just thought the time travel stuff was wacky, but Kiernan Shipka, yeah, you tell us, Dave.
Man. And she was great in the role. And
Yes.
she's just always great. It makes me so happy to see, like, but in the early days when we started the podcast, we had Black Coat's daughter on, and you had the
Mhm.
three leads in there, and you had Emma, of course,
Yep.
Emma Roberts, who's still doing her thing,
Oh yeah.
and Kiernan
Lucy.
Shipka
Oh yeah.
and Lucy Boynton. 'cause
Boington.
and the cool thing is they're all still in the genre. We have Kiernan Shipka doing this. Emma in the latest season of American Horror Story is the lead, and Lucy Boynton is in Pale Blue Eye. So
Yep.
they're all still sticking around, and I love seeing them all. They're talented actresses, and they're all very pretty as well. But the whole thing with Totally Killer is that the comedy works for me for the most part, and it still keeps the slasher elements. And I mean, you got to suspend disbelief a little bit, but you have to do that in every time travel movie. But to me, the aspects of the time travel actually made sense, especially at the end when they said, okay, this is all that's different now. I thought that was so clever to do that, because I always want to see that happen in a time travel movie. You never see it. Everything
Fair
just
enough.
ends up being fixed before that, before we get to the present day and everything goes back to normal. But in this case, not exactly. But I mean, that's the best parts of the movie are, anything involving her with the kids and dealing with them, and her being from 2023 and them being from the 80s, and all the jokes that go with that. And, she's a Gen Zer, I guess, and they're like,
Yeah, what's
know,
not appropriate now, and
right.
going back and seeing that. I loved all that. That was fantastic.
It is.
Yeah.
It's
That
great.
was genius. Yeah.
Yeah, it really was, and it's poking fun, I think, at the modern generation, but not
Yeah.
doing it in like a malicious way. It's just saying, well, look at this.
Yeah.
We're from the '80s, and this is how it was.
Well,
you
Dave
know?
Z, some people felt like, and I didn't necessarily feel this way, not completely, but some people felt like it was too hard on the 80s, like needlessly hard on the 80s. Did you feel that, or were you pretty cool with
No,
the back and forth?
I thought they were making a comment
Yeah.
the other way. I kind of, I think
Right.
what Dave was leaning, I thought they were
Oh.
saying,
Yeah.
like, I didn't take it. They were like, oh my God, can you believe this was the 80s? I thought it was like, oh my God, look what we've become.
Holy shit. You know what?
Right.
What, oh, damn it. If I need to watch the movie again through that
But-
lens, I think you
Yeah.
might be right.
Well, I think it's 60-40. I think it's
Fair.
60%
Okay.
siding with the 80s and 40% saying okay, because there was something when she gets out and she sees the Native American football thing, which was huge
Yeah,
back then.
and-
She goes, there it is. There's the racism. I was waiting to see it. And even though she does say that, and I do understand where she's coming from, at the same respect, nobody was trying to really hurt anybody by doing
it
that
was,
at the time. It was just
well, also, she would hate to go because I live right next to a reservation. All of their signs say Indian.
I know this.
So she would hate
Well,
that. She'd be like, oh no.
They
all of
do
the signs.
identify, dude. I worked for the Seneca Nation of Indians. They own the casinos there. That's what they call themselves, SNIA. You know what I'm
Seneca
saying?
Nation,
It's
really?
crazy.
Yeah, Seneca is like a big thing up in Seattle, like a lot of the Seneca Street and stuff like that. Like it's a
Yeah, we have that here too. Yep.
cool.
Seneca.
Okay,
So,
but I'm
And
not
my
trying to get us.
son-
Yeah,
And my
keep
son has to play cowboys and aboriginals, and it's just not the same anymore. I'm sorry. Well,
yes.
Rumble, here we come. Here
Yep,
we
that's
come,
right.
Rumble.
Rumble.com/exploding heads
Yeah.
horror movie podcast.
Oh,
oh,
shit.
that's great.
No, but no,
I
excellent.
think
No,
what they
good
did-
observations, Dave. Like, what did you think of the kills?
the kills
Oh.
aren't really the standout parts of it. I don't remember a whole lot of them, so I
No,
can't
me
really
neither.
say. But I
Well,
didn't.
they're
object
vicious.
to
They're
anything.
stabbing, bloody.
Stabs.
The waterbed one was good, where there's water and blood all
Yes.
shooting out.
Was that not
the
the
waterbed.
girl from Scream 6? The
Uh,
killer.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
she's in this.
that her?
Yeah,
the
the
one that
redhead.
ends up
She's
being-
one of the Ghostface.
Oh.
One third of Ghostface in Scream 6 is
What?
one of the victims in Totally Killer.
I think you're right. I didn't think about that
Yeah.
till you just said it. Wow.
Yeah, super fun
Was
movie.
good.
Barely missed my
Yes.
list. Yeah, I'm with you though. It's a fun movie that we did a review of it for the Halloween episode that it didn't come out because for Jay the Dead's new horror movies, but we
Yeah,
did
we did.
do, Dave, have a review of this that's in the ether.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it. I
Yeah.
was there. We talked about which way it was going.
I
We were
was
trying
there.
to figure out.
He was there.
We were trying to figure out if it was what Christian was just saying. Is it?
Yeah.
Are they making fun of it or are they siding with it? And I said I think they're kind of making fun of both ultimately,
Nice.
which is fine. But I gotta say I like I thought the reveal of the killer in both cases was done well. There's
Excellent.
one
Yep.
reveal and then there's
Yeah.
another reveal. I'm
Yep.
like,
Loved it.
hey, clever. I didn't see that coming. So
Yes.
oh, good.
No.
You know,
I thought it was.
He's-
I thought it was well written. The time travel stuff is always kind of flimsy, and it was just kind of
Yeah.
thrown in. But
I
like at
hated
all those
that.
movies, like with the Happy Death Day 2, Freaky. This, if they're all put in the buckets, this stands above for me.
Well, I'll tell you where those movies worked for me, where the other where this one doesn't, is that the others had the there's the time travel mechanism for one, the time loop mechanism for the other, the body switch mechanism. They were all sort of inexplicable and supernatural. This one has this grounded feel, or this grounded explanation that's like, oh, you done fucked up here. You don't want it grounded. You want it should have been like, hey, the stoners invented time travel. Let's go talk to them. Like, it should have been something like that rather than
Okay.
like, she
And
invented
instead of
it
trying to make it based in science or
in
something.
science, which they
Yeah.
did not do.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
all that's it, like the Happy
True.
Death Day, it just is. And it's like, if you're in the writer's room, that's a hard call to make, So props, either way.
Yeah.
And I will say this, I like that for once. Somebody says something and they don't not believe them. You know, like when she tells the girl that actually does invent it, that,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
that this is time travel, she didn't say, "What the hell are you talking about? How is this even possible?" She thinks about it for a second. She's like, "Okay."
I'm prepared.
Instead of wasting valuable time on
Yeah.
camera for freaking 15 minutes of trying to convince people that this is actually possible, they just go into it. And I prefer that instead of
Agreed.
something that they always got to put in a movie just to say they did. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just like, well, we kind of have to do this because who's going to go with it? But they didn't. And I'm glad they didn't waste any time.
Yeah, Dave
know?
Z, it's like the spy movie where like I'm all washed up. I'm not doing the mission. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, I'm
Don't.
doing the mission.
Right. Exactly.
Because we
Like,
need
just
to
say-
move this movie to move along to the next
Yeah,
act.
my movie, they'd be like, the chopper lands in the yard. He's chopping wood. It's Mark Wahlberg for some reason. And then they're like, we need you. He's like, sure. Like, oh, right,
Right.
get in. He's like, got a bag right here.
I was waiting for
Exactly.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Yeah. What took you so long?
You know, that would have been it. Okay, so anyways, as long as we're talking
Cool.
about slashers and my love for them, this one here, another one, number 21 is Sick. I really enjoyed Sick. I just wish that
Yeah.
there were more bodies in this movie. There was
Yes.
only two, right? And then the killings of the actual killers is fine, but I feel like, and I get why they couldn't, but still, I mean,
Mhm.
it's supposed to be them quarantining. Let's gonna go away. It's just gonna
Yeah.
be me and you. And oh no,
You
the
can't
wife
have-
Jeff shows up.
Yeah.
Right. You can't have a party, but maybe they should have crashed it with two others, or they had neighbors that were something to have
Yeah.
two more teens there.
Yeah.
I just to add to the kill count because that's what makes a good slasher. But I think it was well written. I
John
thought there was
Hyams.
some good jokes. Yeah, it was cool. And
Alone. Yeah.
see, dude, I happen to enjoy, and some people are sick of it, and I don't get it. I like the stuff that takes place in that slice of time
You
when
do?
COVID was at its peak.
Oh,
yes,
dude.
I do.
I like this movie.
What?
It was my 25. you keep
Wow.
you keep talking these ones
Huh.
that are right out of my range. I think
Right.
like Totally Killers like 28 or 29. But like yeah, it's a frustrating time for me. I don't want it in my entertainment, but why do you like it? Just give a spill. What do you think?
Because it's out of the ordinary. It's instead of doing the same
Oh, that's
old
for sure.
shit, let's have a slasher and do this. Let's show something. Let's not forget this time in life, so that 20 years later we can look back on it and we can talk about it and say, hey, and that was the thing. It was so important for this movie. It was all about that. And when we get the reveal of everything, all that is so believable. Everybody that's acting a certain way in this movie, it's almost like you have a stereotype for every different side
Yeah.
of the equation at that time. That is it. I would rather watch this a fictional piece of work instead of 20 years from now watching freaking the History Channel or some new special 2020 or some this was COVID 2020. And
Oh, they
I
won't
would
be
just
telling
rather
us the
see
truth.
yeah, well, I just want commentary like this. Who's telling the truth?
Rumble.com.
Who knows? Well, yeah. I'm just saying I like it because it's something different.
Yeah.
I always like things different out of the ordinary. I'm okay. I don't think we're getting an overabundance of COVID freaking
No, you're right.
pandemic movies.
and
We're getting
Dave Z-
what? Maybe one or two a year. It isn't like
Yeah,
freaking
and-
how is that worse than all the bad sequels we've gotten and all the other
Agreed.
trends we've gotten in horror over the years?
Preach. Yeah, you're right. You're talking me into it. And let me tell you something. That second act kill, I don't know if I want to say too much about it, is something I've been waiting for a Scream movie to do for 15 years.
Really?
You know what I'm talking about?
Wow.
Should I say it or I don't want to
yeah,
say it? But
yeah, again, it's a spoiler, everybody, but yeah, I think I know what you're
It's a
talking
spear,
about.
yeah,
I'm
right?
going by
we've
remembering.
never seen that. The Scream has never had the Scream has its formula, it does, and it doesn't deviate from that, sadly.
Right.
But like if one of the Scream movies went, hey, this, I'd be
Let's
like,
kill the
no
second killer?
way. Yeah, let's kill one of the killers
Yeah.
in the second
Yes.
act. It'd be like,
Sorry, I
there's
had to
no
say it because
way.
I was getting. I don't. Yeah, yeah. That
No,
was.
well,
that
we're
was good.
spoiling stuff, kind of.
That was
so
the
it's
best.
fine.
That was the best part of the movie. I
Loved
liked
it.
this movie. I was frustrated by this movie. It was a 6.5, I think, out of 10.
Wow,
for me.
really?
Yeah.
It was
Wow.
a 6.5, 7 on it myself.
Yeah.
Damn. I
Seven.
really
But-
enjoyed. I thought the kills
yeah.
were good. There wasn't enough kills, but I like
No.
the setup. I like the characters. I like what they were doing. The kill with the antlers is great. All
That
the
poor
Friday
guy,
the
that poor
13th,
bastard.
Oh, I know.
Dave, I want to talk to one day. I want to review this with you and talk about that guy, and we can say some stuff because
I'm
poor
down.
bastard.
Yeah,
He was
let's
looking
get
for
in,
something
yeah.
that just wasn't there for him.
Yeah, we've been there. We've all been there.
We've been
So,
there.
and
I'm
that,
there
that's
right
also
now.
what I like. Instead of being typical, it's something else that they did. I liked it. It was not typical, and I liked the Friday the 13th. They have an order to the head, like freaking the fight with Alice and stuff. They had that going on. They had the woman's name was Pamela. They came in at the end. There was like 2 or 3
Was it?
little, yeah, dude. It's so
Nice.
funny because everybody looks at Kevin Williamson and always wants to say that he's a Halloween fanboy. But I will tell you this, he has just as much Friday stuff in his work as he, if not
Mhm.
more, than Halloween.
I've always
And-
considered him a Scream fanboy. Hey, hey.
Oh,
Oh. No, you're right, Dave Z. You are right. He did. There was a lot of that in this movie, and I don't think a lot of people said he was recycling Scream again in this movie. I was like, I don't think so.
I don't think so at all.
Yeah,
No, I thought it was
it's because
cool. I
it's a
thought it was
slasher
clever.
film. That's pretty much it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
that's all.
slasher with more than one killer. It's like, okay, there's 2 things, but there's more to this than I'm with you, Dave Z. Yeah, the physicality of this killer
Starts with
when
an
like,
S.
when he's when the killer's going to work, it's like shit, like it's kind of a brawler,
Right?
you
Yeah.
know? It's like I
Yep.
don't think
No,
I'd
it's
do
good.
well.
No,
be killed.
no, it wouldn't be easy. Although somebody should have stopped, drop, and rolled at the end. That was
Yeah.
the one thing I was like, come on, it's so
Yeah,
easy.
indeed.
Stop, drop, and roll when you're on fire. Maybe you'll live here. You
Yeah,
know?
and this is the
But-
director
but
who
I
did
enjoy it.
Alone, which was like in my top, I
Oh.
think 5 of whatever year that was. So excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, great filmography this person has. John Hyams.
Dude, I just really, that's the name.
Yep.
Okay, I'll have to look this. I didn't even realize this. Wow,
You
I
saw
gotta watch
Alone,
that
right?
film.
Did we talk about
Yeah,
this?
once. I gotta see
Okay.
it again though. It's been a minute. So,
Yeah,
but
good movie.
but sick, man. I've watched it 2 or 3 times. I really, I love the reason. I love when they get to that, and that's what people may be sick of. But that's what was
Mm.
going on in the world at the time. And once again, it's Friday the 13th. It's an event. Okay, I don't want to spoil it, but I'm
Sure.
just saying there's similarities in the reveal with Friday the 13th and other. I thought it was clever, and I
Mm.
100% believe that there are people, and there were people, especially at that time, that could, with the world being the way it was, resort to doing something like that. And I think it struck at the right time. You could only make this movie at this time, and I don't know. I really dig it. Okay,
Well said, Dave.
number 20. Thank you. This one is Appendage. I don't know how many people have seen this. It
Yeah.
was actually a Hulu horror movie. It was on
Oh.
Hulu.
Or Disney
But it's
Plus in
quite
Canada.
good. Oh, that's right.
I'm
Yeah,
dead serious.
okay,
Yeah, it's
fine.
yeah.
What?
Yeah. Disney
So
Plus
trippy.
has
Yeah,
its other brand underneath is Star, which gets all the Hulu content. So every time it's on Hulu, it's on Disney Plus. And I love the Appendage. You just missed my list. It was like my number
Oh.
20. It was in my honorable mention, so it would have been 24 or 25.
Here
I
go
missed
again.
this
Let's
one,
see.
Dave Z. I missed this
You'll
one.
like it,
Yeah. Okay.
Watson.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a blonde lead too. And,
Well,
and
you know me.
yeah, she's cool. She's likable. She plays both sides. She plays good girl and bad girl at one point.
Just really
because of what's
quickly, what's
going
the
on
movie
here.
about? I saw the title.
Okay.
And it was one.
Yeah.
I have a letterbox that is my 2023 movies to see. An Appendage was in there. Just I'm not trying to make all this super long. I don't care. It's the listeners who I'm here chilling. But yeah, what's the movie
Whatever.
about? Just quickly, quick synopsis. Like, is it?
I'll tell you, it's a good concept. It's this girl who has, in a way, it's like Basket Case before
What?
Dwayne is and Belial are removed. It's about some people that have the twin syndrome, where the other one
Oh.
is surviving and it leaves a birthmark instead because it got engulfed in the womb or something like that. And there are people that have this, and then when your emotions start getting the best of you in things, it starts bringing itself to the surface. It could only almost be taken as a metaphor. You could watch this movie completely and say, okay, this is a metaphor of self-doubt and this and that. And if you listen to those voices inside your head, what it could do to you and everything else. But it's also straight up has issues of body horror and creature feature. But it's more than that because she ends up having to meet other people that suffer from the same ailment here. And I'm not
Mm.
going to get too into it, but I definitely think it's worth your time.
You
You'll
worded
like
that
it.
perfectly. That was some
Cool.
straight up like Watsy shit right there.
Well, I'll say this. The only knock is I think that if it would have ended at about the hour mark when something is revealed and the credits would have rolled there, it would have been like a 9 out of 10. It would have been a short.
Oh,
It would have been like an
no.
hour long
Okay.
version of like American Horror Stories, like a an anthology show. If this movie was just the first hour and it ended at the hour mark and said, "Oh, now the world better be ready for what's gonna happen next," and you get this reveal, that would have been amazing. I was like, "Oh man, I almost wish it would end now." Of course, it doesn't, and then things happen that are movie things that you kind of expect, but the ride is still good. And it's still really cool with the mystery, and she has a friend trying to figure out what's wrong with her, and a boyfriend and a friend who happen to be really close, and that's something else that calls her self-doubt. She has self-doubt because of a family. She had
Is it-
something
is
in
it-
childhood.
Is it just
So,
self-doubt or was it also depression? I thought it was, am I remembering incorrectly that it was
well,
depression? I thought it was, that
it's
was
both,
part
I
of it.
guess.
So like a metaphor for depression, but that becomes like flesh, in the David Cronenberg realm.
Right?
Like, yeah, like it's almost like
Yeah.
it metamorphoses, like it becomes reality.
It is kind of like that. Yeah, it does become reality. See, you say depression, I think of more as listening to the voices in your head that are making you. Well, I guess that can be considered
But
depression.
either way, it's you should see it, Watson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a surprise. It was on my list. It was on my list until my rewatch because I couldn't put Infinity Pool until I rewatched it, and there was a couple other
Mm.
ones that I was juggling around because I had Dream Scenario on there, like I mentioned, and then that came off, and there's so many they came back on, and it just missed my list.
Yeah.
Right
Okay.
on.
Appendage.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, number 19. This is the one that Christian turned me on to, actually, and I watched it and wasn't not disappointed. It is my kind of movie. You're going to see that this list, especially the 11 to 23, are a lot of my kind of movies, things that I love, slashers and found footage and stuff like that.
Nice.
So this one here, hashtag Chad gets the axe.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
glad to hear.
I almost watched this yesterday. God damn it.
Dude,
And it just missed
good
my
stuff.
list. It was appended to that, and this was on my list too, man. And
Oh.
it pains me to have kicked it off. I'm glad. I'll shut up. It's your pick. Sorry,
Tell
Dave.
it, Dave. Like, yeah, because
It's all
this
good.
is one I tried.
Yeah.
I was gonna watch it yesterday, and I just didn't have the time. Tell it.
Well, it's a desktop horror movie, a YouTuber doing his thing, and just like those movies, like Spree, and like
I love
what was
Spree.
the other one? See, okay, I'm gonna say Deadstream, but the thing is, to me,
Yeah.
this is like Deadstream,
Oh, the
but
car
better.
one.
What
The
is it,
other
the
car
one?
The
other
one-
car live stream
Oh,
one.
yeah.
The one with
Yeah.
the based in red pilled chick.
Spree
Yeah, with
and
the
Ride,
evil,
what's
almost
the
like
other
Evil
one?
Dead, like came out last year. It's like Evil Dead found footage where the guy's live streaming. All the comments are funny. There's a haunted house, but then all the dead come back to life. It seems to attack him at the end.
Yeah, that was
That's-
Deadstream. I was thinking
Yeah.
of
Right.
a dash cam.
Oh, Dash Cam, another one. Yes, where okay, this is what it is. I like all those movies, but I think
I love
to
all
me
of them.
this is a better version. Granted, this has to do with a family of axe killers, not necessarily anything, that's supernatural like the
Sure.
like the other one was like Deadstream or even Dash Cam when it gets crazy.
You
This is
liked
more
this
about
more
that, but
than
it's
Dash cam and Deadstream, Dave.
yes, I did.
Okay, I
I,
gotta see
um,
it then. I gotta see it.
They're more believable YouTubers.
Sure.
I like them. I like where the comedy is played. And here's the thing: the comedy in it.
Well, you'll
See,
like
this
to
is where
dislike them. Yeah.
Deadstream was comedy in a way that I didn't like. It was try hard
Oh,
comedy.
Dave, why do you
This-
do this,
this-
to me? No, I get
This
it.
this one is subtle. A matter of fact, a lot of the comedy in this is actually, and I always have a problem doing this because I always read the comments. The comments are brilliant, which they are in a lot
Yes.
of these movies.
Oh,
But
they're
this one
great, yeah.
literally has like
Okay.
3 different like little side plots in it between like 6 or 7 different people and the thing, like
What?
ongoing jokes. Because if you watch a live stream
Oh,
and
dude.
people know each other, you know how they are. They go back.
Yeah,
and forth.
I watch a lot
So,
of live stream podcasts where this does happen.
It is done so well And
Okay.
on top
Chad
of it,
gets
there's
the
a
axe.
devil worshiping cult thing going on in the beginning, but it's a joke. And then the guy has a friend and he's like a big shot. This one guy's really popular, but he's trying to get his friend who's like a person that appears on the channel, but actually isn't. So Chad's like the big shot, and this other guy, Kevin, I think his name is his sidekick problem who's trying to come up the ranks. So he says, okay, I'm going to let
He's
you
like-
have this thing.
Chad is like the exploding heads, and this other guy's like 22 shots, and you know, like it's actually the other way around in reality. If you're looking at the YouTube numbers, but
Holy shit,
ultimately,
that's funny.
ultimately, it's kind of like that where this one guy's everybody wants views and likes. So when Dave says
Yep.
they're likable, I almost think they're so fucking vapid that you hate them, but they play the part
Oh,
so
man.
But they're
beautifully.
fun to see.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
That's what
you're
I'm
engaged.
stoked right now
Yeah.
to see this.
Well,
I was
The
gonna watch
girl
it
is
yesterday,
likable.
like I said. I just didn't have the time.
right.
Oh.
No, I hear you. I think the girl is likable for the most part because she puts up with a lot of stuff from her boyfriend. That girl. Oh, and then we get the
That's
Puerto
the
Rican
type of girl you
princess.
want.
Dude. Tanisha Figueroa is her
Worst thing
name.
that's ever
Oh
happened.
my gosh.
Yeah.
And by the way, she actually mentions a bleached asshole in this movie.
Ye-
So there's a tie to Christian and EH in this movie. I couldn't believe it. A bleached asshole. There was a good Brandon joke in it. I'm gonna say it. What do you call a gator with GPS, Watson?
Sorry, a disaster struck. My microphone fell down and then knocked my drink out of my hand.
Wow.
It
I put
just
him on
fell
the
down.
spot?
What is a gator? This is a disaster. What is it? What type of gator did that or whatever? What was it?
No. The question is this. It's a
I'm sorry.
joke.
I'm like, yeah, this is
What type of gator
things
did that?
things just stopped going well for me.
An alligator? What's-
No. What do you call back alligator? What do you call a gator with a GPS?
What do
No.
you call it?
A navigator.
Damn it, that's pretty good.
It's a B joke,
That is-
but it was in the movie.
is a
so
B
I had
joke.
C, the bleached asshole, followed by the gator joke. All I could think about was freaking C and B. I was like, look at this, And then I write
Oh,
down, I hope
yeah.
this ends the right way. And it did. It
Yep.
did not disappoint. So that's all you need to know. Go in. You see some kills. If you here's my problem is I didn't get to watch it the second time. I have a problem where I read the comments 70% of the time and I watch the film the other 30. I'm always more into the comments. And luckily with this one, I did do that because the comments in the comment section, a lot of that is where it's at. And
Yeah,
it's really cool.
agree.
The movie is basic, but executed really well. And I like these kind of movies, but I think I have this one right up there with Spree. I have Spree and I have this one I like the most. And then the others, I did like Dashcam. I did like Deadstream to a degree, but not as much as a lot of it. I didn't understand. I didn't like the care. That was last year. So anyway,
two
Hashtag-
good jump scares too.
yes,
in there.
there was
And-
creepy
and-
shots or two.
Yeah, there's one that made me jump, and then there's the reveal with at the end without giving away too much with like you mentioned the cult and everything else or whatever, where we sort of see the evil at play. So I'm so glad you liked it. I really liked
Yeah,
it too.
thank you.
It was on the list, but again with shuffling appendage and Chad gets the axe pushed. But
Understood. All right.
I'm glad. I'm more glad. I'm more just happy that you checked it out and we both
Yeah.
rented it. I wish we could have shared it or watched it on YouTube
You're
together or
right.
something like that. But yeah. So because this movie was really no place to be found at the streaming, like through like Amazon or any of those. So yeah, I rented it on YouTube. I think you did the same, right?
I believe I
I
can't
mean, you could
remember.
rent it from Apple TV, but I think I rented it. I didn't think I rented it from YouTube.
Yeah, I can't remember who I rented it from, but I did. But we did have a look, and I'm glad you said it. It's definitely my type of movie. So, okay, this one I know has already been on a list. So number 18 is Resurrected.
Nice.
Another movie that's just up my alley. And there's
Excellent.
I am really into like the first act because to me that is what really would happen if this were to go. This is what I
The
love
fucking
about
script is like we were
commentary.
saying earlier.
Dude. Yes.
But it would have been
Yes.
one level and it would have worked. But this is where the compliments are. Watson said, great script, because it didn't just settle for that. It decided, nope, we're going to take it further. And I was
Yes.
like, this is like, when I was watching, I'm like, yeah, most movies would have just started with that first act or whatever. Just that would have been it,
Mhm.
and it possibly been enough. But it wasn't. It didn't want to settle on that alone. But anyway, again, I'm stealing your thunder, Dave. I apologize.
No, it's cool. It's good
stop
character
talking.
stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
This was a Dave Z recommendation, and I was very glad that you did. Gentlemen, in the spirit of professionalism, talk amongst yourselves. I will be right back. I have a mess to clean up.
No problem, man.
Okay.
No
Clean the
problem.
mess. It's okay. So I like to talk
Came
about
in his pants, everybody.
RPs, aka resurrected people or something like that. They
Like
would
that
have that
alone.
on the news.
RPs,
it's great.
alone.
Yes.
Great script element. Yeah.
Dude, totally. Converts and smuggling, and the cherubs come in, and it's a big hot button topic. And then you get the family drama with the parents of Nicholas in the counseling and what he does, how this guy becomes a priest after. And it's basically, to sum it up, they find a way to resurrect dead people, but the Catholic Church has a stranglehold on it, and they
So it
decide, okay,
creates a newfound love of religion.
exactly. All of a sudden,
A
everybody
full
wants
love.
to
Yeah.
to go into religion, and the church decides who is eligible to be resurrected on top of it. So and so all of a sudden it ends up being like 90% of the world converts, and then you see other people from other countries in the controversy it calls. You have like Muslims
Yeah.
switching to go to Catholicism so they can be resurrected because it actually
Like a fantastic
works.
idea. Yeah.
Right.
It works, but
They
then
come
the
back to life.
glitch, which is where the story
Yes.
sort of
This is
progresses.
the horror.
Yeah. Oh, because it's horrible because of the way that they film the movie again. As we mentioned, it's laptop found footage style. Most of it is done that
Yeah.
way. It will eventually switch to like FaceTime calls or security cam footage or a combination of that as the action starts speeding up. But from the first act, I think is like you're watching like the conversation between wife and husband as they're driving back. Husband and son are driving back. They get in an accident that is viewed, and she sees it on FaceTime because they're FaceTiming her while they're calling. And that's the setup. He switches to
man.
become a priest. Their relationship is tainted, but
Deteriorated. Yeah.
they get the notice that they can resurrect the son, and they do.
Yep.
And he's the
and
first
then we get
RP. He's the first
yeah.
RP.
He's the first RP. He's the new Messiah. So it's like, it's so cool because it's like you see all that stuff going on, and then it becomes a lot about the main character, the father, who becomes a priest as a result. You know, after he loses his son, his wife leaves him, he boozes it up for a while, everything changes. And then he straightens himself out, and he's trying to walk the straight and narrow. And then it's cool because the church will deem you a sinner. Like if you go on certain websites and stuff, you're only allowed so many. Like
Porn.
if you go on porn websites, they're gonna find out about it. It's almost like
You
Big
can't
Brother.
you can't get
Well, it's
resurrected.
government, right? You can't get resurrected if you're a sinner. So basically, it's like this is what you got to do if you want to have a second shot at life. But it's really cool. It leads to all kinds of crazy stuff in the end, which is like, oh, right on, you know. And it's really enjoyable. If you haven't seen it, see it. Even if you're not a fan of this stuff.
Some of the detours it takes is just like the people that are like doing the videos of like daredevils. They just said, "Well, I got nothing to lose now. I can be resurrected."
That was
so they just
right.
Just jumps and he smashes his
See?
head off a rock or whatever like that. Like it just that didn't have to be just another perfect little sort of addition like that. That's where like now some of like because of the way I'm raving about it, you would have been like, why isn't it higher in your list?
Right.
Again, some of the things that I took onus with, like the acting is varies. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, the wife and the father are not the best actors. Oh no, the father's fine. And so the father nails certain scenes and other scenes seem forced. And I think that's again the confines of how they're filming it with laptop or FaceTime and whatever. So you're in that moment. And Dave probably didn't have a problem with this, but I noticed it a little bit. But for the most part, they sold it and it was more consistently good rather than bad from the acting standpoint. But
Definitely.
the script is so good that it definitely deserves. If you haven't checked it out, you definitely should check it out.
Yep, it's solid. Even if you're not a fan of movies that are desktop type horror, I think it's definitely worth
Because there's
checking
so
out.
much more that we didn't even talk about where
Yeah,
it goes.
lots. Yeah, right. Okay, my 17 might be a surprise to people, but man, I've watched it 3 times and I still enjoy it. It was maybe a little, actually, pardon me, not maybe. It ended up being more than I expected it to be when I first saw that it was coming out. I went to the movies to see it and everything, because I think there's a lot of commentary in this movie and I think it's done well. But I think I don't know, people just didn't seem to enjoy it the way I did. And that's actually Megan.
Oh, yeah,
I
a lot
really
of people
enjoyed
were
it.
raving about that when it first came out. I was middling on it. I like, I'm pretty open. But I thought a lot of people were digging it when it came out. No, am I wrong?
Somewhere, I just don't. I can't imagine it showing up on a lot of lists for whatever. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like I haven't heard a lot about it, and people kind of treat it like I thought they would treat it even before it came out. Oh yeah, Killer Doll, Hollywood movie, blah blah blah. I don't know, but I really thought that it was smart. The I, everything that it's saying about parenting, about dealing with grief, about
AI.
having your child, right? AI, all that other stuff, replacing real parenting, and statements about technology, statements about addiction, because the kids being addicted to screens and everything else. But bottom line is, there are creepy moments in this movie, 2 or 3 good ones, and I had to watch it a third time because I wanted to see the unrated one, which you could see on Prime for free. And the gore is added in a couple scenes there. It's cool. It makes it even more violent. It's a movie that really, as I'm watching the whole thing, I never really check out. I'm on board with the characters the whole time, and I just see this little girl and what she goes through and how she gets hooked on the screens, and then all of a sudden her personality changes and everything else with Megan coming in and what's going on with her aunt who has to take her over after the accident and
I gotta check
what
it out
happens
again.
there. Then
You're
all the
making me
stuff.
want to check it out. Yeah.
Dude, there's a lot of stuff going on here that, and the acting is all really good. But I think that it's not mindless at all. I think there's a lot of cool statements being made in this movie. And I think that maybe just people didn't care to dig any deeper because they just saw it as another Killer. It's almost like the Child's Play remake, except at least this one has a reason to do what it does. In the Child's Play thing, okay, granted, I really enjoy the Child's Play as much as probably this, if not more. But that was just basic. Okay, we have a disgruntled worker who's going to do this and he's going to make this happen. Where in this one, it's a brand new thing, and the test model is being done by the aunt. It's her thing, and she introduces it to the world. And then we have her. We're concerned with her as a character as well. So there's a lot of cool character stuff. And of course, it goes there. There's a couple of things that happen. I'm just going to say that a few times on this podcast. And if you know me, you're going to know the type of thing I'm talking about. But there are certain deaths of certain living things that you don't get to see a lot. And it goes there, man.
We know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
I have to give it props. Okay.
Black
so there
people.
You go. Oh man. Please stop.
You know we're kidding, everybody. Please, you would be a listener of this show to know this.
Right.
Rumble.com.
Yeah, I've
exploding
hinted
heads.
ourselves 15
Or
times
movie
over.
podcast.
I think this suffered from too early in the year because Sick was one of the other picks. Megan was the other one. These came out in the first quarter, right?
Yeah, they did.
And I think people forget. This is when everybody was like, not too hot on the air.
Gotta
whatever, and
rewatch
then
them.
that's it. And now I didn't rewatch it because it wasn't even close to making my list initially.
Fair.
But that's just me. Now you've got me wanting to check it out again. You're talking about it has got me excited, and I'll check out that uncut version on Prime for sure.
Yeah, do it.
Like I'm not
Just check
closed
it.
off to doing it. Like I mean, like I can be an asshole. Trust me. Everybody knows
Nah.
that. Me?
No.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
No, so
No chance.
I'm sorry. Like I had a disaster here. My mic stand that has been in the same position it's been in for like 3-4 years collapsed and knocked my drink out of my hand under my podcast desk, which
no.
I don't know what's under your podcast desks, folks, but a lot of obstacles. So I was cleaning that up. And so I missed a little bit. Dave, did you say that the unrated version of Megan has some actual differences? Because I didn't see that
Yeah,
one.
it does.
Okay, that's
Yeah, it's
cool.
on Prime, so check it out. You see a little
Just
more
gore?
gore in the kills, and there's another F-bomb and something else. The
Oh,
funny thing
okay.
is that it actually runs a little bit shorter, like 30 seconds shorter
Interesting.
than the rated version.
What? It's like a reanimator.
Yeah, it's a they do
Reanimator
something's in.
unrated versus R is shorter than.
Is it really?
I know,
Yeah,
right?
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
I
Yeah,
will
Megan-
send it to you.
Oh,
I
sweet.
have a thing. Is the Megan unrated what all the differences
Oh, cool.
are? I have a whole thing. What's different from the theatrical, and I have an article right here. So there's stuff in there. It spells it out. But I can.
Yeah,
send it to
Megan
you
was
guys.
one of the contenders in that. I think I said top 35 that were vying for that 23, and Megan was in there. It's not far off. I did really like it. I think Dave Z, were you there when we reviewed it early on? Over on
Yes, I was.
And
Yeah.
okay, so because I thought you were, and so just so
Yep.
anybody knows, we in our big 9-host group chat that we have over there, Jay regularly gets made fun of because he's I don't know, waiting for an 18-year-old Megan. So I'll just
Oh,
leave
he
it there.
wants a VI girlfriend or wife?
Something like that, yeah. So he's clear. At least
Soon.
18.
Yep.
And it's like,
That's
hey,
great.
good buddy,
Soon.
buddy, good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, at least they
Megan,
so they have to put the doll into a fucking closet for 18 years, and then he's able to. Then it's like,
Oh, that's a good point.
what the hell
Huh.
difference does it make?
You know what? It could be like
Fucking
one day
AI.
old, like a Serbian
Yeah.
film.
Hey,
Hey,
as long as you model it, it
that's
after
the
someone that's
key.
18
Which I think
plus,
this like
it's
Megan
okay.
doll's like a kid, like I mean, like it's a it's a
Well,
cute Megan, it's a cute little doll, but I think it's like
Jay
some
does
13-year-old
realize the
dancer
doll's
kid.
not going to age, right? He does. He knows.
Oh,
that
Jay
the doll's
is
not gonna age.
counting on this. No, I'm kidding. He is subscribed to you guys, and I think when he hears this, he's gonna be like, Watson, I am going to. He could beat the hell out of me too. He's like a purple belt and whatever the hell. So
Oh, shit. Why not purple? Yeah. So,
Hughes.
what number was this,
What-
Dave? What number was Megan?
She looks like a little Nicole Kidman. That's the first
Oh,
thing
I
I
could
thought the
see
first time I
that.
saw her.
You
I
said that,
noticed
yeah.
it right away. The first thing the first time I saw her, I thought of Nicole Kidman. So just take that doll and then give us an 18-year-old Nicole Kidman, age her a little bit, and then there you got it.
That's all you got to
know?
do. That's all. That's
Yeah.
all you got to do. Dave,
All
what
you gotta
number was
do.
this in your list?
That was 17. We're going
17,
through mine
okay.
very slowly, aren't we?
That's
Not my fault,
just
though.
fine. Take your time, buddy. I'm loving this.
I'm trying. Number 16, we've also talked about already. Hell House LLC Origins,
Hey,
whatever, Carmichael Manor.
Carmichael Manor.
I really do love the world that has been built by the director. What is his name? Scagnetti or Cognetti?
Cognetti?
Hold on. Yes.
Scagnetti, Boz Skaggs.
Stephen Cognetti. Yes.
Irish.
Boz
Irish guy.
Skaggs. He said
Yeah, Boz.
that's great.
My mom had
Oh.
this Boz Skaggs cassette tape for some reason, like on her
Oh.
like her headboard one time, and I just looked.
Okay.
I grabbed it. And I was like, I'm gonna listen to this, and I just remember like Boz Skaggs. Anyway, yeah, it was Stephen Skaggs
Skaggs.
Nettie.
No, Stephen Cognetti. Scagnetti was freaking Tom Sizemore in Natural Born Killers. That's why I said that. I
Oh,
just did a Christian.
Good
Ouch.
reference. Well,
Yeah.
do you like that movie? I've never heard you talk about it. No.
I just got the 4K for Christmas. Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
that's
Excited.
a
Yeah.
good movie. Yeah, that's a
Word.
10.
So Stephen, yeah, indeed. So Stephen Cognetti. I love the world he's created here. We're 4 movies in, and what they do here really was very smart because it's
Like a
it says
reinvention.
origins.
It's like
Well, it's a prequel, but it's not. It takes place after the events of the first one, but the other stuff that they're focusing on, the old VHS stuff that they're watching, is in the past. It's what happens for the first actual kills. When the cult does their thing at the Abaddon, and
Yeah.
the way they tie it all together, and I like it's so cool that they did it. I like the characters. I like what's happening between them all. You know,
Oh, the brother and the girlfriend were great. I mean, the lead was
yeah.
cool too, but like
Uh,
those side characters were. You know what? Actually, you know what? See, she did annoy me a bit.
she annoyed the
Who?
shit out of me. The lead.
Who?
Okay,
Not
you know what?
Destiny
That
Actually,
was
Brown.
okay.
that was my biggest complaint of the movie is she
Wow.
took me out of the movie. But I liked
Weird.
other aspects of the
Yes, well,
film.
the girlfriend, her girlfriend, and the brother and her brother were like they did save the movie for me. I think I'm not far from where you are. See, I was like, what is with this chick? Like, what is she like? A lot. Like but the brother and the
Well, it
girlfriend
makes
were,
sense.
yeah.
She makes sense. She's trying to freaking all she's done is had failures, trying to freaking have the series to actually investigate, and she's
Mhm.
frustrated. And finally, she has something real, and
Sure.
she's like, "I finally found something real. Now you want to leave?" You know what I mean? And
Oh,
not that I'm
sure.
taking. I think
That's
it's good character stuff. I think it works that way. I mean, I maybe if the actors annoy you, that's you can't
I
get
think it
past
was
that.
the
Luckily,
acting more than the characterization.
maybe the acting, but
Yeah.
Dave, you are right about the fact that sometimes we as viewers know that our characters are in a horror movie, even if they don't. So I
right?
feel you.
Yeah, no, I think it's really good. I really thought Destiny Brown was great. The other girl, very
Yeah.
very cool, very
Yeah, she was
pretty.
good. The
And
brother was cool. Yeah. Great
yeah,
scenes. Balls.
dude,
No,
scary shit.
the ball rolling. I'm like, balls. I was like, actually, there's
Was
probably a
that the
little
ball?
fewer
Maybe
balls.
that's the other movie with the ball rolling.
That's what I was thinking. See, I was about to
Yes.
say
Little
it. I don't think it's a
clown nose.
marble. I don't think it's a marble. It was a ball. And just with the clowns and some of those hallway
Mhm.
scenes and the shadows, I was
Yep.
like, I am actually creeped out in my own house right
Mm.
now. A little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe you
And the
didn't
little
feel it, see,
girl?
but yeah.
The girl that already died, and then we see her later with the mask on when the brother's home alone and she comes out. That's freaking there's as usual, the creepy stuff works like it does for
Mhm.
all the movies. It always does. I love the way they connect this movie to the others. I love when they go to the freaking that shop.
Yeah, that
and you see
antique shop. Yeah.
right. And if you know the franchise well, you can see something from each movie in there. It's like, okay, this is here, and of course you got to bring the clowns back. That's
course.
great. There was one real cool line, which was a throwaway line, but the girl said something about, yeah, this and this. She goes, the two clowns up there, and then the other girl comes in. She goes, there's three clowns, and then nobody says anything. But that is so fitting for the freaking whole thing because that's how it is in the other movies. That
is.
she didn't see the third one,
Yeah.
but. And the secret compartment in the clock when they go there and what it
Loved
leads
it.
to. I wish the next one would pick up after this. I want to see more prequel stuff. It doesn't look like it. It looks like they said at the end someone's going to open up the Abaddon again for something. So, I'm
No.
glad it's continuing. But I almost wish we got more of because eventually we should get to the stuff when the cult tried to do their thing at first. The same night where the kid broke his arm and he came back and did his stuff at the end. The reveal about him and who he is. It just ties together. See, this is what I love about stuff like this, like the Saw franchise and the Paranormal Activity franchise. When they tie it all up, I think it's done so well. I think we should cover these movies. I think we should do maybe a summer sausage thing with Hell House this year. Although it's only 4. Maybe we could do a winter sausage. We'll do a winter sausage. We'll pair a 4.
You're the slasher, dude. You're the slasher. You gotta wait. You gotta wait till the next year. That could be year of the Hell House.
And here I was about to say that Christian and Vince will have sausage at any season.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
No.
That's true. I know.
I know.
So so anyway, solid stuff.
Yeah.
I love the whole franchise. Okay, not love is a strong. I think the first one's the best, but I think 2, 3, and 4. I think I have them at the same rating.
You do like
I
3?
enjoy them all. I like them all. Yeah, I think they're all just as good, except for the first one is the superior. But I think 2, 3, and 4 are pretty much equal. I watched
3,
them all
by
again.
the way. Yeah, I'm
No,
fine
I
with this
dig it.
franchise. I like it. I like
I
the
might
whole
3.
franchise.
I might like 3 more than 2 even because 3 actually does.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Well, 3.
C and I are on the
3
2
opens.
train.
3, I just remember having that horrible fiery ending, right?
Yeah, I did not like that.
Well, it had to
at all.
burn. Either way, part 2 was like a follow-up to 1 where they're investigating everything and it's cool. But in part 3, they actually reopen the Abaddon and they
Yeah.
do all the other stuff, and then they have the play in there. So it's more like the first one, as usual.
Great
The third is
visuals.
usually-
There were some hallway
Yeah, dude.
scenes.
Yes, dude, it's cool. Anyway, enough of this movie. 7.5 again. Hell House LLC Origins. Great. If you like them, you're gonna love this. So, okay, now we're going into the 8s. These are all 8 out of 10 until further notice. Actually, for the rest of this, the rest of
Until
this,
further notice.
Further notice.
number 15, The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Nice.
I think it's a great movie. Maybe a little long for its good, but I don't necessarily notice the time. And what would I take out? I don't know. I wish that it ended a little bit differently, and they just kind of, because I had a little bit of a problem with the ending.
Ooh,
and
that ending is
being
rough.
yeah. But aside from that, the story
Ugh.
is really
I
cool.
I really dug the ending
Dude.
because they changed it up. They changed it up. I know that
Yeah,
From
he's
the
but
Dracula novel, the famous novel.
I
No,
love
I'm
it.
messing. I'm
Yeah.
messing. I'm messing.
Wait a minute, though. Hold on. Let me tell you what's. Why would that guy be in public looking that way? That's the problem. Is they make
Yeah.
him look like the monster in public. You would never get away with that walking.
Not
in the
how
bar. That's the
Dracula
problem.
was.
Right. Anyway, that was my problem.
Well, they were trying to steal it more from the Nosferatu look, but I get.
Yeah,
I
no,
know,
for sure, definitely.
I know what you're
Yeah.
saying from being in public and whatever, but I think that was just. Yeah.
Right. Well, the kills are really good. The first feeding
They are.
freaking scene is great. The effects kind of remind you of American Werewolf in London sometimes. They're done well. It's a good
Yep.
story. I love the characters. I love the captain. They're all pretty good characters, and I love movies like this where you have a bunch of characters together, like trapped on a boat. It's contained to a degree,
Yeah.
and it does it. And with another character, they go there, and not only do they go there, they go there a second time, and they make it even more impactful. And I'm like, wow,
Yep.
Yeah,
I know it's.
definitely. Good stuff.
that is
It-
good stuff.
I told you it gave me the Thing vibes a couple of times.
Yes,
Just the
dude.
way of that,
Yeah.
just the way it was shot. I mean, I think the director went out of his way to say he was copying pretty much Alien. He was like saying it's
Right.
Alien on a
Seemed
boat
like
instead of Alien.
right.
It's Nosferatu. Of course, I mean that pretty much every. It's almost like every slasher film is kind of like that too. But I'm just saying that like the
Yeah.
way he filmed it, the look of it, just some of the way the scenes played out, I got a lot of a Thing vibe from it more times than
Certainly.
not.
Yeah.
Again, just typically mostly men there. Of course, I know they introduce the woman there. The animals are not safe. The scene that you mentioned, there's just a lot going on that you wouldn't see
Right.
in some more traditional type horror films. I think they try to push the envelope. And this director is, I said it on the show previously, Autopsy of Jane Doe, Troll Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm missing
movies.
another big one.
Yes.
There's another one that he's done. He's kind of on a roll.
Mm-hmm.
I think my
And it's
only issue
cool-
with this movie was that it's more of a popcorn movie that doesn't live up to the sophistication of the novel of which it's a part. And it is, inspired by chapter 7 of Bram Stoker's Dracula. And it takes some liberties, which is fine. I don't care about any of that. But it doesn't. The Dracula of the novel's not a popcorn affair. It's sophistication. It is something literary and brilliant. And this does the monster movie super well, but it's not Dracula. I can't be
Really?
convinced that this was Dracula. Oh, first of all, they make a point to make Dracula like he's not offended by the cross, and it's like, yeah, he is. Like, so you're just recreating Dracula for your popcorn movie, and I got a little upset at that. I was like, no, he was cursed, and was the cross, the Christian imagery fucked with him. That was kind of part of Dracula's whole thing, and why Van Helsing was able to do what he did and successfully in times. And so there were times where I was like, this movie on its own, outside of the Dracula novel, is kind of brilliant and does some pretty transgressive stuff, and I liked it in that way. But if it is asking me, what did you think of it in terms of as a part of the chapter 7 of Dracula, I was like, well, I no comment there because I don't think you pulled it off. But
Interesting. Okay.
aside from that, it's like I enjoyed it outside of its Dracula context, I guess.
Right on. Well, another example, and this happens with Watson frequently. Why I say reading is bad for you.
Well, no, I think adapting source
you're a
material
movie
and not
fan-
being true to source material is bad for
right.
me.
True. I agree, but if you never saw the source material or
Fair
read it,
enough.
like me, you would have no idea. You just take
Oh,
it as a movie and say, "Hey."
And we talked about
cool.
this in some movies past, like, we were talking about
Many times.
Nefarious, how there are some people who got mad at the politics of that, and some people who are just like, I don't care, I'm just watching the movie. And it's like, damn, you had a great experience. So definitely there is that eye of the beholder situation there. Not to say I disliked this movie, because I didn't. I had a lot of fun with it. I saw it in the theaters and had a good time with it. So
Right. No, I hear you. I'm just teasing you. I mean, reading is good. It just sucks when movies come out and then you can't help but draw comparisons. But I guess
It's
we do
good.
that with sequels and
I will
remakes
tell you,
too.
yeah, no, for sure. And I will tell you this,
You know?
the treatment of this script that I would want to see for an actual last voyage of the Demeter there's only one director who can do it, and it's Robert Eggers. In a black and white movie where everybody speaks Russian. Sorry, there aren't any girls on board the ship. The producers made them do that, by the way. They're like,
Of
there's no
course.
women. They're like, yeah, because
What
there
a
wouldn't be.
waste.
And then, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, of course you're on the ship. If it's a Russian schooner vessel, there aren't going to be. But anyways, it would need to be Eggers. He would, it would, yeah. But there were some things that happened in this movie. I'm not trying to shortchange this movie. It's just, I think that there's a version of this movie out there somewhere that has that Eggers sophistication to it, a la The Lighthouse, but not that heavy-handed.
Well,
That
maybe
is
we'll
like-
get that one next year.
Yeah,
Right,
maybe.
Nosferatu. We're
Oh,
getting
well,
it.
there we go. Then maybe so.
know?
It's just like, yeah, but fun movie. I mean, like, as far as you're trapped on a ship with a monster, brilliant. So not
Yeah,
trying to
dude.
hate. Not trying to hate.
No, I like the look of Dracula. I like the
Yeah.
cast. I like the kills. I like that they went there. And
Yeah.
simple enough. And
That
there's,
poor
of
kid.
course, there was pigs in there. Well, hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. What do you
You know?
do?
I thought they were gonna pull the rug up at one point. I'm like, no, don't do this. And then they made it even more vicious. I'm like,
Oh, they did.
bravo.
Excellent
So-
writing
so I
there.
love that.
For sure.
Yeah, man. I wasn't so crazy about the 30 Days of Night ending, but what are you gonna do?
Oh,
Got a little-
you
You know,
yeah.
I didn't like it in 30 Days of Night. I didn't like it here either, but
Oh,
what are
okay.
you gonna do? But the rowboat scene was cool, and I don't know.
Well, that was great. You see Dracula
Yeah.
as he's not now nowhere near the novel, because he would have been
Right.
actually that one character in that rowboat at that scene would have been probably the only one who would have survived the real Dracula.
Right.
But for them to create this monster who's like demonically kind of laughing at his faithful efforts is like, damn, that's cold.
Indeed. Yeah. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that was Last Voyage of the Demeter, number 14, The Elderly, aka Viejos. And
I didn't see this one. Yeah, tell it.
Spanish. Yeah, Spanish movie. Very cool. Very cool. It's about, see, the thing is with me, I enjoy the ride. I know Christian was kind of bored for it to the end, didn't like the ride.
thought
I
they were
enjoyed the ride.
They're punking me into watching this movie.
Wow,
Hey, check
that's
out
crazy,
The
you know?
Elderly. And I watched it and I was like, I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it was, I was like, it's not even spooky. And then all of a sudden, right after I texted them that, the last 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes had all the spookiness and it was creepy and there was some good stuff there. But I don't know if it was worth the hour leading up to it.
I really enjoyed it all. The whole it's very hot. They're having record highs here, and then you have a father. Pardon me. You have a father who has a new wife. And he has his daughter, and their mother has passed away, I believe, and it's just the father, his second wife, and the daughter, who is actually the girl from his other movie, The Passenger, which was also on my list right about close to this spot
Wait,
a few years ago.
The Passenger with Kyle Gallner?
No.
Oh,
This okay, not the one from this. Wait a minute.
oh, there's a passenger that just missed my list. It was like at 26.
Yeah, that was another one. The
Oh.
passenger I'm talking about was a Spanish movie, La Pasajera.
Okay.
Pasajera, maybe. Either way, it was a great movie. I thought it was. I considered it. It was definitely on my
Okay.
list a couple years ago.
Cool.
And it's same director and the same girl is from it. I think it's the same director, Raul Cerezo, I think. But anyway, the same girl from that one is in this, and she does really well. And it's there. Okay, now so what's going on here is that the guy's mother passes away. So now the father is all alone. He's been married to her for whatever, 50 years and whatnot. And he's having trouble, acclimating. And there's all this stuff going on with the heat. And there's discuss and like right off the bat, I think that they almost tipped their hat where I knew where it might have been going, but I was so happy about it because it's my type of antagonist. And I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but basically in the beginning, there's a suicide. Elders are committing suicide out of nowhere. And this is what happens to this woman. Yeah. And then the guy goes and picks up his father, and they don't understand why this happened, but he says that he says something about static noise and magnetic waves bothering him, so they move him in and he has family drama with his wife because she doesn't want him to move in because he thinks maybe he needs, to go to a someplace that can help him better because he has all kinds of issues going on. Mm-hmm. And I won't get too deep into it. There's a good scene, which is kind of like a famous scene from Night of the Demons, but it's done by a different person in a different kind of way, and you'll know it when you see it.
Oh, you got me intrigued. Okay.
Yeah, there's a cool slashing type scene. There's a freaking moment that I think is a lift from The Shining, and I think it was done comically. But I'm going to show you a picture, and I couldn't help but think of The Shining when I saw it. As soon as I saw it, I thought of the famous scene that I love with the freaking guy and the dog in bed. When she looks and sees them and they're doing their thing. Doesn't this scene here? That's a shot from it. Doesn't that remind you of it?
Hey, not bad.
I
can see it.
The girl looks and she sees you two elderly doing their thing, and I don't know. That's what it reminded me of.
Hey, honey, you got a sister? Woof woof.
Woof woof. So there's a good slashing type scene. There's a scene that looks like it came out of Wreck, actually, which I thought was done. This is what's good. This is a movie about the elderly, but doesn't do the typical usual type of commentary about the elderly. It is there, but it is not done as overbearing as it is in all these other movies we've seen about elderly, since it seems to be like a hot thing in the 2020s. Movies about ageism and this and that and the other thing. Yeah. You seem to be a lot of it. And I don't think they're really doing that here to that extent. Yes, it's there. It's just not front and center the same way. So, and once again, in this movie, they went there. And it was kind of simple enough to see what was coming and the ending. But man, do I love that ending in the last shot. This is just up my alley because I enjoy the ride. I'm in on the characters and the family stuff. It's done well. It's shot well. Looks good. Everything else. And where it goes at the very end, I'm like, nice. That's a good way to end it. So good stuff. So that's The Elderly. All right, number 13.
Put that on a list.
Yeah. This was my biggest surprise of the year. And I mentioned this, I think, on this show before and on Jay of the Deads. And Watson, I'm going to need your help. Okay, check this out. Ain't no party like
Monique Party, because a Monique Party don't stop. Looks like I saw 71 horror movies. I forgot to add this one.
Yes, The Reading.
The Reading.
A freaking
this was good.
Dude, a movie made for BET, which was mismarketed. Yeah. And my wife said, I heard about this movie, The Reading, and Monique is in it. And I said, what? And she goes, yeah. So this was my surprise of the year, because who would have thought that this movie marketed as like a thriller comedy that was brought to freaking BET was going to end up being one of my favorite horror movies of the year and a hidden gem.
Yeah,
it's really cool. It starts off with a home invasion. Monique is married and you see murders. Everybody gets murdered. She survives it. And she is going to now hire some people because she's selling a book about it and she's been on a talk show, and they hire this medium that they probably think is a fraud, but they still want more exposure to the world because they're milking it. This
Yep.
woman lost her family and she's trying, whatever, she's milking what she can get. Now, the people that are doing it, we have it's like a 4-person crew, and there's a girl named Sky, and she is actually legit, but at the same point, like, she does have powers, she has abilities, I should say, but they
Yeah.
at the same time are also doing things where they're kind of ripping people off, and she doesn't want to use her ability to do that. So this Monique character apparently hired them to come to the house and do a reading, and she has her publicist there and everything, and they go in there, and it starts out cool, and then you start getting reveals about murders in the house, and there's ghostly happenings and everything's going on, and I am going to stop right there with
Yeah.
the movie and not say one more damn thing except to go and watch it, because there are a couple cool reveals, and then it gets downright fun in a badass kind of way towards the end, where you have a charismatic type killer entering the picture.
Oh,
And-
absolutely. Yeah. Like, you know
Right.
how we talk about, like, say in Renfield, how Nicolas Cage is having a blast in that movie.
Mhm.
There's somebody, yeah, I guess since you didn't say it, I won't, but there is somebody else in this movie, The Reading, who is having a blast, and you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done really well, and I'm gonna say go out there and just see it.
Yep.
There's a few vicious kills too, not gore, but blood. So don't expect
Yeah.
the gore, but the kills that you do see are vicious enough and they're cool looking. So check it out. That's
Yeah,
The Reading.
You talk about this, it was a BET release, and it's one
Yeah.
of these things, kind of like Haley Bennett's Christie from 2015. That's like, what was that? Hallmark? Or no, it wasn't Hallmark. It was the other one.
Was
One
it
of the,
really?
like, one of the women's network things, and you're just like, oh, there's no way a horror movie released by this could be any good.
What was
and
it?
Christie's
Oprah?
awesome.
Oxygen or some shit?
One of those. And it's like, sometimes, man, you get these gems that come from unexpected places because good people are working on them. Talented people are working on them. And yeah, you got Monique, and I love Monique, man. I can't believe
man.
that I forgot about this movie, dude. I just added it to my letterbox, so now I've seen 71 movies this year.
Yeah, that was a nice surprise.
Yeah.
71. There you go. I
Good stuff.
really
I
enjoyed
have
it. Yeah.
Just
So
one question.
Mhm.
Who's Monique?
Uh,
I honestly
never
don't know.
You never
Is
saw the
she-
Monique show?
No.
no.
Yeah, well,
Is it a
Well,
huge
she
show?
was a comedian. She started off at doing stand up, Monique. And
Really?
geez, what did she do after that?
well, she's done a ton of stuff after
She's-
that. She was in Precious, which was like
Yes.
Soul Plane, which, listen, I love Soul. I fucking love Soul Plane. Like
The Parkers. She was on that show, The Parkers, for a while.
I think that's what
Right.
made her famous. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
I
was
don't
the
know
one.
that show either.
Queens
But
of Comedy.
I know Precious.
Yeah, Precious. She was in something called I remember a long time ago. It was called The Big Black Comedy Show.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
but yeah, she
that
was a
either.
comedian who wound up
Bernie
kind
Mac.
of in her later career getting more serious roles and kind of doing that sort of thing. And yeah, two can play that game. Those are the only things that are coming to mind right now. I'm sure there's tons more, but yeah, like Monique's legit, So
Yeah, no, and this was a surprise this year. And this, and
yeah, you
she did well.
just brought this out of nowhere, and
Yeah.
I'd never even heard of this. And yeah, it turned out to be, Jay and I watched it, and we were just like, yo, Dave Z's preaching some good shit here. So
Word, huh? And it's got such a freaking generic title, The Reading.
it does.
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
you can overlook this easily.
Yeah. So, okay, number 12. We talked about it on the show, so I don't have to get into it much. We reviewed it not too long ago when we talked about all of them. Never Hike Alone 2.
Mhm.
Very impressed with this. Very impressed
yeah.
with what they did.
I left it off the
72.
list. Shit.
72. I forgot to
There
add
you go.
this.
72. This
think
to
I did
me
too.
is the best of the three, of the short one and the other one. But I just
Agreed.
what they did for this one, it all really, it really worked out. And I just can't get over the freaking, what they used as a means to try to conquer Jason, and
Agreed.
never even thinking all these years that should have come back into the franchise to do that. That alone gives it a whole lot of props to me. But the kills were good. It's like a regular straight up slasher movie with the history of Tommy Jarvis, Tom Matthews and everything
Yep.
else. The second time watching it really helped, because that is the only issue with this movie is I wish they didn't do the freaking, almost like what they did with Evil Dead 2, how it makes people confused, saying, wait a minute, is this the first one? And why they do it? They kind of retconned it on film in a different way in this one, and
Oh.
it kind of threw me off. So, but watching it the second time with that knowledge, it really
Yeah.
helped. Either way, my rating stayed the same. It was always an 8, even from the first time I saw it. But my understanding was much more when I spoke to you guys on the show about it. Said,
Yeah.
oh no, this, and this. So like, okay, there you go. So I won't get into it. Never Hike Alone 2. If you haven't seen it, see it. It's
Yeah,
definitely
I
worth
didn't
it.
even
you
put that on my
gotta
list.
see-
Yeah.
Dude, you got to see
Surprised.
it because it sort of wraps up the Tommy Jarvis storyline in a way that the canon movies never did. And plus, that awesome protagonist from Never Hike Alone 1 and Tommy Jarvis get to mix it up together, and they're just two cool fucking guys. I don't know. I watched this, I was like, because I liked that protagonist from Never Hike Alone 1. I was like, I like this dude. I want to see him in more stuff. And sure enough, he's here, fresh off the events of part 1. And him
Yeah.
and Tommy get to mix it up, the old and the new. And it's like, this is good stuff. I love this camaraderie. Good movie. Damn it. I thank you, Dave, for reminding me. Yeah, we're at 72 movies now, folks.
Here to help. All right. Number 11.
Here we
has
go.
also been mentioned, Knock at the Cabin.
Nice.
And I'll tell you
Nice.
what, Knock at the Cabin was my number 1 when I first saw it. Like
You were
it
high
was-
on this
I-
on new horror movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I was. And subsequent rewatches have brought it down a bit, but not because something's wrong with the movie. I just think that the reaction I got the first time, I think if I watched it and never saw it again, I would always have it in that regard. So sometimes
Oh.
watching, sometimes
Yeah.
the second time does that. Doesn't mean something's wrong with the movie. It's just that the ride you take the first time, some movies are you're just meant to watch the story unfold and
Yeah.
appreciate what they're doing. And that's what I did. And I really think that Batista was actually great.
Mhm.
You're not sure about him at first, his character, and is this legit? What's going to happen? And, is Leonard timing this? What's going on? There's different opinions among everybody in there. The reveal of that one character later, where they said they knew him from the past, and what happens there, it makes you guess a little more. And they're making a new story part of the narrative. What's going on here? It's really well done how it unfolds, and the plane stuff, when they start showing that in the freaking final act, was really scary
Yo.
to me and felt real. I was like, wow, I could see this. And then I was like, holy cow. But there's a lot of heart in the movie, and it works. And I got to say that I felt the same ever since
A lot of
Shyamalan-
gay heart.
gay heart, Rebecca. So
Trying to get us canceled. This is the show that's
I
going to
know.
do it.
a lot of gay heart. Yeah. So,
Oh no.
what's her name? Not her name. Shyamalan. Ever since he came back with The Visit, I've been. He's had movies on my list every year. The Visit, and then he had Split, and that was
Split
on my
rules.
list. I skipped the other one because I didn't have any interest in a
Glass,
superhero
which
movie.
I love.
Glass.
This.
I
I'm the
skipped-
only
Like
one that's.
Glassy?
You like it too?
No.
You hate it? I love
I
it.
hated Glass.
Everybody
Everybody
hates it.
seemed to. I just
I
skipped
know.
because I didn't care
Carrie and I
about
have
it.
saw it in the theater, and I've
Oh.
watched it 3 times. Okay.
That's cool.
I'm
That's cool.
talking in extremes, but maybe love's a strong word, but I thoroughly enjoy it. Like I've watched it 3 times. So
The ending I didn't like, I guess, because
But-
there was some good stuff in Glass that I'm thinking about it now. I did like.
well, it's the Shyamalan-isms. Sorry to take
Fair
this
enough.
away from. It's the way he writes fucking dialogue, and he
Yeah.
wedges stuff in sometimes. And I'm like, at this point in a graphic novel, the heroine would do this or the hero would. I'm like, just fucking do it. Why do we have to? Why do you have to have the one knowledgeable character tell
Sure.
the audience as if we're idiots and every one of your movies what's going on.
Sure,
That's just
Fair enough.
I've tried to get over it. But I like last, and I liked this. It was on my list too, Dave. So I didn't know it was your
Yeah.
number one though at one point. That's
Dave, I knew you were high on that show we did. This just missed my list. Or no, you know what I should have said? We'll be talking about this later. I know you hate
Don't
that, Dave.
start.
Yeah,
God.
but like, no, it just missed the list. But I was like over. Why did this miss my list? I was like an 8 or above on this. What the hell is my ranking? Anyway,
I don't know.
Dave,
I don't
please,
know, but
please.
it's the same thing with Old. I really enjoyed Old, and it seemed like nobody really talked about that.
I
movie
didn't
that
see
year. That wasn't
Old.
out.
I
Oh,
love
dude.
Thomas and Mackenzie. Like I kind of
Yeah.
but
Abby Lee too, man. Come on.
no, okay.
How do you
From,
not love Abby Lee? Are you kidding me?
Abby Lee rules. Yeah, she's
Shit.
Neon
So
Demon.
anyway,
Yeah.
indeed. Yep. So anyway, Knock at the Cabin.
Cool.
Great stuff.
Great choice.
If you skipped it for any reason, it's definitely worth your time. So check it out. So there you go. So I'll read them real quick then.
Yeah, please.
Like we've been doing. 23 Pope's Exorcist, 22 Totally Killer, 21 Sick, 20 Appendage, 19 hashtag Chad Gets the Axe, the first movie ever with a hashtag that I enjoyed. Number 18 Resurrected, 17
hashtag
Megan,
horror.
16 Hell House LLC Origins, the whatever it's called, the Carmichael Manor. What's a long title?
That is
15 Last Voyage of the Demeter, 14 The Elderly, 13 The Reading, 12 Never Hike Alone, 11 Knock at the Cabin. Boom.
I think there were some surprises on this. That did not feel like a generic 23 to 11 by any means.
No.
No, my 23 to 11s usually aren't. It's the damn top 10.
Oh, that you did say that. Yeah. So yeah, we're
Yes.
about to enter Dave
Yep.
Z's generic
Yep.
picks.
Now we go to
Well,
generic.
actually, we enter with Christian's generic picks first.
Yes.
I think.
Oh,
Well, you're first, yeah.
all right. Top 10, baby.
Here we go.
Here we go.
My number 10. Saw 10. Saw
Nice.
10.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, for real.
Yes.
We talked about it on the show. Brandon was on that show. He came back to talk about it. We all thoroughly enjoyed it. I think Dave was the highest. I was the second highest, and Brandon was the third. I think it was 7.5, 8, and 8.5. I haven't changed my rating.
Great.
It's my first 8. I was thoroughly impressed by this. It was a lot of fun. I'm excited that they've already announced 11, and I have a feeling it's probably taking place after this. I think they're doing what I thought. They probably came in and said, hey, we can get them back with
Mhm.
this. They succeeded, and I think they're going to try it one more time. Dave didn't want this. I'm happy. I think they could probably do it one more time. And so I'm all for it. But what we got for Saw 10, I was thoroughly impressed with. Amanda coming back, it was a fist pump
Oh.
scene. They held off with Hoffman, much to Marco and Finland's delight. But I was coming in my pants when he came in at the end, and it was just fun.
Yes.
It just sort of encapsulated everything, bridged the movies together. Didn't care about the fact that they were 20 years older. That's just the reality of the situation, to give us the story that they wanted to give us here. And it was a shit ton of fun. And gory, had all the, maybe the surprise hit at the end when the music kicked in wasn't quite the revelation it's been in other movies, but it was still fun enough, and the whole experience was great. And everybody that was in the theater that I was in enjoyed it, even though it wasn't super packed when I saw it. But I went with my 2 daughters, and we all left happy.
Ah,
Awesome.
sweet. Love to hear that.
That's great. Very cool. All right. Watson.
All right, coming in at number 10. Can't believe this movie made the cut, but I'm gonna pitch it. I'm gonna pitch it, my friends. Talking about Malum. Yes. All right. For
Malum?
those
Yeah.
not in the know, Malum is a remake of 2015's Last Shift. We were talking about it earlier. And what's interesting here is Malum was also directed by the director of Last Shift. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. So when I first watched this, and I said this on the review that Jay of the Dead and I did over on New Horror Movies, I was in a negative frame of mind. Dave, were you there for that? I think you were. Doc Shock was, but he didn't watch it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Huh. But maybe Greg and Mortis was there. But I was in a negative frame of mind when I first watched Malin, because there are huge portions of this movie that are lifted straight from Last Shift. As I watched, I quickly grew tired of what I was seeing. Not that it was bad either, because it wasn't. The scares, the blood, the gore, all of that was fucking awesome. It's just I had seen this movie before, right?
Yeah.
And so what I haven't said yet, well, not in this review, but in I have said it in other episodes that you can hear me on, is that I absolutely hate the ending of Last Shift. I believe it undercuts and recontextualizes the events of the film. Lots of great stuff, and it does so in the worst possible way. And so, oh yeah, it's all a fucking hallucination because of exposure to hazardous materials. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Great writing. Well, since Malum here was copying off of Last Shift's homework so heavily, I was like, we're just going to do this again. We're going to, but then something wonderful happened. Malum's script fixed literally everything I hated about Last Shift's final act. Now, I understand a lot of people do love Last Shift, and it's a good movie up until that end. Some folks didn't have a problem with that ending. You're crazy, but that's fine. So am I. But for those like me who wish that Last Shift had gone a different way, or to those who maybe even haven't seen Last Shift, let me sell this, okay? Let me tell you why Malum went from like nowhere to number 10. Okay, Watson pitch meeting right here. Have you ever seen a movie that you are absolutely loving and then it commits some fatal flaw and you can't overlook it? It's happened to all of us at some point. Now, in some alternate dimension, that perfect version of the film exists for you, but you're stuck here in this dimension. You will never see that perfect version, that fixed version. Well, just imagine that somehow, some way, that perfected version of this movie falls through a hole in space-time. It's here now in our world, ready and available. That never happens. But if such a thing were to happen, it would be a gift that you cannot take for granted. Well, that's why this made my 10, folks. This is why Malum turned out to be, this made that top 10 honors. It's almost as though this writer director looked into my brain, saw my complaints, and said, "We can fix this just for you, Watson." And then it actually fucking happened. Do you realize how rare this is? Let me just really let this sink in. How often does that happen for you? It never fucking happens. No. So seriously, think about it in that way. And in that way, Malum is the movie I wish Last Shift had been, and it exists outside of the confines of my brain. It's real, it's here, and it's the movie I'd been waiting for. And there's no way it should exist, but it does for me, and it's a fucking banger. Hellraiser, like one of you said. Malum, man, number 10. I'm glad it exists now. And like I said, had a bad time watching it that first time. And then suddenly I just recontextualized it in my own head. I was like, this is a gift for me. So
wow,
that's where we are, guys.
Did you watch it, Dave?
I love that. Yeah, I watched it last week or after I talked to you two. Yeah,
okay.
The thing about me and Malum was I think I said it on the show.
Yes. Too similar.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Well, no, none of that. No. That was before I saw it. No. I didn't. I enjoyed The Last Shift when I saw it years ago, whatever year that was, but I don't remember anything about it. Yeah. I don't remember anything about it. I just remember I liked it. It was like a hidden gem movie. Like, yeah, pretty cool. And I remember that it was a girl by herself and something. Either way, I don't remember a whole lot. The story here I really enjoyed until that fucking third act, which to me, it just seemed like it jumped the shark in the third act and went to places that I really didn't understand or want it to go. That could be me. All I know, I'd have to look at my notes, but I just remember something happening in the third act that I was just like, I couldn't understand why or didn't make sense to me. One of the two, where I was just like,
it's so funny because that insane third act that does in its own way jump the shark is sort of a reaction to, I think, it's almost like this director was like, yeah, I know I wrote a bad ending and I care about this story. You know what? We're fucking putting up the money and we're making this happen to fix this shit. And I'm over here going, I know, yes, do that. So where you could see an ending that, gets off the rails, I see a fix to what was done before.
Yeah.
Okay. No, see, I just don't remember, but I love the fact that you had that experience. That's great. When does
I've
that
never
happen?
had that
Like you said,
experience. Yeah. So thank you, Dave.
Who does?
It's the one of a
Dude.
kind. It'll never happen again.
Dude.
Like,
Yeah. Look at me. Let me look at my notes. Malum, like the start, a pig,
please.
of course, another pig.
yes,
Cop's
the
daughter,
pig.
more about cult, always a pig.
Yeah.
They don't look like people anymore. Decent gore, hanging scene great, great practical. Here's where it says crazy third act climax went over my head a little. And then I said, comma, unless question, exclamation point. Could it be exclamation point, question mark? And I don't know. So ... That's my last note. Could
Dave,
it be?
you're a genius.
Could this happen? And I don't know. ... is the end of it. So I can't even remember what happened. All I know is I got let down because I thought something maybe amazing was going to happen and it didn't. Because I said,
Buddy-
usually when I say could it be,
Yeah.
it's usually something that I never get to see. But oh my God, maybe they're actually going to do it this time. But it doesn't look like that happened.
There
But
was
I
this
don't
one
remember.
episode of something we were on together where you were just ranting about something. You just go, "How can this be?" I've always loved that. No, Dave, compare Last Shift's dream sequence ending to what Malum does, and maybe that will help you go, okay, we're moving in the right direction here. That's
Okay.
That's my stance. Now, I know people, and I know B loves himself some dream sequence endings, and I know some people who think there's nothing wrong with what Last Shift did there in this third act. That's completely fine. This was for me, man. The universe, there are so many things I pray for and, and ask for from the powers that be. And of all of the things I've ever asked, it went, hey, we got you with that Last Shift remake. And I'm like, no. There are other things I want. It's like, nope, we got you. I'm like, nah, fuck. Well, at least I get
awesome.
one thing.
Right. Respect.
Yeah.
I
So
respect
that's
that.
my number 10 Malum.
Cool.
Dave Z,
Nice.
what you got, buddy?
Okay, number 10. I think this has also been brought up. Candyland.
Yes.
This one took me the second view to really appreciate it. It was weird. Like my number 10 and my number 11 basically switched. Like Knock at the Cabin went down a little after the views, and Candyland went up after the views, and here we are. So I kind of knew I'd like it right off the bat when it started. It's 1996, and they're playing freaking Porno for Pyros, and then it's low key Christmas time. I'm like, okay, so this is cool. Yeah, it's low key Christmas time in this movie. Yeah, it's one of those flicks. You get some V being shown. I was like, wow, a little bit of V on the camera for a freaking movie like this. Okay. Pretty girls, and especially the one. My God. Anyway,
Yeah.
it might not even be the same girl for you and I, because they could all be pretty. I just happen to prefer the one brunette. Anyway, whatever.
Yep, same.
Okay. They're at the truck stop, and it's
I thought we were talking about the dude. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, don't I wish? No.
Life would be so much different.
Oh, wouldn't it? I'd have a lot more money, I'll tell you that.
Dude,
anyway,
I can cook and clean.
Right. I love cooking and cleaning. Are you kidding me? Anyway, yeah. Unexpected turn of events with one character. I'm like, okay, there we go. Followed by another. Now, here was my issue. Too bad some things happened that were impossible not to be seen. That's what I wrote. That was what was holding me back. There was this one scene when the girl went up to the thing and took somebody out, and it was like in broad daylight. And I'm just like, she just took so many steps to this part of the parking lot and then came back. I'm like, and they never followed up in it. They never had someone discover the body. They never said what happened. Or nobody got questioned. I'm like, that's a mistake. And
there's
that's
a
kind
body hiding issue in this movie.
It kind of stuck with me the first time. Like, oh, why would they do that? But the second time I watched it, it was more about the atmosphere, what was going on, the kills, and really the story and where it goes with the lead, with the girl, and with the cult she's in, and how cool all that is, and her weapon and everything else. We get that final act mayhem, which is really cool. And man, I really enjoyed it. I think it's and I gotta say this. She did not get my actress of the year, but I want to highlight Olivia Luccardi again. I've mentioned her before. I've mentioned
Yeah.
her when she was in Soft and Quiet last year, saying how good she did. Now this is 2 straight movies. She was also in, what do you call it? It Follows back in
Follows,
the day. I
yeah.
didn't realize it was her. But I think this is someone to keep your eyes on. Is this Olivia Lucardi? I think she does real good. She steals the show in this movie, and yeah.
And Dave
Candyland.
Z, the girl you're talking about, Sadie, is played by the daughter of Josh Brolin.
Yes, I knew it was somebody. I think granddaughter. Oh yeah, okay. It's the granddaughter of James.
Of James
Right.
Brolin.
And I was thinking of the freaking
Yeah.
The Connection, Amityville Horror, and
Yep.
here, yes. Oh, she's beautiful, isn't she?
She looks like her dad. She's stunning. No, I'm kidding. I'm
I-
kidding, folks.
I had this
No,
at 30.
beautiful.
I had this at 30. I liked it. I liked it, but I think I made the comment on the show, and I'll try to explain myself. As I'm watching the movie, I'm getting this vibe that it's a poser film, that it wants to be exploitation film, but it's trying too hard. That was all I remember, and I have to rewatch it because that was what I was left with. Although I enjoyed it overall because I liked where it went, and I liked the religious aspects of it and everything else, that there was enough there, and I gave it a 7.5, and it was, like I said, 30 on my list. But that was, I remember thinking, if there's ever a poser film, this is it. Like, it wants to be something more than it is, or it wants to be the exploitation, but it seems to be a me thing. And I never did give it the second watch. You guys both had it on your list. I know some people that said it was their favorite of the year.
Mhm.
Maybe Dave Parker,
Maybe.
at least
I know
at the
he's really
time. I
high
think
on it.
cool.
high on it.
is
So there's
JT.
got to be
Yep.
something there that I just missed.
Yeah, what were you
Um,
picking up on? Yeah, what was
And again, because this was another early one. I think this was if I'm not mistaken, wasn't this February, March of last year?
it was first quarter, yeah.
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 So it was a ways back, and I didn't go back to rewatch it. But you've now, with it both being on your list, I gotta go check it out again.
Cool. Yeah, my 14.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Right on. All right,
Sure.
number 9.
Oh yeah, me. My
Yeah,
number
buddy.
9 is, well, we talked about this earlier as well. And Watson had it on his list. It's Venus.
yo.
So yeah, I'll just add, what a mashup. I watched this late in the game. I was checking some lists out. I saw this Venus movie listed, and I looked it up. I'm like, the fucking director of Rec. How have we not been talking about this? And I think Dave, you said the same thing. You're like, how did I miss this one too? Like, it's
Right.
one of the directors from Rec and everything else. And I love the I told you I love the girl in it too, but that
Yeah.
wouldn't put it on my list. I mean, obviously, it's the mashup factor, like the fact that it almost, like you said, you get this psycho scenario of her stealing money, going back. It becomes like this apartment thing, and then there's like a Suspiria kind of ism mixed into the mix,
Suspiria, yeah.
and it just goes batshit fucking crazy when all the worlds collide, if you will.
Mhm.
It's really bloody. Yes, you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit at the end, where she goes into full heroic mode. But I
Yeah,
love
sure.
that. I'm along with I go that it's a check your brain at the door type situation, and whether that's a cop out or not, it's just fun. It almost goes like into Evil Dead territory, where you're like,
Mhm.
yeah, I'll just deal with these wounds and go my merry way.
Yeah.
I
What
was
then?
so mad.
I know
I
you
was
were.
so fucking mad
Wait, what made you
because-
mad, Dave?
because she was stabbed from the bottom of her gut all the fucking way up to like the bottom of her chest. Sliced a knife in. You should be not only should you not be alive, you should be gutted. Your guts should fall out. And you know how I am when I see a fucking kill on the
Yeah.
screen that's an obvious kill and someone doesn't die, I'm pissed off. And not only does
That's
she
fair.
doesn't die,
Yeah.
she
no, fair
solves it. See, the same thing that happened with Malum happened here. The fucking batshit crazy climax, third act, whatever, and where it went, just for me,
Threw you
just
off.
didn't work.
enough. Goes
But-
off the rails for you, and you're
It's
just not
for you,
there
Fair
right
enough.
away.
I mean,
That's
I-
all. It's just not a little too crazy for me in that respect, but I get it.
Yeah,
different
I
strokes.
ended up loving it. Like but that's it. I sort
Yeah.
of can deal with that. And sometimes it just depends on the film, right? Like I've probably
Right.
used that same argument and said it just did not work for me. Like The Elderly,
Right.
for instance,
Happens.
I did like the
Right.
ending. I did like the ending, but I just felt like it took forever to get there.
Not the
Uh,
voyage. Right.
but so
Well,
I
here's
don't
my
know.
question. I'm going to say this without probably trying to spoil it. Something else besides all of that was the way things wound up. If you are trying to summon, let's say I'm down here and I have a cult and for years operating down here, and all I'm doing is trying to summon this deity, right, to come down on this particular day at this particular time. And me and others have been dedicating our lives to this for so long, and we know that it's a deity that's supposed to, and we worship it. There's things going on. Obviously, there's been some type of communication. I don't know. And all of a sudden, when the deity gets here, instead of fucking doing something nice for me, it goes across the street to the neighbors and fucking goes and has cake with them and doesn't bring about the end of the world. That is what I'm going to say without trying to spoil. That literally made no sense to me at all why that would be the result of the time that was put in by the other. It'd be like watching Lords of Salem, because this is a little bit like Lords of Salem, especially the one scene was almost identical when they hit him in the guy in the back of the head with the pan. That would be like watching Lords of Salem, and instead of fucking at the end them giving birth to the fucking the thing that they get, whatever the demon thing, whatever it is, something comes out in a clown suit and fucking says, "Hey, I'm actually friendly. Don't worry about me," and then walks out on the street and fucking entertains children. That was like what I felt watching this on top of the other stuff. I don't know why what they were expecting turned to that, and why I'm the only guy with a problem with it. But that I just wanted to air it. That was my issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I need to watch this movie again, apparently.
yeah, that's why I'm trying to I just watched it like not long ago, and I'm trying to think of exactly. I know you're talking not on the nose. You're like kind of
right,
but
I'm picking up some of what you're putting down, but I am drawing a half blank here. So I'm like, okay, there's that, and then Dave said that shit.
Well, look at it this way.
Yeah.
It's like Lord of Salem. Picture this once more time.
Yeah.
Lord of Salem, instead of the thing coming out at the end, which these people have been waiting for this particular day and time and preparing and worshiping and all this stuff, you're preparing for all this to happen. And then let's just pretend at the end of Lords of Salem, when the three witches are there, Dee Wallace and the other ones, and they're there, the thing comes out and kills them and is actually Jesus Christ instead. That's
like
basically
not what's expected. Sure. Yeah.
For no reason. That's as plain as I could say it. And maybe I missed something. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong, but that's kind of what I gain. I'm like, wait a minute. They've been doing this, and this, and this eclipse, and they're waiting for this, and this to happen. And you're supposed to be the one. And then they get there and it went the other direction. I was like, well, why would that happen?
Yeah, I'm missing something too. Like I
could be wrong. Knowing me, I could be wrong. Maybe that wasn't what was going on. So
at the end of the day, it's definitely worth everybody checking out. Now, whether you have a Dave response or a Christian and / Watt response.
I didn't dislike it.
It was more fun. Like I didn't like I feel like they didn't like again, it's a more on the nose film as well. I think you get what there's no surprises. I don't think there's a lot of hidden metaphor here as well. Like
I don't think so. Yeah.
It's on the nose. So it's an enjoyable romp. 8 out of 10, my number 9.
Cool.
Right on.
All right. Coming in at number 9 for me, I've got a horror movie. I want to tell you what it's about. It's about a group of people trapped on a ship sailing the high seas while a monster brutalizes them. It is not The Last Voyage of the Demeter. Instead, I'm talking about a film out of South Korea called Project Wolf Hunting.
Aha.
Yeah. If you were to ask me what the bloodiest movie I saw in 2023 was, I would have to say it's this bad boy right here. We got a group of criminals on a cargo ship being transported from the Philippines to South Korea. Things turn bad when these criminals get free and begin a bloody, gory murder spree. But then things go from bad to worse when something from deep within the bowels of the ship is freed, at which point everyone has got to run for their lives. One of my homies over on Letterboxd, Horror Muse, did a review of this movie and worded it better than I could. And Horror Muse wrote, "Give me an Under Siege, Die Hard, Con Air story mixed with the ultra violence of Ichi the Killer, Old Boy, and The Raid. Drench it with Evil Dead type gore and add an Overlord-esque twist. And boom, you get this mad head case of a film." I wish I'd written that, but yeah, Horror Muse, you rock. That's what this movie is. Like, now it is more action, sci-fi stuff. And the horror is mainly engendered in it comes from just the sheer amount of blood and gore there is in this movie. This is the bloodiest movie of the year, probably the highest body count. It just 2.5 tons of blood were used in this movie, fake blood.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
I skipped it too. I heard some rumblings, but then there was a bunch of things. Not that I didn't want to see it, but it just, I was reserving like my watches for straight out horror. And there's some people saying whether the whole, was it horror enough other than the gore? Like, you just explained it for me to sell me on it. I want to check it out now. For sure.
And see, I'm a sucker for the things like The Raid, or a lot of the other stuff, like what was the Jay the Dead and I both consider this Indonesian action movie a 10 out of 10. The what was the one from 2018? The title is not coming to me right now, but it's like in the tradition of The Raid, and it's like a 10 out of 10. And you start realizing that some of these like East Asian action movies are gorier than anything that horror movies are doing. Yeah. With the exception of like the Evil Dead movies or something like that. And it's like they just capitalize on spilling as much blood as possible and showing it flow every fucking where. And that's what this movie does. And it is more action sci-fi, but like I said, there's that overlord, well, not like I said, like Horror Muse said, there's an Overlord-esque twist that plays with the idea of World War II experimentation. I think we've seen a lot of the movies where we're like Hitler was experimenting with the occult. Well, this is on the Japanese side of things. We're in that part of the world, and the things that the Japanese were doing to win the war, and in some fucked up shit that comes about because of that. And that's where this movie leads, and that's what's kind of going on at the heart of it, this atrocity of war experimentation stuff. And it does become very much like an Overlord sort of thing. And that's where the horror comes from most. I would say it's action, and then like action first, and then like horror, like a distant second, maybe sci-fi second, and then horror third. But that said, I mean, like if you're just like, I want to see death and blood flowing, watch Project Wolf Hunting and you're gonna see it. And like I said, I love these Asian action movies, and this plays around in that tradition while roping in the horror as not an afterthought. I almost said that, and that would be misleading. It is fully there, but for the people who don't like action movies, like Dave, I know you don't like action. If there are people out there who are like, yeah, the action stuff just doesn't do it for me, then this is where you will experience a serious drop off, and you'll go, yeah, it didn't work for me either. Well, I love action, especially in this Eastern, East Asian tradition. And, and I think I'm East Asian too. Oh, I can say certain words the rest of you can't. Let's go rumble.com. No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, so no, but God, why do I do this to myself? I have a lot on everything in my life. Man. But Project Wolf Hunting was an absolute blast at my number, 9, and I had so much fun with it. And I think Moods, our old buddy Mood 616, was like a 9 out of 10 on this bad boy. So yeah, I'm
right on.
Close. Yeah, Project Wolf Hunting.
I gotta say that the second act was fucking extraordinary. It was great. To me, it is horror. It's fucking a monster loose on a boat killing the fuck out of anything in its
Okay,
way.
cool. I didn't. Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. You worded it.
Dude.
Yeah, that's perfectly. That's succinctly said. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Seriously, it's in the blood and the kills in this movie. See, this is what I'm saying. I want to see a movie like Thanksgiving or like Terrifier or something like that with the fucking gore of this movie. Realistic looking gore, just like they did in The Sadness. This could have been for me this year's version of The Sadness. I'll tell you what, the second act was great. Kill after kill in fucking good gory fashion. So cool. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I can't believe I'm saying this again about one of your choose picks. The same again. The climax, the fucking third act, fucking completely dropped the ball for me.
Dropped the ball.
All of a sudden, the monster became a secondary thing, and all of a sudden, these other two people were superhumans, and I was just like, "What the fuck am I watching now?" We had
You
this
didn't
kick-ass
expect it of the
monster.
one Filipino guy. I was like sort of expecting that guy has something he's hiding. And just so anybody knows, Watson, did you just give me a spoiler? It's like, yeah, sure, you go ahead and find out if I did.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, good luck.
You know what I mean?
100%. I just wish I wish they would have trimmed 15 minutes off the first 30 minutes because it takes
Okay.
30 minutes to really.
I'm
get
with you on that.
anywhere.
Yeah.
And they have all that
Okay.
stuff at the opening and everything else, which I didn't. After the movie ends, I'm like, why did they show all this stuff? Maybe Watson could clue me in if we had an actual breakdown of it. But I'm like,
Yeah,
this
we
movie was
can't do this
long.
now, but yeah.
Right. It's a long movie, but I was thinking you could trim 15 minutes off that beginning. And if you don't do what you did at the end and just make everything status quo as it was in the second act and then have whatever, it end a different way, so be it. We could be looking at a movie, like I said, like I could give it 9 out of 10.
I can't believe you watched this and enjoyed it at least as much as you're saying. Like, I know you don't like
She
action in
almost
the
kills.
movie, everybody. I meant to say the Indonesian
Oh.
action movie is called The Night Comes for Us. 10 out of 10, maybe one of the bloodiest action movies right there, up with The Raid and The Raid 2. And I mean, these are the movies that have the most gore in them. But Dave, I'm actually surprised, whether the third act fell off for you or not. I'm actually surprised this held your attention. I was watching this the whole time going, damn, this is gory and bloody and death is everywhere, but damn, Dave won't like this. I guess I had you pegged wrongly. Sorry about that. Shit.
No, I mean, so be it. It's okay. I'm open to see great kills and freaking.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like I just looked at it as a monster on a boat.
Cool.
And
well, yeah,
here
that's
we
how
go.
you should see it. Yeah, definitely. Cool.
Are you happy with what they did in the climax, or would you have preferred like it not go in that direction with those two guys and what was happening? Like just have the monster.
You know what?
Because all of a sudden the monster comes around, and I don't want to spoil anything, but
Yeah.
this whole movie's all about this monster, and then all of a sudden something goes down, and you're just like, so this is what they're going to do with the big bad in this situation. Now they're going to put this here and have this go on over here. It just seemed like it was a different movie almost.
A little bit, and there's gonna be a sequel. There has to be. I'm sort of anxious to see where that goes because this
That'd be cool.
protagonist could very well, if they do this second movie right, could be his own sort of strange Ash Williams in his own way. Not the wacky part of Ash Williams, but the killing part.
Right.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think I had that much of a problem with it. It did score this high.
Right.
But yeah, I see what you're saying, and I don't think that's an invalid complaint by any means. I'm with you.
Okay.
I see it. Yeah.
Right on. All right. Cool. All right.
You got to see this one, man. Project Wolf Hunting.
I'm writing them down, man.
Yep. Unless you hate action
Definitely.
movies, then don't watch this. Dave Z. You just surprised the hell out of me with the fact that you even got through this, because you've repeatedly said like action movies just lose your attention, and this is a lot of action. There are guns, there's martial arts to a degree, but it's just that blood is just like you're like, yeah, like I didn't know that much blood could come from a stab wound,
Right. Oh, it's great, that stuff. It just it didn't move too fast. See, when an action movie
really okay. Oh, I get
me,
what you're saying. You mean that as a
but I
compliment?
can't-
Okay.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is action movies lose me because I can't keep up with the action on the screen. Zip,
Sure.
zip, 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 zip. My eyes can't,
Yeah.
in my mind, the way my ADHD mind is, it's got to be something to do with that, where I can't
Sure.
keep up with the action on the screen. It goes over my head and it's just like a big blur. I didn't have that problem here. So
Cool.
I don't know.
Love to hear it.
Anyway.
Okay. Rad.
I'm glad you loved it. That's great. It was a
What
7.5
about
for me. It's like I didn't like it. So
yeah, I think I don't know what my fucking number is for this one. I'm sorry. Dave C, what's your number 9?
all right, number 9, we've already talked about again. And this is Thanksgiving.
Nice.
Yeah.
I will say that Thanksgiving. Well, okay, I'll say. Well, actually, I don't want to spoil anything, but I'll say Thanksgiving is one of the best slashers that I think I've seen in a while.
Agreed.
It does what it's supposed to do. It's like taking 80s slasher with a 90s slasher and combining some of the better elements of it. And I really enjoy it. I really enjoy the killing. We have a great start. That freaking opening in that store and what goes down there. What a great way to start it. And even the logo coming on the screen, Thanksgiving, and it melts. It just harkens back to freaking My Bloody Valentine and stuff like that when they had those, you know what I mean? The logo looking that way. You can see it on the cover of a VHS box. You know, it's so cool. Or a poster. Great kill at the restaurant in the beginning. You know, just it is done so. Even the beginning, I don't know if you caught it, see, but right off the bat, when they're going up to that house, which we talked about earlier about what was going on, that looks to me just like the house in Friday 2 that Alice was staying in. I don't know, but next time you watch it, look at it.
Yeah,
It has that freaking
that vibe or that look.
that
I,
look.
I
I'm like, wait a minute.
yeah, I
This
will
might
have to
be on
check that out
purpose.
next time. Yeah,
It's really cool.
oh yeah, you know he's a fanboy, so
Yeah.
You
know which part
and there are
thing-
kills
Oh,
in this movie that are freaking the double dose of death scene with the freaking corn cobs and what goes on there.
yeah.
And then the saw and that shit. Excellent. The killings in the parade are great. We get a cool reveal at the end, and what she does to expose him and all that is great. The dinner scene is great. It's old school with the IG thing, you know, the table being set literally and figuratively on Instagram with the thing with the John Carver post. It just harkens back to old school 80s horror, but with a modern type twist on it.
yeah.
He doesn't go too far into freaking 80s, 90s, or modern. He takes it all and mixes it up. And I got to feel that Eli Roth, if you look at his body of work, he comes out. I think this is what he's wanted to do forever since he got involved in horror. You know what I mean? He's a fan like us, but he comes out, he does a freaking body horror movie with Cabin Fever. Then he does Hostel 1 and 2, which are unlike anything else that horror's really done. You know what I mean? They were so cool. Then he comes and does a freaking the Knock Knock movie, and then Green Inferno. You know, so you have a thriller type thing, a house invasion. You have a freaking cannibal movie, and finally in 2023, pardon me, he comes out with a slasher, and I think that's really freaking cool. It just because we know what a fan he is, but I'm so glad a real fan like that got to do, and he's grown as a writer. Because yes, he does still write the teenage stuff well and everything else, and but it doesn't have that obnoxious bro stuff that a lot of people have an issue with. It really isn't prevalent here. This is a little bit more adult, having the father do what he's doing and having a little bit of a politicized, if you will, to a bit with what's going on with the opening of the store. We're going to close it. Not too deep, almost like Jaws. You know what I mean? There's a killer here.
Well said. Yeah, Jaws. Definitely. He
it's
showed
cool
restraint in the writing department here. It was refreshing. And I don't mind the bro stuff, but the fact that he strayed from that and elected not to do it is like, yo, you are growing, aren't you?
Totally, man. Yeah. And it was regular teens.
Don't tell the internet that. They seem to have there's a little crusade of a hate on for him. Again, because of the way he worded things.
Or something?
Not about Thanksgiving. Previously to that, because of the way that he spoke of women or how some of them interpreted what he was saying, and it became like there's these posts now that are like, oh, we're all just gonna forget Eli Roth is a horrible person because he made a good movie. And I'm like, where is this coming from? I had to bring it up because I just see it. These posts, like these hate posts, all of a
Oh,
sudden it's just
wow.
people just wanting to shit on
Wow.
people for
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
that they've said in the past, and they need to just constantly remind people that someone was a scumbag. And some people are scumbags and shouldn't be forgotten. Some people just have said stupid things in the past, like I brought up earlier. And it just seems like some
Yeah.
people are just out to gun anybody that's made one fucking mistake in their life.
Good Lord. Yeah.
Anyway,
Wow.
on my
Well,
little
thanks
tangent,
for,
side
thanks for
tangent.
that. See, that's pretty.
Because
yeah,
I like
lightning.
Rob Zombie, I have no problem with Eli Roth. I've enjoyed a lot of his
Right.
things.
Yeah.
Not everything, but I've enjoyed a lot of his things. I didn't see The Big Black Cock in the Wall. I didn't see that movie.
Oh yeah, the kid movie
No,
he
I
did, and then
I
he did
forgot
one of
that.
the he did the Death Wish remake with Bruce Willis.
I
Oh,
did
that's
see
right.
that.
I didn't see
I did
that.
see
I didn't see
that.
that.
I did not.
You know what? One part of Thanksgiving that cracked me the hell up. My son and I, when we saw this on Thanksgiving night, by the way, was
Nice.
in the theater, was the the kid who's we're at the tail end of his book report about Thanksgiving, and he
Oh.
goes, and that's why I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, and I never will. And then he
Yeah.
lifts up his shirt.
Yes.
He's got the abs, and you
Yeah.
can tell like it's Eli Roth subtly sort of making fun of those male feminists who only
Right.
do that so they can get pussy. And trust
Yeah.
me, like those dudes are prevalent. They don't look that good, by the way. They don't like have the abs like that. They're usually trust me, in the Olympia crowd, you cruise
Yeah.
me a little bit, I'll point them out, and they don't look like that guy. But then all of a sudden he's leaving classroom with two girls on his arms.
Yes.
That I never will. And
Yeah.
I turned to my son, I was
Awesome.
like, yeah, you don't know about Eli Roth, Skyler, but that right there was a little bit of Eli Roth going, yep.
That's awesome. Well, he did make a little bit of a statement, I guess, in what do you call it? Green Inferno.
Green
about, like, the
Inferno,
social
yeah, he
justice
was-
warriors. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, being annoyed by the people who
Yeah.
who are disingenuous with the things they care about. I think
Right.
you can find that anywhere. You could divorce yourself of the whole left and right binary, and everybody would be those people who want to cancel him would be very accepting if he were like, let's talk about the hypocrisy of the church. Then it'll be like, yay, yay, and it'd be like, yeah, well, that also counts for your cause too, the hypocrisy. And they'd be like, no.
Awesome.
So yeah, whatever. It's
So yeah, Thanksgiving, 8 out of 10.
Nice.
excellent.
So happy. Yeah, so
Good
happy.
choice.
It
Excellent.
it
choice.
really lived. It took my second view too to get it to this. To
Well,
this
you and I were
place.
both the same.
you know.
We said we liked it. We liked it, but I mean, I guess I was expecting even more. And then
Mhm.
I just said, you know what? I just said I got to rewatch it. It's something made me want to
Yeah.
rewatch it, and I was so happy that I did.
Right on.
Those Easter eggs you found though blew my mind. I didn't.
Yeah,
pick up on that at
it's
all.
but it's so like straightforwardly right there.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
that's good.
Cool.
My number 8, we have talked about it already as well because we're going to get to that. I think it's going to be a lot of that, which is Cobweb.
Nice.
wow.
8 out of 10. We already
Yeah.
spoke about it so I'm not trying to take the shortcut out of here, but I think when Watson talked about it, I chimed in and I
Yeah.
said, yes, I agree. There are some things upon reflection of the movie that I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. But it didn't take away from the fact that I thought it was like I said, a children's pop-up book, horror story brought to life and presented that way. And
God, I like
loved
that. I
everything
like
about
that.
it. And I'm
Yeah.
going to watch it again next Halloween and every
Same.
Halloween. So
Yeah.
Nice.
that alone tells me why it's there on the list. 8 out of 10, Cobweb.
Excellent. Good choice.
Right on.
Boys.
Yeah, here at number 8 for me. I don't know how to pronounce this title. Do you say Saw 10 or Saw X?
10. Damn it.
10. Yeah, we'll go Saw 10 then. Man, I love this franchise. Can't believe that this 10th entry is as good as it is. To actually have John Kramer back in the films, that's what this series, has needed for quite some time now. And basically, this is John Kramer getting screwed over in a deeply personal way. And he's like, okay, fuck around and find out. And
Yeah.
he gets his revenge on those who did him wrong. It's simple. It's not terribly complex. It just is what it is, and it does the job. I don't think it's a perfect movie by any stretch. There's a trap dream sequence. My son and I
Yeah.
looked at each other and we're just like, Oh, come on. I sort of get it though, because, and at the end, the guy makes the right decision. And then he goes, oh, basically it's John Kramer going, okay, I don't have to do this thing to you that I thought up. I think it's supposed to show John's brilliance there. And maybe it does. I might be able to overlook
Yes.
that.
There's two things going on. Juan, if I
that's
can
what.
interrupt,
Please,
it's
please,
exactly
please,
it's
talk about it.
exactly what you're saying there. It's this thought process of
Yeah.
I don't have to do this, but it's also that, hey, this is a Saw movie, and we're not going to get to the meat and potatoes until later. So I think they
Yeah.
needed to wedge it in there for fan service as well.
Yeah.
That is-
And so they're trying to do a double whammy, but it was really just to get a Saw trap in there because we weren't going to get to it for another hour.
No.
And
Christian, that's a good point. Yes, Dave. Yeah.
and a clever way to introduce what was going to be on every fucking poster and every DVD cover with the
That
fucking
eye
X.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So dang, yeah, those are some good points. There's even something of a, like I'm saying, this movie's not perfect despite how much I love it. There's even something of a, I can be talked out of this. I think that I need to maybe see it for a third time or something, or maybe have a group discussion about this movie. I missed all that when we were doing that over on New Horror Movies. I couldn't make any of those recordings, but there's something of a philosophical contradiction that I was picking up on, maybe a contradiction. It's hard to explain. I'll just say it like this. There were some people who Jigsaw has trapped in this movie who are playing by the rules and doing the difficult things that are being asked of them, but then the clock will just run out and they die. That's we've seen that before a ton of times since the first movie. But I just kept thinking to myself, man, yes, these make for gory scenes, but it's like, damn, these people were, they did wrong, but they were operating according to the spirit of John's philosophy. And I was like, damn, shouldn't that have earned him like an extra 15 seconds or something?
Yeah.
Maybe not. I mean, it's about
time trial.
beating that clock, and then if you're the one, especially if you're Amanda and you're like, yo, don't give them fucking extra time. I beat the fucking clock. Fuck those other people. Then, so I
Right?
get that too. So that's not a big complaint, but I was kind of like, I don't know. She sucked that bone marrow out of her leg. And I'd be, if I were John, I'd be like, hold on. I think she's on her way to rehabilitation. I think my 3-minute limit there's a little arbitrary compared to what her life could be. I don't know. Maybe, maybe that's something that like even the writer of the movie might go, shit, I should have done that. Or maybe,
I mean, it's always been part of it. You're
Yes.
absolutely correct. But
Yes.
I think that's been a staple from the get-go of these. Gouge this key that's wedged into your eye socket within the next 30 seconds.
I don't
and still
hurt
have
people.
to get the damn lock open afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
and he
tough.
even gets called out at some point by the bad guy of the movie who I'm not actually sure. What do you think happened to her in the end? It's not clear. But and it's sort of like the thing where you're like, yeah, you are playing God. Yeah, I'm on your side, but you don't get to be all that high and mighty. You're better than the other bad guys. But I don't know. So it's always that weirdness about these movies.
Do you think if they do continue the timeline, which I honestly think that's the only thing they could do, they've got a gold mine here, knowing that John Kramer's back. He's, he's old. What if she's the first death in the 11? Because
if they do that,
she gets out
Saw
of there.
11 is going to be like, it's already on my top 10 for next year. Then, like that, that's brilliant.
I was a little perplexed. Like, yeah, she got out kind of through a loophole.
Yep. And I don't feel like that's in the spirit of what he does. I don't know. It's some interesting stuff there. I think there, you could really dive deep into the philosophy of John Kramer. I don't know that this movie is doing that all that much, but I think it's the best movie that calls him out on some stuff that I've thought, despite really liking Jigsaw. So my son and I love this franchise. I think like, I would say after Evil Dead, Saw is it's definitely a top 3 or 4 or 5 franchise. It's one of the top franchises for me. 10th Entry did great. Saw 10, good stuff. I'm grateful it exists. So
nice, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's great.
Dave Z.
Okay. My number 8 has also been brought up already. And man, what a surprise this was, because man, I never would have thought that this movie would end up in my top 10 when I heard about it. And it's VHS 85.
Nice.
I loved it. After the
Excellent
first two,
choice. Yeah.
after the first two, this is it. This is 1, 2, and this one, and I did not expect that at this point because the last two were fine. Actually, I liked the one more than the other. I think I like 94 better than 99, but they were more hit and miss. And this one for
Sure.
me, not only do I think that every story was good. Yeah, the boat shooting and the aftermath really cool. The
Oh.
underground one is really cool. The effects and the gore is great. The God of Technology is a different concept and great effects when shit goes down. The prophetic dreams, and the gore and everything with that kid. Oh my god, it was so. And those scenes of the freaking when they're going in the house, it's almost like Sinister or something. It's just fucking following the killer and seeing the video of them fucking kill people. That's some fucking.
Mhm.
I almost wouldn't mind seeing a whole movie just that expanded because I think that is really cool. But and then the main thing, which it's so cool because they have not one, but two other stories going in between as wraparounds. You have the
Yes.
first story, which connects to the last one with the
Yeah.
freaking, the cult
That
type
old-
thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you have the kid, the kid that was found on the Devil's Mountain and all that, and the
Yeah.
people dealing with it, and it's going throughout. So they're doing all this stuff. They have two good wraparounds, and then they do something that they've never done before
Two
in the
reach-arounds.
94, in the 99s. They actually take notes almost from like, they follow the lead of WNUF and its sequel and put the random commercial there, and they do some other stuff to make it look like you're watching TV in 1985. And they had those extra little touches that they didn't do in 94,
Like
99.
commercials that kick in like a little bit, like you just see.
Yes.
Yeah, those
Good
are those are great.
points.
You
It's
know what?
clever.
The more you're talking about it too, I actually think we always put part 2 on a pedestal, but it's because of that cult one, that cult segment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gareth
but-
Evans and Timo Chianto did like
Which
the
is
best
great.
And
short-
that one
short
is
film ever.
probably the best
Yeah.
one. The best
Yeah.
one. However, now from a whole movie, I actually think this might be my favorite of the VHS.
Oh, nice.
But that
Okay.
segment is the best out of all of them.
Oh,
That
yeah,
cult segment from part 2.
Yeah.
But I
True.
think that's it because that cult segment is so good, and
Yeah.
the other segments are also good in part 2.
Oh yeah, they are.
This one-
They're great.
Th-
Yeah, they're
this
fine.
one though is consistently good. The only thing that was bad was that what was it, the rock and roll demon, or
Oh,
the
you didn't like that, huh?
virtual demon? I hated that one. It's the only one that was a misfire. But
The
it's
God
so
of
short.
Technology.
Thank God it was so short. It was short. They could have easily taken it out. The running
Hmm.
time would have barely been affected,
Dude.
and everything would have been great.
That gore was freaking some of the best in the whole movie, though, with the God of Technology. When she started getting all that stuff that happened to her at the end, that was some
Yeah.
great gore.
You know
Oh
how
my
I deal with
gosh.
that? I just turn it off.
I liked it. I liked her, probably for obvious reasons. I liked the girl that gave the presentation, and I like what she was going for. It was a little bit ahead of its time, talking about technology being a god. And how cool is it that the guy was talking about his iPhones? But it wasn't an iPhone as a phone. They were his iPhones that he was, these things that he was putting on his freaking eyes. So I did that on purpose. But
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
actually making a little bit of a statement. It has an attractive female and great gore. Did it go on maybe a few minutes long? Yeah, but it wasn't really that long to begin with. So I'm okay with it. I really enjoyed it. So anyway, it's an 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
I think it's great.
Nice. man.
Nice.
Good pick.
Thank you. You up next, homie?
Oh, me. I thought it was Watson. I'm totally fucking okay. What are we on? Number 7?
7.
Well, keeping in that spirit of Halloween and keeping in the spirit of naming a movie that's already been named, my number 7 is Dark Harvest. I had a blast with this. Great
Wow.
fucking atmosphere. I loved everything about it. I think it took me. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like what is it, Captain Jack? What the fuck is his name? Anyway, Pumpkin Jack.
Sawtooth.
Pumpkin Jack? Sawtooth. Yeah.
Anyway, such a although he really just looks like Sam, the guy behind you without a mask on.
Yeah.
And he's more vicious. Like, I think if you love Pumpkinhead, the movie Pumpkinhead, everybody blows Pumpkinhead. And Pumpkinhead's good. I like Pumpkinhead. I think this has more meat on the bone. Another term that we like to use on the show, and
Oh
Watson used
yeah.
it earlier. This is just
Yeah.
fun. I like what happens. I like that they're trying to cover up shit. I like how there's a little bit of a mystery, even though you kind of can figure out what's going on. You're not sure it's exactly that. And I just love how it plays out. And there's a lot of fucking good gore. But
Yes. David Slade, man.
it's very
Yeah.
atmospheric, and I will watch this every year. Again, it was another. I watched this traveling one time. I'm like, this is a fucking like. It should actually probably be higher. I would give it an 8 out of 10, but I just thoroughly enjoyed everything about this.
You know, there's
Nice.
something about this movie. You know, I did not get the second watch that I wanted to get for this because this should be higher on my list too. And one of the things I really like is, and I don't want to get into spoilers, but there's, you know, you start suspecting, okay, this ritual they're doing, you know, there's some bad things that underlie this. Like maybe this ritual's not a good thing. But
Mhm.
then it's also this idea, well, if they don't do this ritual, what bad things come from that? And so in that way you have this, well, so do we burn it all down? Do we play into and keep perpetuating this? And I love narratives that give you a conundrum like that, and this one does a really good job.
Nice.
And they even explain like why you can't escape and whatnot. And so yeah, it's like I think I saw Jason Smith talk about this on Sinister Cinema. Like the guy watches pretty much everything, it seems, the second it drops. And he mentioned it and he said that, it seems like it's going to be a new tradition to watch that movie. And I don't even know if it made his top 10 when all said and done. I just watched his top 10 show and I can't remember. But what he recommended, I checked it out, and yeah, I know people were talking about it, but didn't feel like it got the love that I'm maybe giving it right now and that you gave it, Watson. So I'm
Cool.
happy. I don't know, Dave, if you liked it or not.
Yes, I liked it. I think I gave it like a 7. I liked
Okay.
it.
Good. Okay,
know?
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was cool. I'll
Sweet.
watch it again
Awesome.
in October, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay. 8 out of 10. That's my number 6.
Oh, excellent.
Oh,
Excellent.
my
Right
number
on.
7,
7.
excuse me.
Yeah. So yeah, number 7 for me. Excellent choice, man. Yeah, I love the Dark Harvest love. I've got one that this year is getting a lot of the love, and I think deservedly so, is A24's Talk to Me.
Nice.
The Dave Z second watch, man, launched
Mhm.
this movie right into my top 10. I had it somewhere
Nice.
closer to the bottom of this list. It was making the top 23, but my second viewing was all important. I think I said this on some fucking show I'm on. Upon first seeing this, I feel like I missed a number of key elements that kept me from fully understanding and engaging with the film. When I gave it the rewatch, just about basically everything but one thing came falling into place. And there's far more ghostly, otherworldly deception going on than I had realized.
Mm.
And this informs the story right up to the climax of the movie. The character of Mia became clear to me this time around as well. And while she is a lovable lead, she's got some fatal flaws that are responsible for much of the horror that befalls everyone else around her. You know, the way her loneliness drives her toward and away from people at the wrong times, the constant use. And I noticed every single scene you see her in, she's wearing yellow. And I
Nice.
think that is there deliberately to, yellow has different meanings and connotations, but one of them is that fear and cowardice. And, the underlying fear of doing the right thing. We see this in the beginning with the kangaroo, and again, with a different scenario in the end of the film. And speaking of which, the one thing I don't understand is the very ending. I've heard people say one thing and another thing, and if you are looking, there is a scene you see right there at the ending. It's on a highway, and you are looking at the scene through the eyes of the person driving a vehicle, and you see something blurry off to the left, and then something happens, and it's unclear, like, what was that scene going on there? And I feel like there's a key there. I watched it over and over and couldn't quite figure out what was being said by the ending. And this would be one of those things where I'd love to maybe, I don't know, break this down one day and, give out some interpretations of, okay, was there a sacrificial aspect to this ending, or I kind of prefer that there isn't. I don't want to say any more than that, but shout out to one of my favorite rappers, one of the very best dudes working right now, a gentleman named Sadistic, who has the end credits song there at the end. Excellent original story that has more moving parts than I realized upon that first watch. Almost all of it opened up to me upon that second watch, and you start seeing the way these spirits deceive. And maybe even when you look at that ending, especially when you know how Mia's loneliness drives her, it's almost like, yeah, you're probably going to be a deceptive spirit too, aren't you? So, yeah, I don't know. There's some good stuff going on here, and yeah, talk to me, man.
Great
Right
pick. Can't argue. Doesn't yellow also? I mean, you said there's so many meanings. I
Yeah.
think one of them is also like insanity, or
Oh,
which is not that she's insane,
no.
but it's funny because you said there's many meanings, and I've always remember that when I don't know if it was in school or when we were doing like meanings of different colors in yellow, which is always why like I always like the idea of using yellow if it's like a killer or something like that, and
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever, just as like a nuance to underlining. But again, if there could be multiple meanings.
Well, yeah, I
So
mean, one of them is like, McFly, are you yellow?
yeah,
Right.
So there's that too. And we do see that, Mia has this, fear of, having to do the hard thing in order to do the right thing. And, it's there in the beginning, it's there in the end. And, there's a bunch of different ways you can interpret how this movie winds up. And I have my preferred ending, but I don't know what is actually being said here. And like, if you were to ask the filmmakers, what were you going for here? What they would say, because there's an ending. I don't know. I don't want to get too into that, but yeah, really, really good movie. And I didn't like it. I didn't love it that first time around. I was like, it's good. Yeah. And everybody's like, it's like the best movie of the year. I'm like, it's not even my top like 20. It's like barely my 21, and I'll demote it if I feel like it. But then that second watch, I was like, ooh, the way these things like, and they're clues, that first spirit she runs into has a certain appearance. Well, oddly enough, so do the other spirits she is seeing from then on, whose voices are driving her to do things. It's like, wait, yeah, mom is looking a little like she drowned, and she's trying to hide it. I don't know. There are things going on that were very interesting. Good movie, good stuff. Aussie, oi oi oi, right? That's what they do.
Nice. Oh, that's great. Okay. My number 7, Evil Dead Rise. Another
Nice.
franchise movie in my top 10. How do you like that? Okay, it's 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Man, I've heard some people dogging this movie, and then I hear some people loving it. I don't see what's not to love about it, to be honest. I think that it's, even if it wasn't part of the Evil Dead, world, it was just a movie that was set about, something going on there, and they could have discovered it. They just legitimately, they could have just discovered those records, and that's it. It could have nothing to do with the Book of the Dead. They could have just discovered these evil records.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
that
And there
would
was
be a cool
chanting on
movie.
them.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
You could almost venture to say that maybe this could have been a script about something, and I don't think that's what happened at all, but I'm saying if that did happen, some people say that about certain franchise movies, that it was already a script in development,
Mhm.
and they just took this and put this on it, added the freaking intro. Did what? Here we
Hellraiser.
are, Evil Dead.
So, but
Yeah.
would that make it a better movie? That's the problem. Like, I almost feel like people were like, yeah, if they did that and it wasn't called Evil Dead and it was something else, oh, this would have been great. But the fact
Huh.
that Evil Dead
it's still
decided to
great.
do something different and incorporate this in, it's suddenly a bad thing or whatever, or possibly a bad thing. It's not. You loved it. And I'm like I loved it. I'm not gonna like, I'll just say that.
Yeah.
It's just interesting that that argument could be used against the film as well.
Good.
But I agree. Like
All these films are so different from one another, even from
Yeah.
part
Right.
one. There's no. I heard people say, "Oh, this one's not like any of the others." I'm like, what? One of them is.
yeah.
Like,
Except 1 and 2. But
no,
even to a
yeah.
degree, 2 does different things.
Oh,
You know what I
2
mean?
is a totally different tone,
Right.
than 1.
Yeah.
You know,
different
So
different tone for
it's-
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, one
But-
observation about this movie that I don't think I ever got to say. I think I reviewed this. Yeah, we reviewed this over on New Horror Movies. Is, you know how
Yeah.
in the other movies, well, with the exception of Army of Darkness, you have the demon in the, you know, the floor trap door there, you know, talking shit and, you know, laughing and stuff like that. Well, this movie doesn't have that, but I think the stand-in is that front door.
Yep.
That is the trap door in this movie where the
Yep.
demon has its influence and laughs and does its thing. And yeah, I just remember thinking like, no, that's a kind of a good substitution there. It's not the same thing, but it's the same thing, you know?
100%. No,
Yeah.
dude, this. Yeah, that is what they do. Even the beginning with when they're reading of that book, in the intro scene, she's reading the book and she's seeing it just like they did with the playing cards in the OG. You know what I mean? And she's reading it out to her. She's doing it. Same type of thing. And then that whole intro is freaking great. Oh my gosh.
Loved it.
I love that, man. And then I got to take a page from Jay the Dead's book where he said, "This is the only movie I could think of when there's where Jesus gives a jump scare."
Book of Jay of the Dead.
Yeah, the book of Jay. The little Jesus jump scare is great, you know. I love the fact that it's a record. It's something different. You actually care for the family. The elevator scene is a lot like the tree scene in the OG, where the first elevator scene with them being tied up and all that stuff.
Yeah.
See, we talked about this with the remake, with the Evil Dead 2013, saying that they still tributed the original the right way while doing their own thing. This is more of the same here. This is more like the remake, and I'm glad. And when I first heard about this movie, I was like, well, I don't like changing locations. Never, ever, ever do I like changing locations. I went Friday the 13th in Crystal Lake. I went Halloween in Haddonfield. I never even watched freaking Home Alone 2 because they went to New York. You know what I mean? I like shit where it is. I don't like, I look at it as a gimmick. It's like having to rely on a gimmick to sell your product, where it's like, no, just leave it the way it is. So when this first came out and I heard it was going to be in this way, and I'm like, it's so easy just to have them in a cabin and someone discovers a book. Why they want to take it out? What is this? But it didn't matter. They did it smart. It was a freaking abandoned place for the most part. It wasn't like what I was picturing in my head. And man, they did all the stuff right. They had the eyeball in the mouth gag again. They did all the scenes through the people, like Watson said, are gold. The violence, all of
Evil Dead 2, even. Yeah. Sorry for
Right.
I have to, like, with the dialogue, with some of the lines they shot, and
Dead by Dawn.
Dead by Dawn. Yeah.
Yeah, they've taken the stuff from the first two. All the violence is freaking great. It really is. That's what you want in a freaking movie like this. Give me good gore. Give me good violence and interesting freaking, demonic things happening. And that's what they have. They had that shining blood with the freaking elevator and all that stuff. It was awesome. There's so much blood in this movie, just like there was in the remake.
Yep.
It's really cool. And again, you care about the family.
You do.
It
sucks what happens to
so
them,
well.
man. It's
Yeah.
Dave Z, did you have the impression did you have the impression that, like, all right, it's a family, fuck, this movie's gonna pull its punches, isn't it? I had that feeling.
Yep.
And then I watched the movie.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You're right. I'm always hoping for the worst, so I never think about it. I only think about it when something's going on. I'm like, oh, please don't pull the rug up now and let somebody miraculously survive. So I always have the intention of watching a movie that it's going to be all freaking, people are going to all get whacked. And you get a lot of that here. It's great. Here's the thing. What is what is it with this movie? It's so weird, but both of the girls in this movie look like Jane Levy did in the freaking 2013. I don't mean both of the girls. I mean the girl in the beginning, and I mean the girl later, the sister. I even took pictures, and I was going to put 3 pictures up. Jane Levy
Interesting.
and both of these other 2 girls. I'm telling you, they look alike. I don't know how they pulled it off or why. It's a crazy coincidence, but they all look the same. It's so weird. But either way, I have the
Huh.
pictures here. I got nowhere to say. I'm going to send you the pictures. Actually, I have them right here. Maybe I'll show them to you now if I could find them in a heartbeat or not. I took 2 pictures of these girls. I'm like, how could this be? Okay, look at this. Okay, there's the girl. That's the sister, right? That's the girl at the beginning. You don't think they look like freaking Jane Levy did? Look, there's a better shot of her. See, it's hard to see on my camera. But I'm telling you,
it's all overexposed.
yeah, sorry. I had to show it to you another time then. But it's weird how they all look like it. But either way, so much fun. These are the kind of, again, I think people criticize it because it's Evil Dead. I think if a movie just showed up, like I said, and it played records and all the shit hit the fan, you had all this demonic shit and possession and gory shit and everything, people would be blowing it. People look at this movie, and because it has the Evil Dead thing on it, title, to the diehards, and it's sad.
Yeah,
but sometimes it goes against it.
That's what I was saying.
You know?
You could have just changed the line, Dead by Daybreak.
Because it's daybreak and it Barry Manilow playing. Yeah. Anyway,
well, it's not Evil Dead. They said Dead by Daybreak, not Dead by Dawn. See,
awesome.
I agree with you, man.
Yeah.
And that's
choice.
just another fucking horror fans.
Yeah, what a franchise, though, man. I mean, for me, Army of Darkness is a misstep. Not for everybody, but for me. But again, it's okay because you know what? When you look at my shelf, all the movies that have Evil Dead in the title are there. Army of Darkness doesn't exist. It's not in that fucking. It's got a different title. You know what I mean? So if you want to look at these are the Evil Dead movies: Evil Dead 1, 2, Evil Dead from 2013, and Evil Dead Rise. Boom, that's the franchise. That's they're called Evil Dead. They're the ones that didn't have a title that's close to it. So you know what? In my mind, I could just keep it at those 4 movies. Anyway, it's an 8.5 out of 10. Great stuff.
Awesome.
It is great stuff.
Love
It's
to
not the
hear it.
reality of the situation, but it's great stuff. My number 6 also has been talked about. And like I said, it's just going to be something I'm going to say every time now. And it's totally killer. I love this. I'm a sucker for these type of movies. I love this from the get-go. I watched it about thinking like, I guess it debuted on Prime and I watched it that day and I loved it right away. And Dave was worried it was going to be too goofy because of the mask. He said, no, it's not. It actually stays with the slasher aspect more so than Happy Death Day. Happy Death Day loses the slasher aspect of it almost out of the gate and goes with just her trying to getting killed over and over again, trying to figure out a way out of it, the Groundhog Day type situation. Whereas this stays with the slasher theme throughout. I thought a lot of the jokes hit. We already talked about the acting. I thoroughly enjoyed this movie. 8 out of 10 for me, and my number 6.
Excellent. No, great choice.
Nice.
See, you know, there's this trend right now that Totally Killer is playing into. It's a Wonderful Knife, Freaky, you know, the Happy Death Day. Is there an idea that you think, you know, well, not that you think that hasn't been done yet that you'd like to, you know, slasher meets what?
See, I try to avoid that. Like personally,
more.
when I'm
just saying if you had to continue the trend, like someone's
know.
like, hey, continue the trend, get like spitball, like what would be like a good one, like slasher meets something like these
Put me
movies
on the
are doing.
spot. I can't even. Let me think about it while you guys talk about the next movies. I will
Indiana
say this:
Jones.
It's a Wonderful Knife. The premise, the idea of it, should have been a better movie. The movie itself is a stinker. It starts okay. It starts okay enough. But it goes into Stinkville and really quickly. And it's unfortunate because it actually had the good mashup idea. You're talking about a mashup. There could have been
Conceptually, yes.
Yeah, conceptually, no question. But they dropped the fucking ball.
Oh, dude. Well, all it was, it seems like it's just a race to get to these ideas. I have a feeling in the next couple of years, we're going to be seeing this more. This trend is going to continue. And like, if you are trying to make a slasher version of It's a Wonderful Life, that should be a sophisticated film. Yes, it can be bloody and gory and nuts.
Correct.
But it should have that, but it's a race, an arms race to get to these concepts before anyone else, and that fucking sucks. So, Dave, don't see It's a Wonderful Knife. You won't.
I wasn't planning to. You know,
Yeah.
it didn't pass my test. Although I kind of want to, because isn't the girl from Influencer in there?
I don't
Or
know.
am I
I didn't
wrong?
see Influencer.
Okay.
I actually really enjoyed Influencer. I just booted that off my list because it's a thriller. I said
what
more
I heard,
thriller than
yeah.
horror, but
Yep, that's why I
you
didn't
have
watch
to
it.
see it. You have to see it.
I will.
I really liked it. I didn't expect to enjoy it, and I really liked it.
Oh,
Did you
cool.
see Wonderful Knife? See or not?
Oh yeah, I said It's a Wonderful Knife.
Okay. Is CW from the Influencer?
I can't
in
remember.
Wonderful Knife?
I
You
don't-
remember
I
that
can't-
girl. So, okay, forget about it. It's okay.
Yeah,
I
no,
might
fair
be
enough,
wrong.
yeah. Just-
I might have heard something else. Here's what I propose. I want a slasher mixed with ET. That's what I want. But not what you think. I don't want ET to be a slasher. I want a ship to come down and 2 aliens to get left behind. One of them is ET, and the other one is an evil alien. And it adds to all kinds of shit. And they could kill the people that are looking for ET.
His name
and
is
everything
EA.
else.
Evil alien.
EA.
I'm out. Good night,
His name is
everybody.
DP.
see you, Christian. He's not here all night.
Yeah.
That's Dave. That's a pretty good. I'll try to think of one here. Like slasher meets Halloween. No. Okay. All right. So at number 6, I'm coming in with a film out of Chile called El Conde.
Aha.
El Conde, The Count, is the
Count.
lone art house film on my list. And it is, I said, I was talking about sophisticated movies. This is that. It's an artsy black and white vampire movie. I was going to say, I made a little note to, if B was going to be here, to say, this is a dictator walks home alone at night. So that's kind of wasted on him not ever gonna hear this, but something B should see. The movie starts off in the year 1793, where we follow a young French loyalist soldier who witnesses the execution of Marie Antoinette and steals her head. This young man turns out to be a vampire who spends the coming centuries quelling revolutions here and there, only to rise to prominence in South America in the 1970s as the very real, infamous dictator of Chile, Augusto Pinochet. So most of the movie takes place well after Pinochet's rule, where we find out that he faked his death in 1990. That's when it ended. It went from, I think, 73 to 1990 was when Pinochet was doing his thing in Chile. And so ever since then, he faked his death. He's been living on a remote farm ever since, in the middle of nowhere. So now at 250 years old, our boy, he's lost the will to live, and he's got to see to his affairs before passing on. This is a wildly inventive and gorgeously shot movie that illustrates the blood-sucking, immortal nature of the ruling elites. I don't think I mentioned that this film is a dark, satirical comedy as well. So it's funny at times. We've got exorcist nun accountants, undead Russian butlers, human hearts and blenders, Margaret fucking Thatcher.
Yeah.
Anyone who hungers for something on the foreign art house side of the horror coin will want to track this down on Netflix and give it a go. I can't claim to be a scholar on Pinochet. I know a little bit about him. My exposure to him was through sort of looking at whether or not the U.S. was secretly backing his military coup in Chile in the 1970s. Because listen, love or hate America, we've been known to fund topple dictators in foreign countries and fund proxy wars with border disputes in faraway countries that don't have shit to do with us. And this is kind of one of those things. But yeah, even if you don't know any of that stuff, if you're just like, fuck, I don't know about the geopolitics of stinking South America in the 70s. You don't have to know any of that stuff. You don't have to know all that much about Pinochet just to know that this movie's making a statement about these sorts of figures and linking it to vampirism and blood sucking and preying and upon the lesser folks, the sheep. It's El Conde, the Count. I was kind of floored when I saw this. And oh, I've been doing such a bad job tonight, gentlemen, but this does have my best score. Micah or
nice.
Mika Levi's score for El Conde gets my vote here.
Mika
Yeah.
Levi.
Levi Bridge. It's a minimalist sort of score that uses just like piano, strings, a little bit of synth and percussion. That's pretty much it to great effect. Very eerie and relaxing, classy. I think if I were to make a movie that was full of nothing but pretentious douchebaggery, it would have a score a little more bombastic than this. But yeah, Mika Levi, Mika Levi did what's the Under the Skin.
Yes.
He also
yes.
did that. So
Yes.
yeah. So yeah, good movie, El Conde. It won't be for everybody, but man, it hit that douchebaggy pretentious shit that I only sometimes like. You'd think I'd like it more, but I don't. But this one was like, yeah, like I said, B should see this. A dictator walks home alone at night, black and white vampire movie in a foreign language.
And he's
Good
a
stuff.
scholar. He's a scholar in penis. I've been waiting to crack that joke. I've been laughing every time you said
long
Pinochet,
time.
like a fucking little grade 2. Like,
You know what?
Pinochet. I
God
was
bless
giggling.
you. See, man, God, like you had the bad joke before. You just ran the game on us just now. That was good. I'm a child, and that's okay. El Conde at number 6, my friends. Did any of you? Dave? It sounds like you saw this.
Yeah. I liked it. I liked the narration.
Yeah.
I liked, and I usually narration for me is hit or miss, and I think it worked here. I like the flying stuff when they showed them flying.
Yo,
it's freaking badass.
Did that
ain't it?
not look cool?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. The story is good. And the humor was just like tongue in cheek. And
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
Yep.
As opposed to being comedy. You know what I mean? So
Yep. Cool.
yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, that was good stuff.
Sweet.
Okay. My number 6. So this was mentioned earlier. Brooklyn 45.
Yeah.
Dude, I was not gonna watch this movie. When I saw the cover
title?
of this freaking movie, not well, the title doesn't necessarily do it any favors, but when
Okay.
I saw the cover, it reminded me of it was gonna be some ghostly comedy type thing.
Oh,
like,
okay.
and I hate to say this because I know you love it, Watson. But I thought it was gonna be in the direction of what's that freaking Michael J. Fox joint that you love from
The
96?
Or the
Frighteners.
Frighteners.
Okay, something like not that I
Yeah.
dislike the Frighteners, but it's not something I'm gonna run to either. It just had that look, just from that cover, and that cover does it no favors. It's nothing like what you see on that.
I
cover.
don't love this cover. Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, it's not a good cover.
No, it's not representative of what the movie is at all. This movie, see, this is the thing about me. I will check out of a movie very quickly if there's a lot of dialogue and it's just uninteresting or unnecessary dialogue. But you give me a movie that is dialogue heavy, and I am watching the movie and I don't want to get up, and I am stuck to the screen and the script and the story of what's happening here. That is when you get me. Doesn't happen much, but because a lot of times I have issues. So when it does work, it really impresses me more than it should almost, because I'm like, wow, I can actually pay attention to all the dialogue and I don't want to leave it. For example, El Conde, I think you could have cut 15 minutes out of there because they kept having discussions about the finances of the Count. And it was almost like they were having the same conversation.
They wanted to
with
keep
like
Pinochet uncut. Sorry.
well, Brandon's cut. He has to be.
Awesome.
You know.
I had to interrupt with that stupid joke.
That's a good one. And it happens with me. But a movie
Sure.
like this, set primarily in one location that
Yeah.
can keep me engaged the whole time, I love it because there's so few times it can be pulled off. And when it
Oh, yeah.
does, and you mix it with horror and supernatural and freaking some gory shit and strife between the characters that have a history and they know each other and everything else, and it's just written so well. I mean, to get into it, it takes less than a year after the wars ended, World War II, the big one, WW22 or whatever they say, Charlie Bunker, Archie Bunker says, the big one. I'm fucked up. And they get together and you have friends and a husband, 5 veterans of the war, a major, a colonel, an interrogator, and they're all getting together. The war's over now. Okay, so it's post-war stuff. People are still healing, and 6 weeks after this one guy's wife's death, he invites these friends over, and it's like right after the holidays. You know what I mean? And so
I thought it was Christmas. No,
it's like right after Christmas.
Winter.
Boxing Day.
Because she died on Thanksgiving. What the hell was? Yeah, Boxing Day. I forgot when she died, but it was definitely. I want to say this takes place between Christmas and New Year's in that week, and I could be wrong. But
It
it's
is
like something
December,
about
yeah,
that.
1945. Just like
Yeah.
only like months, like after the end.
And then 6 weeks earlier, the wife killed herself. And they so anyway, he brings these friends in. He's dealing with the loss of everything and his wife, and he talks them into having a seance. And these people aren't really, gung ho about freaking doing this. And he wouldn't be the type that is. One thing leads to another, and ultimately, it's so well acted. It's actually a movie that's in real time, which I'm also a sucker for.
Yep.
Which to see things as they play out. All the acting is top notch. The war's over, and it's like the one character says, and you're choosing hate. And by the way, I had to look it up. As the German girl, played
You know who
by
she is?
Christina Klebe. Yes.
Yep.
I could not believe when I looked it up, and that was Christina Klebe. I was like, wow, man. She went from freaking being what's her name, Linda in
in Halloween,
freaking-
yeah.
and Rob Zombie's Halloween to a performance like this. I was like, wow.
She's also
Kudos
great
to
in
her.
Two Witches.
Yeah, I want to see that movie. I still
Yeah.
haven't seen it.
Check it out, dude.
I definitely will. But man, just the discussions they have about everything, war and racism and right.
Homophobia, like the
everything.
xenophobia, like and
Yes.
the way these people, they're endeared to each other and bonded, even through their differences. And that part's really cool too. And then, just like I was talking about with Talk to Me, Dave, you got this idea of like, do we trust what's being told to us by these
right,
spirits from the other side? Are they telling the truth with knowledge that we couldn't have in the flesh, or is it just a manipulation? Like I don't know. That's where I feel like you could have a drink and with friends and be like, okay, what happened, and you could discuss it for an hour.
It's really cool, and it doesn't give you that answer, and that's the thing.
No.
And I remember being disappointed the first time, saying, "Oh, I thought they were gonna pan to the German girl, because they don't show her leaving; they show the other people leaving and everyone." Sorry, I'm not saying anything because I'm spoiling it now.
Got you.
I don't mean to do that. So you don't really find out, and I thought maybe they're gonna show us something, and it's okay that they don't. But you hear a lot of stuff. The horror stuff all works. It's not a lot. But what they do, it's cool and it works and it's written well. It's acted well. It was actually nice to hear Italian slurs for once. You don't hear that much. And being an Italian, it's fun to hear somebody say "wop" and "dago." I'm like, yeah.
Those are two of my favorites.
Because us Italians. Also, the thing is though, Italian, we don't get offended by shit like that.
No,
that's why it's funny to me. That's because I don't care. Call me a whopper, a guinea, or a dago. I couldn't care less what you call me.
What is it? Sean Connery in the Untouchables, and he's like, when he's like, "That's just like a dago to bring a knife to a gunfight."
It's just like I thought it was just like a wop. Yeah, just like.
Oh, okay. One. You know what? Hey, 6 of one, half dozen of another.
Exactly.
You should have smell my cunt. I want to bring.
Yes, I love your Clarice Starling.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah.
But ultimately,
When you bring it your Sean Connery, I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
Brooklyn.
I'm used to it.
This
by
is
now.
good. I like this. I like this
I'm
movie
used
too.
to it by now.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's
Dave,
great.
so Dave, do you have an interpretation of the ending of this movie that, or do you think it's just meant to be open-ended and that's the point? Or do you have something you think about what was real and what
I
wasn't?
do. Yeah,
We'll
I
have to
have
talk
a
about that. I want to hear
yes.
this at some point.
I have a an interpretation. Yeah.
You always do.
Yeah.
That's why I asked. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm right, but
Mhm.
I do have an interpretation.
Cool.
I was sold by one character and what they said from start to finish. It was enough for me to say, okay, this person, they're legit. They're telling the truth. It worked on me.
Good
So,
years.
Cool.
well, there you go. But anyway, it's an 8.5. And man, go see this movie. Go watch this freaking. Forget about that damn cover and
God,
the
what a-
title. You're
Yeah.
missing out on something that
True
you're not
that.
going to soon forget. It's a really good flick. So
What a bad cover. That hand. It's like, what is this?
Very generically poor. Like
Yeah.
like you're wondering
Ectoplasm.
what they were trying to. They're not helping the movie. That's for sure.
No, not at all.
right.
Before I get into it, I have my slasher movie, Slasher Meets the Goonies, where Chunk frees Sloth and Sloth just kills him and then chases the other Goonies as they're trying to find the pot of gold and just goes off and he tries to kill them one by one. And they said, "You said Goonies never died." He's like, and he just stabs them.
I like that.
Yeah. The end.
Okay.
That'd be cool. So Sloth is the killer?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? He
You
should
look-
start by killing his family.
If he's in a
and then
Friday
give
the
his
13th
face-
movie, he's a fucking killer.
Yeah.
Why is it like
Why?
if Sloth shows up, you're running away from him? The fucking guy.
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
True.
sorry, Sloth.
Guys.
Yeah, he's like,
But like with a lower voice or something, I can see it.
now number 5.
Yeah.
My number 5 is a movie that when I was talking about it, probably people thought I hated it, which I didn't hate at all. I said I liked it. I just was expecting it to be a 10 out of 10 home run. And again, it's another 8 out of 10. When Evil Lurks. We chatted about this a few episodes, if not the last episode on the show. So you kind of got our take of it. Again, there's a lot of great stuff going on here.
Mhm.
Haunting score, some fucking just matter of fact deaths. It was the last show that you were on, Watson. I was talking about how I was a little hung up on the inconsistencies that like some people sure they're war torn, kind of
Yeah.
like the shit
Yeah.
that's happened to them, whereas like other key players don't. And I think it would have been creepier if they did. Considering it was only a matter of like minutes that it made a difference in their lives one way or the other. So from a viewer standpoint, it just would have been creepier and more fucked up. But
Yeah.
there's a lot going on here. Definitely repeated views are necessary. But just the way people are going on about this, I was expecting a lot more. But what I got, I thoroughly enjoyed. That axe to the face,
Yeah.
both
Mm.
to the husband and to herself. Oh, fuck. It's just crazy. And then there's just more to it in that just the slimy demon of death or whatever like that, just a fat glob that they got to get rid of. It's just so grotesque when they're carrying it out in the blanket and everything. Like, I just like how they build. Like, you could tell that we've been thrown into this world that's been affected by something already, and that we're wrestling along with the story as it goes. And I mentioned that there's a POV shot. Well, it's actually not a POV shot, but it's a static shot locked on like the hood of a car while the brother's driving. And it's just his reaction as he's driving through, and we can hear the horrific natures of what's going around him. And he's mowing over people. They're bouncing off the windshield, and it just keeps going. And the camera doesn't stop. It just showing on him. It's just such a great way to showcase some of the craziness that's going on from just that static shot of him driving and the action flying into the scene.
Yeah, man.
Just a lot. I don't know if I've grasped everything that the movie has to offer, but even the end where the son that I believe is autistic,
Mhm.
Yeah.
He's got problems anyway. You find out that he, I guess, digested.
Hold on now. Don't
Yeah.
spoil it.
Oh, digested some bad food. He ate McDonald's. It didn't
Yeah.
sit well with him, and he puked up a Whopper, which was bizarre.
Yeah, a little weird.
I just want to get in another Italian slur there before we moved on. But it was
Oh,
my,
that was good. Whop. Yeah. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it was my
Awesome.
number 5, When Evil Lurks.
Mm. Well,
Awesome.
yeah. I want to continue the conversation here because my number 5 is a movie called When Evil Lurks.
Ah,
Yeah,
Twinsies! A first time
yeah,
on the
yeah,
show.
buddy.
yeah. Parts of the show. Right.
yeah. Wow, that's right. How about this? At number 5, first time. Yeah, like C said, yeah, this film throws you headlong into a world that's got this inexplicable malignance at work and asks you, the viewer, to figure things out as you go. I admit I found this frustrating at first because there are so many things operating in the background of the story that I want to know about. But I've made my peace with that because I think that's the point. It is painting this, world that's bigger than it actually is, and I see that. Damian Rugna knows how to make a movie that'll fuck you up, man. He proved that with Aterrados, and he's done it here again. This is a movie that doesn't pull a single punch. You're not safe in the world of this film, no matter who you are, an animal, a child, a nice grandma, whoever you are. If you're here, you're fucked. I think my only complaint, and this is something I'm trying to wrap my head around to see if I can excuse it, is how stupid our leading man Pedro is at times, like a lot. Now, some of his bumbling stupidity I think can be excused by the heat of the moment or not really fully grasping what's going on, but there are some things that happen in the final act. Like, I can excuse that other stuff, but in the final act, he's given some explicit orders and told this is the thing to be doing. And for whatever reason, he's like, nah. And I just it's the one mar on this movie for me. It's not a foundational issue like I have with Cobweb, which I'm so stupid for even having in the first place. But it's just like, what were they doing? The Scream 6 formula where they're going to make someone stupid so a scene can happen? What's going on here? I don't get it. And so I was just like, there are ways to ride around that to get where you want to go without having Pedro be just like, yeah, I'm not going to do the thing that I was told to do. It's like, what the fuck? Like, okay, script, give me a reason. And it doesn't. And that's my one mar on this film. If you can write that away or show in the script where that is, helpful to something somewhere, then I can maybe get past it. But I don't want to come off end this review like I'm hating at number 5. It's my number 5 movie. I loved this. I haven't really talked much about numbers. We've been in the 8.5 for a bit. Did El Conde reach 9? No, I don't think so. Yeah, we've been in the 8.5. We're still there. When Evil Lurks, I need to see it again because there are probably things going on that I could, benefit from re-examining and thinking about a little harder. Good stuff. I'm telling you, Rugna is the man, dude. This guy, he's Argentina's dude. Like, this guy's making the horror I want to see. So that's When Evil Lurks. It's a triumph.
Nice. So are you talking about the nape of the neck situation or the axe?
I don't
Are
remember.
you talking about the decision that he makes?
Like, literally everything that a woman, this lady is telling, this professional is telling Pedro, he's just like, nah. And it's like, come on, give me, she tells him this, and this. And he's like, not doing any of that. Literally none of that. And I'm just like, okay, if the script will tell me, was he influenced? No. Is he that stupid? Maybe. It's like, well, then why? Like, the other stupid things he does is like, not all his fault. It's just like, you track evil in on accident. It's like, well, yeah, anybody could have done that. But this is like, hey, the professional speaking here, let's listen. Let's listen. And he's just like, no, I don't want to do that. And I'm like, how is this in keeping with his character? And it's just not. Or maybe it is. Maybe the whole point is like, hey, this lead you're following, no shit. I don't love that because I like Pedro, but I don't know that maybe I think the Dark Discussions podcast, at least Eric, I know, had that complaint as well. I'm not alone there. Maybe other people did see. It sounds like you're kind of relating a little bit. Dave, maybe you're sensing a reason for some of Pedro's,
Well,
issues
yeah.
there in the end. So
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends on which one you're talking about. Because
Dave, I gotta see it again.
Yeah. Okay. And I know at one point he panics and runs and grabs something. That's just a panic mode move because the other one got grabbed. And the other one was saying, yeah. And then the other one was something about using a tool and her saying something about, do you have to lift this up? You have to do this because it has to do with the nape of a neck. And I'm thinking, problem is, that's only step one. It isn't just boom, put this on the nape of a neck and the whole world changes. It's not that. There's more to it than that. There's all these, remember, you see all these tools and this and that. So he doesn't know how to do anything. All he knows is the one thing, maybe the nape of the neck. But if you're talking about that's the answer. He doesn't know what to do after step one. And the other one, I just took it as panic when he runs off and goes and grabs something out of the other room because the person he's with is suddenly in a situation where she might be subdued. Either way,
I will need to watch that again. You've given some good justifications there. I want to see this and see if I can get on that same plane there with you, because I like where your head is at. You it seems like you didn't have an issue with that, and I want to be there. So,
right?
Yeah,
maybe
cool.
You will.
Maybe
one day.
Awesome. Yeah, one day. Before everybody called me Watson, I did used to get called D. People would be like, "Yo, it's the D." Seriously. So I'm here with old D.
Where did that come from?
Well, because I was gonna pass it over to RD for number 5.
Good call. You can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Great segue.
All right. Double D.
Double D.
And I'm getting
All
both.
Nice.
Not used to this.
Okay. Oh, wait. Have I missed it? Let me make sure I've done all my stuff here.
Oh,
okay.
no.
I'm good. All right. No. I'm okay. I'm okay. First of all, I have to just open something. So anyway, my number 5 is Infinity Pool.
I
nice.
had that as your number 1.
So did I.
Yeah. Okay.
So I had it as your number 1
Nice.
as well. Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I could make it my number 1. But I will tell you, it got better the second time I watched it, because the first time I watched it, I was in the theater with my family, and it just wasn't the same type of movie to watch with your family, and
Yeah.
it just is. It's better to watch on without them around.
Definitely.
So so the second time I'm watching it, I was able to concentrate more and everything else. And man,
Jerk
you
off
have
to
a
Mia.
great, a great
as one
cast from
does.
top. Yeah, a great cast from top to bottom in that movie. They all do great. The score is great. Actually, yeah, I will give the award for best score to Infinity Pool, which is done by what's his name? I'm sorry. The thing
It's a good call,
about Tim Hecker's name is, this wasn't the strongest year for scores, because,
Agreed.
and I say that not to insult anything, but usually I think we talk about scores a lot on the show. I know I bring them up a lot. I know we talk about it. We're very musical, you know what I mean, with our interests. And I think that we've talked about all the time. It just seems this year there wasn't a whole lot of, I don't have it in my notes as often as I do with all the different movies I watch. It just didn't seem to be at the forefront this year for whatever. Some I liked it, and again, like this ends up being what my favorite of the year, but for that, but yeah, beautiful women in the movie, of course, because I mean I've said it before. Obviously, Mia's Mia, but the other girl, what the hell is her name? Because Destiny? No, not Destiny. It's Destiny Brown from the other movie.
The girl from Cobweb.
She was in Cobweb.
Yeah, the teacher. Who's
Oh yeah.
wife?
Yeah, I think she was pregnant when she made Cobweb. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're right. Yeah, Cleopatra Coleman. Yes. Just beautiful. But I mean, it's such a cool concept for a movie,
Yeah.
because you're seeing, it's a very original. to begin with. Yeah, there's really isn't a movie like this, and the stuff they're doing here isn't something that I recall seeing. And leave it to a Cronenberg to come up with something like this. It's the same thing with Brandon Cronenberg, like him or not, in his 3 movies, has pretty much come up with stuff that it seems pretty original to me. Like all 3 of his movies, it's just stuff that who comes up with it? It's really cool. But what a great freaking just an idea for a film. And these people are going down there, they're on vacation. You have all the character stuff with Skarsgård and what he's going through, and then meeting Mia and her man, Gabby, as her name is in the movie, and just to see where they go with it, and then what happens, and the guy's reaction to it, and the way he just with his wife and with Mia, it's pretty wild. You get that trippy freaking doubling sequence when they do all that crazy stuff. You see Mia building him up and playing around with him the whole time, and they make him watch, and then they have that real sexy scene with Mia and all that trippy great stuff, which is awesome. It's really fun to just sit back, and I don't know. Some movies are better watched by yourself. To me, this seems to be like one of those movies. It's more of an experience. I just want to sit, and it isn't a party movie. It isn't. I mean, I might watch it with my friends, but it's hard to say. It's more of an experience type movie. But man, it goes all over the place. Just the statements that are made. What
do you think of the theory that he's a clone? Pretty much
that
not from the get-go, but from when we first learn about the clone, and that I forgot his name, the real character is killed, and the clone's the one that survives and is watching. There's a theory going at that's him, and that's why that he sort of changes from that point on, and he's distant, doesn't seem to have humanity. In fact, the scene that confirmed that I don't know about confirms, but that definitely gives me the idea that maybe that is a good theory, or that it works, is when he's laying behind his wife, and his wife is very upset by what's been happening, and he's behind her, and I swear he looks like he could be Robert Patrick or Sylvester, or that's Arnold Schwarzenegger from the Terminator 2 poster. He looks like a robot. They're lying in bed. It's got a blue tint to it, and he's lying there, and I was like, wow, this was done on purpose, because it's him, but he doesn't look like, he looks like not himself, which is what they're going for, but even one step further, like an android or a clone. I just thought it was a really cool choice there. So I'm on board with that theory. I think that helps sum it up. I don't know exactly when the old switcheroo happens, but I kind of like it, and maybe explains again why he doesn't leave. Because I found it really, the first time I was like, why didn't he leave? What was happening here? What did I miss? And then, like that sort of ambiguous ending, I just think maybe it was just that he didn't want to leave. And I love the fact that everybody leaves, and they're out of vacation mode, and they're back to the real selves.
I applauded when you're listening to them just chatting about banal shit.
Right.
Yes. I was like, that is what monsters look like in real life. They're vacationing from their own humanity. It's like, good stuff there.
Yeah. And so the statements they're making about first and foremost, governments, and how they could be exploited by us.
Oh yeah.
Or people that have more money to go do things that they have carte blanche to freaking do what they want. And then the way people straight up just behave on vacations, which you can ask anybody that's in the service industry that works at travel destinations, and they'll tell you the same thing. You know what I mean? And so it's talking about that. I don't think that about the switcheroo, and I'll tell you why. Because the other ones are easy to manipulate. There's no fight. They're not pushing back. Everything that happens with him after the first scene, there is a little pushback. Yes, Gabby can usually get him to do what she wants, but not always. But if you look at the other ones they create, There's no question about anything. One's a dog right away. One's in this situation when they go and he ends up having to do what he does with his double and everything else. It's almost like they are robotic and they can be controlled right away. When our character has to have issues with his wife, he has to have discussions there. He even rejects me at one time when he gets embarrassed about everything that go on. And I'm thinking, dude, first and foremost, your wife is beautiful and you've done what you've done. And it's unfortunate because she's your meal ticket on top of it. You got a beautiful wife that has money. You're doing your thing, fine. I get the allure of Mia more than anybody. But I mean, now she's out of the place. His wife goes back and he stays, right? Intentionally. I'm not going to spoil anything. So he ends up having to stay. Now, there comes to that scene where he gets embarrassed and she comes to him and says, we're going to get another double. We're going to bring him up there and the two of you can fuck me. And I'm thinking, oh my God. And he turns it down. So he still has human being pushbacks because only a human being would have any pushback on something like that. Anything animal or robotic or anything, they're just going to go with whatever master says. So Mia having all this control over the other ones suggests this to him. And first and foremost, I'm thinking, oh my God, I wouldn't have a threesome with my brother and myself, my father and myself, or anything like that. But I could damn well hook up with the freaking replica of myself with a woman. That would be a threesome I would have
right.
no uncomfortable parts with.
You're right. So the theory of like maybe if there's a switch or something happens, maybe it's more towards the end because you're right. Otherwise what Mia's trying to do, what Mia's character's trying to do to him,
she's
wouldn't
trying to
any
make him
sense.
stronger. Well, the thing is, it comes off one way.
But he keeps like upsetting her. I think that's the thing. It's like he is almost like a failure at everything. Like she compliments his writing at the beginning, but then essentially just dismisses it as he's been. In fact, reads a review, a scathing review.
She butters up. Well, right, but she's trying to butter him up. Of course, she doesn't know. She just decides maybe she's just attracted to him. This is going to be my plaything. But I'm going to take this man. Then when they meet with them and they see that the wife makes a comment about a bit of a emasculating comment about her husband, which was, it was in jest, but still it was said. And I think that little thing there that planted the freaking seed of her saying, I'm going to take this guy and I'm going to build him up. And I think that she legitimately does have good intentions, even though it's a plaything and it's not the coolest thing to do. I think she wants to build him up to be a stronger person. That's why she heckles him so much. Because at the end, she's still trying to say, kick the dog's ass, do this, show me what you're made of. And then she heckles him and all the other. I think that's all methods to get what she wants. Ultimately, does she get what she wants? What?
No, is this the movie where he takes her last name? Sorry for interrupting. When they get introduced, no, or does he have his own name? I just watched a movie.
That was Dream Scenario.
That was Dream Scenario.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So many movies.
He goes, I took her last name. No, I wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
All right.
No, but
yeah. Similar characters.
Yeah, kind
and
of.
she is so freaking great, especially in that scene when she is heckling him, with all that shit. Hey, James. And people, see, my wife hates it, but
I did the first time. Admittedly,
but it's done on purpose.
Yeah.
She is trying to come off that way. You know what I mean? That's what you have to realize, that it's something that she is doing, trying to freaking get him to act a certain way. But it's adorable at the same time. I love it. I think she's fucking great, which I think it's cute as can be. You know what I mean? Maybe because I like bad girls and she's acting bad and it's Mia. So I'm like, okay, everything's going perfectly here with this character and I'm loving it. But then at the end, so I see what you're saying about but also when the end happens, if that theory holds any water, then I don't really get I don't get the ending completely anyway. Because my last notes are this: what does end mean? ? And then makes you think. And the movie does make you think. I look at it in the most basic terms, where somebody just wants to get a taste of somebody else, even if it's once a year. Maybe that's because of my fascination with said person, but this is all I'm saying. I take it as that, like, okay, I'm not going to have this, this, and this. I've already done this. So my life's going to go in this direction now. So, well,
Mm.
I'm going to stick around until I get a second chance with Gaddy or something. I don't know. I don't know. That's just a way of interpreting because I don't understand. And I hope I haven't said too much about the movie. Damn it. See the movie first and foremost and give it a second
It's a
watch.
year-end show. We spoil all the time, or at least I do.
Trying
So
not
at
to.
this
I've been
point,
pretty fast
I
and
know.
loose with it. Yeah.
I don't want to give
I mean-
endings away. But anyway, Mia does it once again. Mia Goth again, freaking for me, is actress of the year.
Nice.
She does. This is like low key, maybe her best performance. It's different than the other stuff. It isn't as out there, but in a way, it is. I don't know. But I think she just continues to
2
freaking-
years in a row for you.
Yeah. She just continues to do what I always knew she could do. And now everybody's on it. And it's like, now Maxine's coming up next year. I hope that she doesn't leave the genre, even though she's been around since over 10 years. And she always picks these cool, type genre films, which is awesome. I know she's doing one of the MCU movies, and I'm a little bit afraid that she might leave us. I don't know. But
Ugh.
who knows? Nicole Kidman does great genre films too still. So it's hard to say. But anyway, she's great. The movie's definitely not going to be for everyone, but I dig it all. It's trippy. It makes you think. And I don't know. It's a movie when it's over. It makes you think. I almost wish there was more. I wish we could, another one. Not necessarily a sequel, but I don't know. Maybe something in the same family in a way that gets us more into this world and what goes on here. But anyway, I probably spoke too much.
It's good.
Anyway, it's an
Good double bill with Possessor.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah, for sure. So yeah, it's an 8.5 for me. There you
Nice.
go.
My number 4 is a movie that Dave doesn't think is horror. It's Birth Rebirth.
Ah,
I
wow,
didn't
no
see-
shit.
you know, I didn't see this one
Wow.
particularly because Jay of the Dead said it wasn't horror.
Yeah, and Dave didn't think it was horror either. And I can't not see horror because it's a Frankenstein story right from the get-go. It's about reanimation of a girl and essentially what they have to do to keep her reanimated or alive. And so the performances are very like subdued. It's lower key. Some people have given them performance of the year. I'm not going to go that stretch, but I thought everybody was good. I've talked about it on the show already, so I'm not going to again go into too much detail, but I do believe it needs to be seen. And again, just from the reincarnation, Frankenstein, like bringing the dead back to life factor, that's horror. Now it's played out a little bit more dramatically, but there's still blood, there's still a sense of dread, and there's just an uneasiness that kind of permeates the whole film. So I liked this right when I saw it, and I brought it up to Dave again on the show. Again, whether it was the 2 episodes ago, I think I said it's horror, man. I think it's horror.
I might
but
be wrong. Hold on a second. Let me interrupt because of this. Jay or Watson,
Yeah.
I thought that Jay thought that it wasn't. I thought Jay thought it was horror, and then he had me watch it, and it was a show with me and Jay and Dr. Shock, and I
wasn't
remember
on that,
going
yeah.
against, and I remember going against Jay. So I thought he thought it was. I thought
Oh.
it wasn't. But hold on, if you're right, then maybe I did think it was horror. I just didn't watch it a second time.
Gosh, I don't know if that
So-
episode got released. I feel like I listened to everything, especially the ones I'm not on, because man, but I don't recall that.
Well, again,
All right,
we
I
could
don't
argue till
know.
we're blue in the balls.
Sure.
It's been on other
Doesn't
lists,
matter
but that's
for me.
on my list. I had it
Okay.
like I liked it from I just something stuck with me. The way
Cool.
the way it plays out, and again, everything is just a little bit more lower key, not boring, just lower key, and it plays out like a straight lace reanimator without the zombie infestation at the end or the the green permeated reanimation juice. But there's still a process that has to be followed, They explain what that is. We're thrown into the story. We come back to that scene later on, and just to what degree um, this is going to change their lives when all's said and done.
Yeah, I don't remember. I saw it once. I didn't watch it another time, and I didn't rate it high either. So I never went back to do it. So I don't know. Maybe it was
8 out
lower,
of
and I
10
just-
for me. 8 out of
I got
10, number
confused.
4.
Hey, I
Nice,
gotta see
man.
this.
Maybe I should watch it again, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should.
Again,
Okay.
I'm quick with these, but I know that I'm a spoiler, so I'm trying not to
Yeah.
say too much more. But I think I gave you the gist of everything you need to know, and check it out. But it's not action packed, but it
Sure.
doesn't need to be. It's more about mood, atmosphere, and the relationships of the two women as well.
So 2 Marin Ireland movies on your list.
Two what?
Boogeyman. Marin
yeah.
Ireland, the actress. Yeah,
Yes.
she's the lead in
yeah.
this and also in the side part in Boogeyman. So
Yeah, now that I just clicked in as soon as you said it. I didn't even realize until you mentioned it. And I'm like, yes, that is her.
oh, cool. Neat. Okay,
Right
I
on,
will
man.
put this one on the list. Okay, cool. My number 4, we just got done discussing it. A great discussion there. Infinity Pool. I don't have much to
Nice.
add to the discussion we had a few minutes ago here. I'll put it out there that Dave Z and I reviewed this over on Jay the Des New Horror Movies. You should check all that out, newhorrormovies.com. Cronenberg Jr.'s on fire. He's not as prolific as his father, but he's got all the chops to be every bit as good.
It's going to get there. It's
Yeah,
3
he'll
movies.
get there. Yeah, right. And I never saw his first one. What was that first one called?
Antiviral.
Antiviral. Never did see that, so
Yep.
I'll have to check that out because Possessor and Infinity Pool. I think I don't want to deviate and search around and dick around for a while on Letterboxd, but I think Possessor was my number 4 of that year. Maybe it was somewhere in there. So that's kind of wild that Infinity Pool is too. I didn't do that on purpose, but yeah, we talked about the final scene already. That kind of blew me away. How okay, vacation's done. Now it's time to talk about. Hey, I got to go get the garage door repaired, and they're just like, wait, what? And,
Yeah.
and it's like you all did the stuff earlier, and
Yeah.
so I never heard this sort of hypothesis that he's a clone. That's very interesting. I was listening, just really rapt as you guys were talking about that, because I hadn't heard that and hadn't considered that before. Because I just hadn't. So
There was something that I saw. So then to be honest, when I think of these things, I'm like, let me see if I'm alone with this. And I looked it up. So part of this is a thought process that then turned into reading. So I'm probably I'm stealing someone's. I don't remember who but if you Google it or whatever, I'm sure you'll find this theory out. But they said that because I noticed a scar on his face, and he didn't have a scar. His original character didn't, but one of the clones ended up getting one or something to that effect. And I'm like, that's who's at the
Huh.
end. So I'm like, so then where did the switcheroo happen? But there's so much to digest that is just so cool. Like even the showmanship, even the act when they introduce something that looks like it's just happening, like what the fuck's going on here? Only to be presented as a show that
yeah,
they're watching.
yeah.
That was a great reveal. That was
Yes.
a great
Definitely.
switcheroo.
Yes,
Man,
that was
Yeah.
great. I agree.
And again,
Yeah.
cryptic
But-
for in case people haven't seen it, but if
Well
you've seen
done.
it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah, just the way this whole inexplicable phenomenon that's at the core of this movie is just part of this island paradise's laws and customs. It's a very interesting thing there. Yeah, I have nothing more to say. I think we had a great discussion on this. Infinity Pool number 4, loved it.
What about
and
Mia?
I'll just oh, sorry.
What'd you
Yeah,
think
what
about
about
Mia?
Mia?
Oh God! Once again, I mean, like, she kills it. She's just like I've always. I
Word.
have long known that she's got acting chops and
Indeed.
is a lot better than anyone really knows. And
Indeed.
it's coming around. Yeah, you've been saying it for a long time, Dave, and I
Yeah.
think I've been right there with you the whole time. I've liked her for a long time, and especially she and Shia LaBeouf were married for a time, and it just like yeah, it figures. That's a
Still
strange-
are legally. They still are
Oh.
legally. They have a child together.
Oh,
He's
okay,
not a
well,
fan of blood on the breast. Oh, that's the only downfall.
He's not.
No, I don't know why. I am.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
I'd be a fan of her. It
That
doesn't matter
scene
what
is
she does.
crazy at the
But-
end. Blood on the breast. Anyway,
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
She's
Tiffany
like,
Poole- she kills it.
hey James,
Yeah, I
you
love that.
baby.
Well, I never thought that was annoying. I thought that was
love it.
funny. I was like, oh, she's yeah, she's doing what she's got to do. It's all
I
good.
think my wife is turning against her slowly, even though she supported all this time. Oh, I don't
Uh-oh.
know. Maybe she's turning against her, even
Well,
though
this
she
is where
got
you-
me the poster.
Yeah, well,
I
this
don't
is
know.
where when Maxine comes out, even if you're super excited and maybe your wife is testing you, Dave, do you want to go see the new Ty West movie Maxine? You'll go, huh? I didn't even know that was coming out this year. Sure, if you want to. Make sure you say that. Sure, if you want to. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
That'll work.
You'll get her back to Mia. Good stuff. Yeah, she kills it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, she's great. Okay. The Gothis. So, number 4, right? Me?
Yep.
Well, what do you know? What do you know? We've already talked about this on the show. We've talked about this tonight. Another franchise movie. Holy shit. Saw 10.
Nice. I was wondering when this was. I was like, this could be his number 1, and I fucked it up. It was so obvious. So
I am
Awesome.
loving the
No.
positivity around this because our boy, our co-host Ron Martin over on Jay That Has New Horror Movies hated this. Now he doesn't like the Saw movies. He doesn't like much of anything.
Right.
That's his gimmick. And even though he's not mean about it or anything, he's really well spoken about
Right.
it. But he does not like this movie. And when I watched it, I was like, "Sorry, Ron, love you, buddy, dude. We're tight, but I fucking loved it." And so cool, Dave. I'm so glad to hear that it's this high on your list, man.
Dude, it's different than the other ones. Didn't expect it to be. Well, I didn't expect that at this point they could even make this movie. So
Same.
this could, I know I'm just fanboying out over it, but I can't help it. I think it really is that good just because I love Jigsaw as a character so much and love Amanda, and to get to see her come back.
Yeah.
And the story is so endearing to see more humanity of freaking John Kramer. And it still has all the great Sawisms with the traps. That's all you need. But to me, the traps were secondary. I was just more into the story of him getting
Yeah.
taken advantage of and
Yep.
what happened and,
That's what my
and
son
everything
said.
else.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to talk about the movie much. I just want to say that I was so excited. Probably some of the best moments that I've had this year were the excitement of when the pig mask got lifted up and it was Amanda. And then when he says detective on the phone, I'm thinking it's got to be Hoffman. And then we see what happens with Hoffman.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I'm just like, I was so fucking happy. I was like, yes.
The
And
Hoff.
it would have sucked if it would have been a bad movie and it was anything but that. I was like, it wasn't just a movie just to get them out there and get a sequel out there and let's make some money and milk the series some more and let's do what we can do. It was so well written and just the story was so cool. I really loved it. I never expected it, and it's just like part of me doesn't want there to be anymore because to me this was like the perfect way to freaking tie a knot, a bow at the freaking end of the thing. Even when the movie ends and they walk out and the credits come up and it's like daylight and it just says Saw 10 and then it just gravitates away and there's no game over. He doesn't say. I'm thinking this is how you end a franchise on the 10th movie and go out in a nice freaking tribute way of the people that are really fans of this franchise. And that's what I'm saying. I part of me is excited.
I know.
I
Yeah.
know.
I know.
I know. I was just so the feeling I had leaving that theater, I was like, oh my God, I didn't know I wanted this kind of movie in this franchise. And me being always a defender of freaking John Kramer and everything, to see this side of him, and just all the tie-ins with the others and what he was doing and how he at one time it genuinely looked like to me, he was like not going to even care about his life's work anymore. He was like drawing the pictures of this and this and this, and he just crumpled it up and tossed it. And then he started doing architecture. It was like he was just going to be like, you know what? I'm past that now. I feel better now. I'm not going to continue. That's what I took out of it. And I was like, and then the heartbreak of it. Just
Yeah.
there's so much that I really, really loved about this movie. The connectivity of it. Just all the stuff with Amanda and feeling sorry for the person that was on drugs. And all the conversations between him and Amanda saying, you could do this and you have to understand that I am going to die and everything else. You're strong enough to see more mentoring of her is just, I don't know. I'm just such a fanboy about fucking these characters. It just put a smile on my face like no other movie this year did. It was
Excellent.
just, yeah, I just have it just gives me warm feelings. How weird is that to say about a Saw movie?
Well, because
But
it also
it
didn't
does.
look like the other Saw movies where, it had the traps and whatever, but we mentioned this on the show when we reviewed it. It looked like it looked like a real movie. And it sounds like a weird thing to say, but
No, I
Saw
get you.
had its own look to it that
It did.
became very popular, but with those yellow and green hues that were kind of ugly, and you're just kind of waiting to see like proper images once you got out of the theater. But that became the staple of the Saw series. This was nice just to be looking like a regular film. Like the editing, everything seemed a little bit more cinematic. Whereas when I went through the series the last time, everything felt a little bit more made for TV. I know they were all theatrical experiences, but it had a made for TV like serial vibe to it. And again, probably because that's how they played out. But this one sort of stood on its own and looked the most cinematic. And the rumor is, the next one is actually not just Saw 11, it's a remake of Kramer versus Kramer. And it's all about the divorce between John Kramer and his wife, which is odd. They're going a whole different route with this one.
It's a
I wish they'd
courtroom
bring her
drama.
back.
Yeah. Kramer versus Kramer. That would be fucking fantastic.
That would be great. Jill Tuck comes back in. That'd
Yeah.
be freaking amazing. Oh shit, that's great.
I feel
Anyway,
like B cracked a Kramer versus Kramer joke way back when.
Wouldn't
He
doubt it.
must have.
Of course he did.
so I'll wrap up. It's an 8.5 out of 10 again.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Awesome,
Love it.
man. Oh, it's
Yeah.
so good to see that so high as well. My number
man.
3, we talked about, because Dave brought it up, and it's The Last Voyage of the Demeter. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Ooh, wow.
This gets my fave soundtrack of the year. We're talking about soundtracks.
Nice.
If you actually listen to the soundtrack, it's actually great.
Cool.
Right
I
on.
really enjoyed this film. I thought it looked great. I thought the acting was on point. I loved the deaths that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And some of the surprises with that, the vibe that there's like some like feeling of the Thing going on, even though the Thing is one of my favorite movies and it doesn't approach that. But I liked what I got, and I liked the Nosferatu bat-like version. So I wasn't really looking for the suave Gary Oldman Dracula. I was looking for a monster, and that's what they gave me here. So I guess I was okay with all that and let it go.
Yep.
But I can understand where you're coming from, Watson, for sure. But I was okay with it. The woman on board, I didn't realize was a meddling of the studio. That's a little annoying. They managed to make it work as best as they could based on the fact
She's a
that it was
cool
probably
character.
dumped on the
But it's kind of one of those things. It's like, yeah, but he didn't need to bring a snack on board. The ship is his snack. Like, it's just they're just like, hey, you need to have a woman in the film, and it's like, okay, I guess. I mean, she's cool.
I thought she was.
You got Caitlyn Jenner.
I thought she was there for exposition, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, she's the one who has to, say some things that our characters wouldn't intrinsically know. So
that's it. I mean, that's how I looked at it. I didn't want, honestly, it would have been better. I'm with you. We don't need it. It was an odd choice, but I think it was just because but why do they need exposition? It's fucking Dracula on the ship. That's all you need to know. You know that he took that ship.
Yep.
Everyone knows this.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it is the female thing. You might be right.
That's what the producers were saying. And, this was a film that got, sadly just went through production hell for like 10 years.
Yeah, I heard it was like almost up to 20. Like the guy initially conceived of it after Bram Stoker's Dracula. You saw the model of the Demeter there and wanted to make a whole movie just based on that. So that's when
Oh,
the
wow.
scriptwriter first came up with the idea of it. Now I don't know when he started actually writing, but it was conceived at that point, and then he started writing, and it was been in production hell ever since. Like there was
Longer than I knew. Wow.
Viggo Mortensen, is that his name? He was attached to it at one
What?
point to star. Yeah, there was
We're not about Vigo. Sorry.
anyway.
I am Vigo.
I still thoroughly enjoyed it. A lot of this
Yeah.
goes into the technical aspects, the sound design, that score, that like just the claustrophobic nature there, and the gore
Yeah.
and everything. It was just, I enjoyed it, but it's not perfect by any means. But
We need more
It's great, though.
seafaring horror. I will gladly
Yeah.
jump on that ship.
I'm on board too.
Oh, man.
I'm
Anyway.
swabbing the deck.
Swab in the deck. Yeah,
Swab in the
good,
what?
good choice. Good choice. Excellent choice. My number 3, I've got The Pale Blue Eye.
Wow.
This is a Gothic period peace murder mystery that takes place at West Point Academy in 1830. We've got a brilliant investigator played by Christian Bale who's here to solve some grisly, occultish, satanic-like murders. And at his side, helping out is a young pre-celebrity Edgar Allan Poe, who actually was in real life attending West Point there at that time. And I'll tell you, the way Bale and Harry Melling interact, matching wits and crossing words, it's something to behold, especially if you're a Poe fan like I am. I've got his collected works. I can recite The Whole Damn Raven and Annabel Lee and, a few other of his poems. I'm a fanboy of that. We got Lucy Boynton, Blackcoat's daughter, Robert Duvall, Toby Jones, Charlotte Gainsbourg, and Gillian Anderson round out this all-star cast. How the hell do you get them all in a movie
Wow.
together? It's just,
Yeah.
it boggles the mind. And it's one of the most beautifully shot movies of the year. Now, it doesn't scream horror like the rest of the films on this list. But horror does come from the Gothic tradition. That's where we get this, the Castle of Otranto and Mysteries of Udolpho and all these things. And this is in there. Poe himself. It is if you're saying, Poe has nothing to do with the horror genre, then fuck, neither does this movie then. And so that's where it's
Sure.
going. Yeah, it is light on horror as we think of it in sort of a, with our modern sensibilities, but it is harkening back to the Gothic tradition. And it is a Gothic film in its way. And I believe, hold on, let me look here. I have an asterisk, so that means I have to scroll down here. I'm talking, it was my biggest disappointment. No, just kidding. No. Best actor, like I said, I wanted to give it to Nicolas Cage if I had dream scenario. But I sort of am sharing it. It's like a first and second place, and I don't know who is who here between Harry Melling and Christian Bale, kind of as a singular entity here. They can share my best
Nice.
actor Exploding Heads award. I loved their back and forth, and I think they were the standout to me. Who the hell thought that Dudley Dursley from the fucking Harry Potter movies would grow up to be kind of this slim, trim stud? Like,
That's him?
yeah, that's Dudley, the cousin.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Just like,
Wow.
what the hell? Like, he's,
Oh
handsome
my
and he's
God.
debonair, and, it's just like, how did this
Wow.
happen? But so yeah, good stuff there. And Christian
Wow.
Bale, of course, is who he is, and we all know about that. So I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Also my best director, Scott Cooper for Pale Blue Eye, gets my vote.
Nice.
This is the guy who did Crazy Heart with Jeff Bridges, nominated for 3 Oscars, won 2 of them. He also did a couple solid Christian Bale movies before this. Gosh, what were they? Hostel and
Hostel 2.
yeah, and Hostel 2. Yep, exactly. And then this guy goes and does Antlers from a couple years back. Just
Wow,
does this
that was
horror,
him.
monster
Yeah.
horror film. He's an Oscar
Yeah.
winner. Well, his movie was, and he's done this stuff with all this A-list stuff. And he's like, hey, I want to make a monster movie. So gotta love Scott Cooper for some reason deciding that the horror genre is pulling him, even when he did something like Crazy Heart, where you'd think, all right, I want to play in that wheelhouse for the rest of my career and try to make these Oscar nominated flicks. But here he is, kind of doing something different and making sort of high class horror. I wouldn't say Antlers was that, but Antlers was damn good. But this, the thing I did like about Pale Blue Eye, it was classy. And I do love the novels of that era. Poe is my guy. Christian Bale, man. I'm in Pale Blue Eye at number 3.
Awesome,
Right
man.
on.
I didn't end
It
up
was very well
rewatching
made.
this, but I do remember that was the one thing I said. Although I watched it really early in the year, it looked great.
Yeah,
It really was well made. I'll say that. I mean,
Yeah.
that's in my notes there about the way it looks, and it's shot, and technically it's done really well. It's almost like, as far as horror, it's kind of like Sleepy Hollow, but without the beheadings.
Oh yeah, because Sleepy Hollow gets gory and has a high body count.
Right.
This is that without that.
Yeah, that's basically. I just couldn't understand the final twist thing. That was my issue. I didn't think it was necessary. Like, I pieced together early on in the movie. That was another thing. I pieced together really early in the movie what was going on here.
You did?
And
Oh,
who
well
were the
done.
killers.
I went for the ride, man. I had no idea about anything.
I'm famous for that. I always
You
pick
are.
out shit nobody else does.
Yeah.
But the obvious shit I always miss.
Yeah.
Constantly.
I love that about
So,
you. Yeah. I
it's
didn't pick up on it,
fucking
man. You
weird.
got me there. So
Yeah, it was weird. But then the final thing with him, this was my issue. I enjoyed the movie. When that happened, I was like, well, okay, cool. But then the other one at the end, it didn't, I don't know. We'd have to talk about it. And
we can't
I'm
right
like,
now. Yeah.
basically what we already know. The only way to excuse it is to say, okay, so this just happened to be a coincidence where he did this and this, and yet he was also present here to be called to this, but other people are doing it too. I don't know. It just seemed, that was my issue, was that final reveal, which I didn't think. I think it would have been better without it, unless you could tell me right now that it made total sense, and I'll say, okay, bravo.
I think, Dave, I think it did. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think it did. I will need another viewing of this to solidify that, because I don't remember having that complaint, but I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think I'd have an answer for this if we were doing an all-out discussion of the ending of the Pale Blue Eye. I could go, okay, this, and this, that might answer your questions, but I need to review it again to make sure I'm not full of shit here, which is entirely possible. I spilled my drink and I'm sad.
Oh, go get another one. You guys,
wasn't that like hours ago?
That's all there is.
Okay, that's all there is.
Still sad about it. I cry. I cry over spilled whiskey and Coke Zero.
Oh, dude, I cried last night for the first time in fucking months and months. You know why I cried? Because of the fucking last movie I watched, number 80. That fucking movie. I fucking teared up like 3 times.
Wait, did we discuss what that was? Are we? Never mind. We probably.
I'll just tell you what it was. It's what's that shit? Moon something or other.
Oh, Moon Garden.
With the kid?
I never saw it.
Did you guys see that shit?
No, Trey. I think one of the guys over on Horror Movie Podcast 2.0 was talking about how good of a movie that was, and I almost watched it like a million times. It was that.
Jason
sounds
Smith,
like you got a
another
reaction
one.
out of you, man.
He's been tooting that movie for months and months and months, and it was on his top 10 as well.
Who has?
Well, the horror
Smith.
is light. The horror
It's this
is
girl.
light.
It's this journey she's on, and this. Am I thinking of the right movie? The little kid?
Yeah, it's it.
Okay.
It's a 5-year-old girl that goes into a coma, and this is the fucking, when she's in a coma, this is what she experiences. It's her,
Oh man, that sounds.
travels, which it's like ends up. I thought it was going to be like 80% fucking kid horror, so it's actually horror, and I can see why it's a horror movie if that's the case. But like, it's only like, I don't know, 40% of it horrific things happen to her. The other people she meets aren't mean to her at all. I'm thinking, well, yeah, these horror things. There is a horror character chasing her the whole movie, and there's something else going on, but it wasn't like horror enough that I would say okay and put it on my list.
Oh, okay,
but
gotcha.
I watched it anyway, and there's horror, but that's irrelevant.
Got the emotional.
I watched the movie.
reaction.
And I get fucking emotional throughout the whole fucking thing almost, because this little girl is in a coma and she's trying to get back to her parents, and you get it from her end and you get it from the parents end, and it's again, It's always fucking daddy daughter shit, you know?
Yeah,
Oh,
that'll hit you. Yeah, man, I hate emotions. I'm not doing it anymore.
dude, I hate it too. Anyway.
I
all
love
right, let's
comas
go.
though.
I do like me a coma. Yeah.
My number 3
Oh, what do we got?
has been brought up before, and it's Nefarious.
Oh,
Ooh,
this
nice.
high. That is awesome.
Dude, this fucking movie went up on the second view. I really enjoyed it the first time.
Yeah.
I watched it the second time, and I was like, holy fuck, this movie, it has me on the edge of my seat. Again, it's conversation,
Yeah.
and I fucking love what they do. And this, holy shit, everything that happens in this movie is some of the scariest fucking thought, because they're really legitimately talking about fucking, heaven and hell, and
Yeah.
what could happen, and how pathetic the fucking human race truly is, and
Yeah.
how, and these are things I believe in, not as a fucking, I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a Christian. I'm not going to sit here and say, but I do believe in good and evil, and I do believe in freaking, that's what and that's all I need to know. I say all the time that I think the devil pokes his way into the fucking earth all the time, and everything this guy says in this movie,
Poking me in
is
the
just
asshole right now.
like-
Get out of my asshole, devil.
Yeah.
So- About a nickel for every time I said that. Sorry.
Indeed.
Sorry, Dave.
Okay. What the hell was it?
I'm
I
not-
didn't know this was a fight, he says. And then he says, that's why
Oh.
you're losing. God
Brilliant
made
line.
a slave. Dude, there's so many lines. Now there's evil everywhere and no one even cares. We're all diluted by TVs, movies, etc. Oh my, just so much selfish, and the things that are going on in this movie are, it's humanizing in such a way where we
Yeah.
just see the worst of fucking human beings, just like, and not understanding, not believing that there can be fucking demons, that there can
Sure.
be such a thing as evil. It doesn't even enter into the equation, and that's why this warden just wants this guy put down. And the way he's manipulated this guy who comes in to sit down with this guy to determine whether or not he's actually insane, or whether or not, it's an act, or whatever, and put him down. But oh my God, everything that goes on, and everything that their conversation is so freaking just, I'm glued to it. I'm glued to the
Dude.
fucking, the conversation these two are having. I'm so wrapped up in it, and it just blew me away. I loved all the stuff that this demon was saying, because it all resonates to me. I'm just like, holy shit, yes. And politics aside, because I don't care about politics.
Yeah.
See, all that other stuff makes sense to me, because if you are a devil, a demon, surely you believe in the Bible. You're acknowledging God.
course,
You're
yeah.
acknowledging Jesus Christ. He even calls him the carpenter many times,
Yeah,
and it's fucking
the
great.
way he words things, I think he calls God,
Yes.
straight out of C.S. Lewis Screw Tape Letters. He calls like God the enemy, and then he calls Christ the carpenter, and it's these, this way of you're seeing how the demon thinks of these things in different terms than we do.
It's so believable, and
Yeah.
he hates all humans, and he just
Yep.
wants to torture humans, because God chose fucking
Oh.
human beings over the people that he already had, the angels, which he
Yeah.
cast down. And
Oh yeah,
again,
and
even
that's
to
a bit of
keep that out
theology
of-
that you can look
Right.
into, about the fall of Lucifer and everything like that. That's some
Mhm.
well documented stuff and well studied things as far as theology goes. And man, what Sean Patrick Flannery's performance here is
Oh my God.
amazing. Like I was
Holy
glued
shit.
to everything he was doing, because I'm a huge fan of first of all, he's in one of the Saw movies, which one, 6 or 7, and he's freaking great in the Boondock Saints movies, which my son and I are like fanatics for those. And here he is just killing it in this movie. And just the things that Nefarious, this demon, does to
Yeah.
this vessel, the end, all he wants
my
is his
God.
final meal. And I just went,
Oh, I know.
I-
He tortures them. Oh
and
my God.
at the end, when he doesn't get it because of what the demon says to the guards, I just
sad.
went, that is fucked up. It's
Yeah.
just like, that's not right.
Oh my, he tortures this poor bastard.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Just-
and yes, his performance easily for me. There was no question on freaking best actor for me. It was Flannery. Oh my
Dude,
God.
that should have been mine. I kind of want to
He's
change mine.
masterful.
Yeah.
Masterful. It might be the best performance I've seen any movie this year. I was
Yeah,
fucking
you'll get my actor
blown
award
away.
because I didn't give an actor award since I took Dream Scenario. So I'll agree with you.
Oh.
You should get the actor
Oh,
award.
right on.
Well,
dude.
you know what? As good, I gave mine to 2 different people. I'm going to one person. I'm going Sean Patrick Flannery. Fuck it. Sorry, Pale
Nice.
Blue Eye.
And you know why I give it
Yay.
to him? Because he was Victor Salvated. He was in Powder. I forgot about that.
Yes, he
That
was.
Victor
wow.
Salva
Yeah.
movie
Never
for
saw
way
it.
back
I'm a
when.
big fan of that Salva guy. What's he up to? I'm not a fan of him. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Don't start. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
shit.
not. Why do I do this? No, Dave Z,
Dude.
excellent choice, dude. Like, have you ever listened to or heard of the Screw Tape Letters by C.S. Lewis, Dave?
No.
So it's
No.
C.S. Lewis wrote this in the early 40s, in 1941 or 42, and it is basically this short novella where an elder demon is teaching a novice demon how to basically fuck with mankind.
Nice.
And it played a lot of the stuff going on here in Nefarious is there's shades of that there. Not shades. I mean, Screw Tape Letters is a huge influence on this, and Screw Tape Letters is a masterpiece of literature. I think people even who don't aren't Christian apologetics apologists or any of that who love C.S. Lewis regardless are just like, yeah, he's a brilliant writer and he did a great job here. So yeah, good stuff. And
Damn.
Nefarious taps into that stuff that where you've got this demon teaching a younger demon, hey, here's how you trick humanity. Here's what you do. And there's some brilliant stuff going on. And Nefarious really taps into that. I'm so glad you had this high. Wow. Cool.
I loved it. I can't. It's so great the way he fucking toys with them this whole movie. And see, all that other stuff people were all up in arms about, it doesn't make any sense because they're only looking at it from one perspective, and it's sad.
Sure.
Because legitimately, why would God, if there is a God, why would God be for any killing whatsoever? If it says in the Bible on the thing, thou shalt not kill. So of course, if these are God's rules, fictional or not, this story is obviously a work of fiction. Whether there is all this stuff, I can't rightly say. But what I'm saying is, in the world of fiction, if there is a God and there is a devil, of course the devil is going to know what the sins are. So if it's spelled out in plain English, thou shalt not kill, why would a human being that does any type of killing, why would that not be killing? It isn't just to have, because look at it this way. People looked at it and said, well, this movie's saying abortion is murder. Maybe so, but it's also saying that corporal punishment is murder.
Yep, the death penalty. Yep.
Who people on the right are for all kinds of murder.
Exactly.
They're for fucking, they're for war, and they're for fucking capital punishment. And but they're against fucking abortion. While on the other side, these people are for abortion. Ultimately, it makes more sense to be fucking, from a biblical standpoint, to be, if God created these beings and you decide as a male, as a human being, that you're going to put an end to their existence one way or the other, then you are in fact killing them. It's no different than stepping on a fucking spider, if you want to get technical. That's why I don't kill anything. But that's just me. I'm against all killing, period. So that's me. So that's why I can't identify as fucking anything. But also, it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with fucking, again, if there is a God and there is a devil, and in this movie there is, clearly, of course they're going to have the same rules. So you can't look at it and say, oh, well, you can't just take your picture out of your fucking page and say, this movie's against abortion.
Sure.
Maybe so. But what about the other things it's against? It says that this is a murder, capital punishment. And it's also saying that leaving an old folk in a home and fucking completely ignoring them and not giving them the shit they need and speeding up their death for your own fucking thing is also murder. These are all murders. These are all things where fucking, you know what I'm saying? In this world, that would make sense. That's what I don't understand about either side. Having, you can't claim it. You know who can claim it? An independent thinker like me. I can claim this fucking movie because to me, it stays where it is. It's just this
Dude.
is what it is, and I'll get off it now. It just bothered me that people had this take, and I'm like, well,
Yeah.
wait a minute. You know what I mean? And I guess because again, you guys were talking about who made the movie. I
Yeah.
have zero knowledge
I love
of
that.
any of that stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about God's Dad or whatever the hell Christian was saying before, and the company. So maybe they got bamboozled themselves. Maybe somebody said to them, okay, we're going to talk shit about abortion here. Oh, here, take my money. Like anything with fucking politics, without even looking at the big picture.
Sure.
And say, well, we're not going to tell you that we're also saying this too. But anyway,
you got to hear the
Damn
Dark
it.
Discussions review of this, man.
Yeah.
You should have been on that episode. It sounds like, because it was one of the best reviews of this movie I've heard, until listening to you, where it's just this
wow.
politically and religiously dispassionate review that's just looking at the movie for on its own merit, and that's hard to do. But it can be done, and that's kind of cool to see it, because this movie split audiences, and I can
It's
see
too
why.
bad.
But man, yeah.
How is it different than any other possession movie if you think about it?
Well, I mean,
mean,
and that's exactly it. I mean,
Devil possesses human.
every Judeo-Christian centric possession movie is eventually going to confront the idea of good versus evil. And what do they mean when they say good? The power of who compels you?
Right.
It's the carpenter guy. Like, who was that guy? That Christ guy? And what religion was he? And B. Anyway, oh no, they killed him. B killed him. Yeah, no wonder he's,
shit.
probably, that's why they don't do Christmas in Israel. But I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But that Santa gets to skip Israel. He's just like, all right to Palestine. I was saving that for B. But
man.
all that to say that, there is this, I just really derailed myself. But yeah, you are talking, you're talking truth there. And no, I'm with it, Dave. Yeah.
And how great is it that this demon orchestrated? It's almost like what the demon in Pazuzu did in fucking Exorcist, where he orchestrated all these things just because he wanted Marin to go there so he could kill him.
Yep.
That is the story of the Exorcist.
And this one, there's manipulation
But
here
in
too
this
with
movie,
the main
yes.
character. All that's
Nefarious
missing
from
is
jump.
swear words and
Right.
crucifixes going into certain places. Like,
Right.
but really,
Orifice.
it's orifices. There is this same template at work, just told in a different way, and that's why it made my list, because I was like, damn, this is a original way to do this thing that harkens back to C.S. Lewis, what he was doing in 1942, and I love it. So good
Dude,
shit, man.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant that he could take this fucking thing. He had the one guy commit suicide just so we can get the replacement to come in. And then when he comes in and does this, and he says, I want you to write a book. You're going to write my book. You don't even know it yet. And he does all the stuff. And he's been watching him since he was a child. So this demon Nefarious has been planning this movie for fucking 30 years, planning this move, doing all these steps just to get this freaking his own book out. And the only knock on this movie, I think, is the end. It could have been the fact that he went on that talk show and had that discussion and that stuff. I think I do like what happens at the end, how he bumps into the fucking other person, and we see that Nefarious is still alive and well, because why wouldn't he be? And what he does in the thing with the suicide and how it was stopped and all, great stuff. Yeah, but that talk show thing, it could have been wiped out.
Yeah, agreed. I was like, no,
my only knock.
Don't. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah,
but cool.
But anyway,
awesome.
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. I love the movie.
Nice, man.
Heck yeah, dude.
My number 2, we've again already spoke about. It's Evil Dead Rise. 8 out of 10. We've already talked about it. No need to go into any more details. I already blew my wad earlier. Gory, a lot of fun, and you know what? I'm a sucker for this series. Like, I mean, ultimately, when you really add it up, it's probably the highest, the ratio, the rating score. It's up there. Like, I mean, it's beat for 5 movies. It's beating Friday the 13th right now.
Yeah,
that's saying something. Yeah,
it is.
That's great,
dude.
Man.
Excellent choice. We talked about it, and I'm down with down with some Evil Dead Rise. Number 2, I have a movie we were talking about recently called Thanksgiving.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, you didn't think it'd be this high, did y'all?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think I can add to the discussions we already had. I'm just gonna say this did what I wanted it to do. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. When you're like, hey, this movie didn't do what I wanted it to do, and you're like, I didn't like it. And then when a movie does what you want it to do and you like it, it's that simple. This is
It's just
the
that easy.
yeah. I don't I don't know where the sequel goes from here. I'm hearing that there's going to be a Thanksgiving 2. What do you think? Will it pick up where this movie leaves off? Is it going to pull a Halloween 3 and maybe be anthological? That'd be kind of cool. Just a different Thanksgiving horror movie. I don't know. What
I think it's going to be a straight out sequel with the killer. Like
Okay.
they said they just easily dismissed it as,
I
oh,
hope.
they just disintegrated everything. Like there's no way. He just was not found. His body wasn't found. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's
No,
going
he
to be
walked
burnt.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's burnt and coming back.
Yeah. No, fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll be burned mass this time. But yeah, I mean, it's after decades of holiday themed horror movies, Thanksgiving gets the signature movie it deserves. So I'm down. And by the way, The Pale Blue Eye was a 9, and so is this. So Thanksgiving
Nice.
at number 2.
Nice, man.
Awesome. I wonder if we're going to have anything in the Hall of Fame. It doesn't look like it. I don't know. Doesn't know. Okay, well, back to me really quick. Okay, number 2 is Talk to Me. And
Yeah.
I love this movie the first time I saw it. I have watched this movie 4 times now. I watched it again last night because even though I watched it 3 previous times, I never took a single note. I watched it at the theater, didn't take a note. Showed it. I had to show people this movie. So I showed it to my wife and daughter. Didn't take a note. I was just into watching it. Showed it to my friends. Same thing. I just wanted to watch the movie. I never took a note. So I said, I'm like, son of a bitch. I don't have a note for this movie. I got to watch it again. And I was like, okay, because you know what? After the 4th view, I figured the movie out. Because this movie does need some figure out. I still wouldn't mind seeing a director's commentary, maybe hearing some other stuff, because there really is so much going on here. There's so many layers to what's happening that enough times you're able to piece more things together. So I think I'm at that place now. But to me, this feels like when Nightmare on Elm Street came out and what it did, and what it follows when it came out and what it did. This feels like that to me. This is like an American classic. This is an original type idea. They take other things, but they put a different spin on it with the hand. And there may be some derivative things from other movies to a degree, but it's never been executed like this. It's kind of like what I was saying about It Follows. And you have the kids here doing their things and dealing with everything the best they can, but it just seems so damn realistic from jump. Just everything about it. The start is amazing. As soon as it hooks you right away with the killing and then puts the knife in his face, like, what the hell? What are we getting into here? Yeah. It's great. I love the relationship between Mia and the siblings, her best friends, the family. I like the mom. So I like all the people. I think it's cool. It makes sense that Mia actually volunteers when she goes to that party. You said that she was, maybe coward, but she was, when she got to the party, she's like the last person anyone would have thought that was going to volunteer for something like this. And by the way, I love the way it's introduced. It's so modern, but it's an old story. It's like, okay, did you hear about this is going on? Instead of having a Ouija board or doing this and that, and kids having at a party, oh, look at this. These guys are on Instagram showing all these videos of what have you, of people actually acting this way. And they're like, oh, well, it can't be real, this and that, but everybody wants to get on it. Let's see. And they act the way kids would. They're excited about it. You know what I mean? They're doing it. And she volunteers because she is a little awkward with everything that's happened with her mother passing away, and her, they make some remarks about her at the party, and she seems to be a little bit awkward. But then when it comes time to volunteer, she does, and because she's trying to break through to people. And then what happens again? The next day she volunteers a second time. So it's like, okay, what's going on here? She has the balls to do that, and man, just the way the hand comes into the picture, it just like I said, it just seems authentic. It got passed from one kid to another. You don't get too deep. You find out about that kid at the beginning, and it's just, they don't have to go into freaking again. They said there's supposed to be a prequel coming out.
Yep,
maybe
I was just gonna say that. Yep, that's gonna follow.
That could be cool.
Yeah,
but I don't need to see it in this movie. I just want to see
No.
the events of what happened, but everything the look of them when they're under the spell
Oh,
is it's just great with their
It is
freaking
cool.
eyelids open, not their pupils, getting dilated and everything else. And that part in the beginning is so scary when she's freaking she's leaned over and she's looking at that kid Riley. She's going, run, run, run,
Yeah.
run, dude. I'm like, holy fuck.
He'll
that-
split ya. He'll split ya.
Yeah. And then she
And,
makes a comment about no
yeah.
reflection. She
Yeah.
makes a comment about the dream she has, and she has no reflection. There are little things I noticed this time about things that she says throughout.
And
And
did
I'm
you
like-
notice the appearance of her mother? And what
Reflections.
What's that?
Reflections. Always reflections.
Reflections and kind of wet.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like that first apparition we see. And Dave Z, we can't do it here,
Mhm.
but I
Right.
do want to hear what you think of the very ending, because we
Yeah.
can't do it now because, well, time
No.
and because of it's the biggest spoiler of the movie. But like I want to hear what your interpretation of the ending is, because there are two things I've heard, and there's one I like more than another, but you're a very persuasive guy, and I just would want to hear what you think about that, because yeah,
I'd love
it's
to talk
definitely
about
worth
it.
conversation. So yeah, one of these days I want to pick your
Yeah.
brain about that.
I'm down. That's a great conversation to have
Cool.
for sure. I got to say, I love that montage. It's one of my favorite scenes of the year when they're showing all the kids doing their thing, taking their turns at the second party.
Yeah, and it's got that French
the
song.
singing.
Yeah, the da 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 da. Yeah, that's it's an Edith Piaf song, but that I think she ripped off from like some Argentinian stuff, like this French lady. I don't know, but it's a classic song and really good beats. That
I
instrumental.
love it.
Yeah.
The way they're acting and everything, they're having fun, but they're also doing crazy shit at the same time. They're
Yeah.
all under, and then the whole thing about this, Mia's decision to let Riley stay under because she thinks she's breaking through to her mother, changes the whole everything, because she chose to do that, because she
Yep.
got sucked in on emotion.
Yeah.
She got played, and as a result, this poor bastard freaking. So they blamed her at first mistakenly, thinking that she gave her drugs or this and that.
Yeah.
And she really didn't mean to do it. But it's funny because ultimately, if they knew everything, that she'd let her stay under longer because of that reason, who knows how they would have reacted.
Oh God.
But
Well, that would have been where
but-
like I'd hand the mom the hand and be like, listen, talk to me to this. just
I
just
know,
so
right?
you know what's fucking going on here. But you don't need to do that. I mean, the story didn't need
Right.
that. You know who that chick was? The mom. She was in
Yep.
the Lord of the Rings. She was the chick who is crushing on Viggo Mortensen in the second movie.
Oh, see,
Eowyn.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I was noticing her from Sabrina. She was one of the two aunts in Sabrina that she looked.
Forgot about that. Yeah, I
Should've
gotta
been
finish
Shipka.
that show. Yep.
Oh, it's
Ms.
great.
Shipka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But the stuff with Riley, both of the fucking self-harm
Oh,
scenes,
That's messed up.
just amazing. The
Where do you think
gore,
Riley was?
watching it? Huh?
Where do you think Riley was while he wasn't in control? Do you think that
I don't know.
he was actually? My son and I were talking about this, and Mia is given a glimpse into where Riley might be, and I was like,
Right, but is that real?
well, I was like, if that's the truth, that is fucked.
Yes.
That
Scary.
is
Very.
not good. Holy shit.
I just think that the spirit was just trying to get him to kill himself. They just want him to die.
Oh,
They're just evil.
absolutely.
So,
And that's
you
where
know.
it gets into the ending
Right.
that I want to say. But it's the spirit who tells her where Riley is that I'm wondering, oh, you might be telling the truth because of just stuff. The scene in who the spirit, the kid. I don't know. Could all
Yeah,
be
I don't know.
manipulation. Who knows?
yeah, who does know for sure. I think the scene is great with the father. I got confused the first time I saw the movie.
Oh,
But
geez.
now I understand what's going on there. But holy shit, that got me. I'm like, what's going on here? How is
Poor
this happening?
bastard.
But I know, poor bastard's right. And ultimately, I fell in love with this movie the very first time I saw at the end. As soon as we see her walking in that hospital, and I said, okay, I think I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Then she does her thing in this, and then the last shot of the freaking people
Yes.
there, and I'm like, I was like, bravo,
Dude.
awesome. All of this just paid off
Yeah.
right now. I don't care that I don't understand everything about it. And then from that moment on, I kept watching it and trying to piece more and more together. And now I'm at the spot. So
Awesome.
I just love it. I'm surprised it didn't end up making my number one. I really am, because of the way I
Interesting.
felt about it for the longest time. But it's a 9 out of 10.
Excellent.
And
Dude, I actually wrote a song 10 years ago that is the final scene of this movie. It's about a
Oh.
ghost who responds to Ouija boards for fun. Well, not for fun, because he's lonely. And he can hear them like prayers, and so he can go to it and then answer them, and it's the only interaction he ever gets in the void. And I wrote that like like in 2009, actually, a lot more than 10 years. But yeah,
wow.
so
I like
and
to
I
see
remember
that.
going,
That's
whoa,
cool.
so good stuff. 9 out of 10. Great choice, Dave Z.
Yeah, man.
Talk
Thanks.
to me, baby.
Sorry, guys, I'm starting to fade really badly
Yeah.
here. So,
Almost there.
so I've been so quiet. My number one's
Cool.
Talk to Me. I've been honey dicked. 8.5 out of 10. You guys said it all. I love the movie. It's great. I saw it in the theater. My son walked out with my wife because he was scared to shit. And my daughter and I
Really?
finished it. And yeah, everything you guys talked about is great. I'm sorry. I'm starting to lose my voice
No,
and I'm getting
No,
very
I know.
tired.
that's
Almost
just
there.
fine. Well,
Yeah.
with my number one, I don't have a whole lot to say about it either. And you're gonna guess it. Favorite horror movie of the year: Evil Dead Rise. Is that a surprise? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Not a surprise. I mean, I don't have much to say. We discussed it. Just like I said about the last movie, this did what I wanted it to do. I mean, it's that's
Nice.
and the thing is, it's not a complex formula to get an Evil Dead movie right. It's not intellectual in nature. It's got to be primal, bloody, gory, disturbing, unrelenting, and transgressive. And Evil Dead Rise is all of those things, like all the other movies are. And it does what an Evil Dead movie in the 2020s ought to be doing. Yeah, we're not going to get Ash. We've had Ash, and that's great. He's my favorite icon. Much love. You're the man. No one's ever topping you. But there is a different ways to go about this with focus on the books. And so I don't know. I like what Lee Cronin put together here, and I await what Evil Dead adventures are on the horizon. I would love to see, I don't know, maybe a period piece that goes back in time to what we heard on that record. Where we, maybe just there are so many different ways
That'd
this
be
can
sweet.
go.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Evil
man.
Dead is one of those franchises that can allow for that, because all the movies are so different from one another, yet the same in all the right ways. So is this one. Evil Dead Rise, man, 9.5 out of 10. Dig it. Made me happy.
Awesome.
Best actress went to whoever this chick is, Alyssa Sutherland. I felt her performance as Deadite Mommy
Yeah,
was
wow.
iconic. So I loved her. And yeah, it was
Awesome.
stuff.
That's
Evil Dead
awesome
Rise.
to hear. And David, I guessed it. That's great. And I gave my best actress to Sophie Wilde from Talk to Me, by the way. I forgot that.
Yay.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Mention that.
And
Yeah,
I
she was
gave
great.
director to Danny and Michael Phillip, who the directors have talked to me.
Yeah, YouTubers, just like Onyx the Fortuitous. It's like this. It's the year for
Wow.
that. Just these YouTubers making good stuff for the genre. Gotta love it.
Dude, the
Awesome.
scenes when they're under alone are freaking just incredible. I
Yeah.
love the way they're shot and the way they're the point of views they take with it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
Yep.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm so happy for you though, man. It's your favorite franchise and the movie
Yep.
comes out now and it's still your number one.
You
You
know,
know,
and-
you don't
and-
get to,
It's
Awesome.
like you when you were talking about the Saw movie, and even me when I was talking about the Saw movie. It's so good to just be able to fanboy about some shit. And and that's what Evil Dead Rise was for me. And listen, if it
Mhm.
were bad, I'd be able to pick the things apart and go, this didn't work. But it's like, hey, we're gonna do what Evil Dead does, and it did. So that's simple, man. I got to fanboy, and a couple of good franchise movies this year that helped me fanboy. So I'm all for it, man.
I will say
Awesome.
that Evil Dead Rise, there was gore. Don't get me wrong. There was gore at the
Oh.
beginning. There was gore at the
Yep.
middle, but I was like, wow, this is not feeling like it's going to be as gory as the 2012 or 13 one. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, it just goes
Bloody.
balls out
It
crazy at
opens up.
the end.
Yeah.
And it is
Yeah.
in an elevator filled with blood. Like I was like, I turned my daughter, I'm like, this is not as gory as a lot. And then like I always do, I text you guys and say, what did you troll me? And the second after I send it, the movie gets better or whatever. And
Awesome.
it was like the same day. I turned to her and go, this is not that gory comparatively, and then just bloodshed.
Yeah,
No
I,
more.
you know, I gotta say this. I read this
Awesome.
bad review of this movie, that was like talking about how, this made me laugh. I wish I had it ready, but it was, shitting on the movie for the scene where she, the evil deadite mommy is looking at sister, and then she's basically like, you know, I'll swallow your soul, and then she looks at her, you know, she's pregnant, and so she looks at her belly and goes, two souls. And somehow this person
Oh, yeah.
made this review all about how this is like this pro-life movie that's this. I'm like, okay, first off, it's a pro-motherhood movie where we're seeing
Right.
this woman not ready for the commitment, who then proves herself that she's ready to be a mother and a lot more. And it's like a life affirming movie, and that doesn't have to be political with, you know, killing, you know, or, you know, zygotes or unborn children or whatever. I'm just like, you're out of your fucking mind. Shut the hell up. Like,
Yeah.
so this is a celebration. There's the perverted deadite mommy is the perversion of motherhood, this life-giving thing, whereas our leading lady in this one has to step up to that role, and she does. That's great themes, simple stuff. It's not advanced, but it I don't know. I don't get.
This is why I can't listen to Phil on Dr. Sessions. It's just
Oh, Eric is probably loving that you're saying this right now. Does he?
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. Good stuff.
he does listen. He does listen occasionally. No, he listens. He listens.
Yeah, he does. Eric
Yeah,
listens.
he's
Yeah.
great.
Cool.
All right, then.
Dave
This
V.
is it. This is it. Number one. Okay, even the title alone is going to tell you why I love it.
Yeah,
When Evil Lurks.
I should have
I mean-
guessed this. Mia had me confused with you, though.
Fair, but I'm not that blind. I mean, yeah, you know, it
This
is what
is
it is.
Your type of title. You are the evil afoot guy. You help
Yes.
me kind of, when you were talking about the dark and the wicked and how you described that.
Yeah.
I remember like committing that to my memory, like, oh, this is something Dave Z hones in on. And yeah, this is that to a T.
This is it. It's we're placed in a world right off the bat, boom, where evil is lurking. Evil is afoot. We don't know why. We know that
Yep.
churches are basically dead. It's cool what the things they say later that
Yeah.
the one woman says, because so many people bastardized basically what they were doing in the name of God and religion, that
Yeah.
God just gave up, which I think is awesome, because I think that could happen. Because I think what
Oh,
people do in the
no.
name of
It
freaking
has happened.
religion, oh, it's true.
Yeah, with
To
that
a
Evil Dead
degree.
review.
Yeah.
Well, to a degree,
Yeah.
there's been so many murders and so much wrongdoing in the name of people that are so-called Christians, Catholics, and
yeah.
religious people,
Yep.
that it's just like, if there is a God looking, is like, these are supposed to be my people. They're putting my name in this. What the hell? You know what I mean? And then
Definitely.
damn you all to hell. But it's so cool when it starts off. It's just so damn vicious right off the bat. There's no comedy. It's serious tone. Evil is afoot. You know, it just, they're trying to figure it out, and it's just, you know, possessions being reported a year ago, the rotten, all that stuff. They got the words, the cleaner, the rotten, the possessed, just set up in this world. The 7 rules that they talk about, and everything and it's just basically evil messing with whoever it wants to when it's around, when it's in their freaking, you know, in their area. And it doesn't get much scarier than that, because anything could happen.
Yeah.
And anything does happen.
And it does, yeah, exactly.
Dude,
Dude, this is what
those
Rugna
moments.
does. This is the same thing in Terrified. Evil afoot that just does what it does.
Yep.
Same thing.
yes. I love it. I love stuff like this. There's no nonsense, and you still
No.
do care about the people involved. I mean, some people say the guy's stupid, Pedro. I don't. I
still
see
like him.
everybody. I see everybody as a flawed person, and you know,
Yeah.
I love that the fact that they just talk a little bit about something that he was accused of doing or something, but then they say, well, that was his ex-wife making shit up, and that's it. They don't make it a whole thing where he has
About
to
the
overcome
radiator
this.
trying to kill his son or something, or alluding to that.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. covering up an exhaust, a vent of something to cause something to happen.
Why not just
Either
do
way.
the old pillow? Shh.
Hush, little baby.
Don't
Don't say
say
a word.
But everything that goes on is
Evil.
just as badass as can be, and it's just they
Yeah.
do what they want because they can, and I love it. It's serious tone. It's got good gore when you see it. It's got those jaw dropping moments with the axes, with the dog, with the just the things that go on in this movie, and later on when the girl's walking and the guy's driving and the girl has stolen her child back. By the way, they go there. Another movie that goes there this year. I'm
Yeah.
like, holy shit.
Yep.
There was nowhere they weren't going to go in this movie. They fucking did it all. The only thing they didn't do, I can't say it, but
Yeah, you'll get kicked off
that's
YouTube
something
for
I
that
haven't
word.
seen. I haven't seen a character like that, I don't think, murdered in a horror movie yet. And I'll just leave
Oh.
it at that. That's
Gotcha.
the next
Okay,
step.
gotcha. Sorry. I went
Right.
somewhere
But
else.
he
with
ended
that.
up doing something. That's okay.
Yeah.
But what he ends up doing is great. And I've pieced the first time I saw the movie, I had a little bit of problem. I
McDonald's.
said, well, how come they didn't say this at the end? And how come the guy didn't ask where the mother was? And so, but then upon the other views I watched, I'm like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
this makes sense. This
he
does make
knows.
sense. I understand. It's not perfect. There's a little bit of a question I have about not asking about the mother still, and why he had to find out later on because of what comes out of the kid's mouth. Like,
Mhm.
what have you been thinking about for the past?
Oh, that
how
she's
long
good
you've
at
been in love?
blowjobs?
That too. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was her skill. Sorry. What was her skill? I
Oh
the jokes are not going to get better at this point. I'm exhausted.
You're on
Okay.
fire, man.
He's something.
Yeah, he is something. He is something.
So, fucking 6 hours later.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, what was I saying?
Well, I know you're talking about her skill. They're talking about, and I derailed you with that horrible joke.
Oh,
Uh,
no, it's okay. I just love the stuff. Don't be afraid. They did this because you're afraid, because they know evil knows what you're afraid of, and I love that. It's a classic thing we've heard before, but I think I love hearing it, and I love the line towards the end that the girl says, "Evil likes children, and children like evil." That's freaking badass,
It
that
is.
they're drawn to it because they kind of are, So it's like,
Well, didn't
I
they
don't know.
just start the whole thing if they just stayed at their fucking house and not gone out to investigate anything? Wouldn't everything been okay? But they had to go out, and they eventually got to that house, and they found out that they're storing that dead guy
Yeah.
or the guy that died, and then
Yeah.
The rotten.
they didn't seem to know
He's
how to
not
move
dead.
him. I figured everybody knew what to do, or they didn't know what to do with them.
You got to have a cleaner to do it, but
Yeah,
nobody
the
was a
cleaner
cleaner.
got
The cleaner got killed.
interrupted. Well, never made it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's the other thing too, is if they did nothing, we sort of fast track to the end of this movie. We sort of speed run this movie. They just make things
Okay.
worse along the
Yeah.
way,
Yeah.
I guess. So
You got to
It's
know
good.
what you're doing.
yeah, it's pretty wild. I sort of do love the idea how there are some people in this movie, like I think what is it, the mom, the elderly mom, they like she's never even encountered these things. So you'll have people in this world who know the rules, and others who are just like, I don't know, I've never seen it. It's there, just I don't know about it.
Right.
It's kind of wild. That's one of the cool things I like that made the world of the film feel lived in, where it's like, yeah, some people are like, I'm familiar with this. I know what's what and how to deal with these things, and others are like, Psh, I guess these things are out there. Who knows? It's like, wow, that's kind of how it would be.
No shit.
Dave Z, you'd be the
Yeah.
last one to know. You're like, demons?
I don't watch
What?
the news.
I didn't
Fuck
watch
the
the fucking
news.
news. Yeah.
These days. Nah,
I'm
people always
kidding,
make
buddy.
sure you know everything. No matter how much you try to hide,
Yeah.
people always make sure you hear something. It's like
Mhm.
if you have any type of any correspondence with any other human being, they're going to tell you. You literally have to do nothing, and you can still be in the know if you know one person. Because it seems like I'm the only person out of the billions in this planet that doesn't care. Okay, doesn't care sounds bad. That doesn't pay attention, but everyone else will tell me. So it's like I don't even have to do it. Let them do the dirty work. It's for what do I care? I'm gonna find out one way or the other.
Yeah.
So anyway, and dude, this movie, that is how you end a movie. That's to say the last two movies. Actually,
Oof.
fuck, the last three. How many movies on my list have freaking just incredible endings? And I'm just like, bravo. See, a lot of movies this year went there and then
Yeah.
had that fucking a great ending. This is horror. Horror is alive and well because of shit like this, man.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nine,
Well,
9.5. 9.5.
nice,
I'm
man.
aiming very high on it. Yeah. So that's it. I have one more award for myself that I didn't say earlier. My biggest disappointment.
Oh.
Even though the movie's a 7 out of 10, the movie was well on its way to be a 9 until we got to the freaking end. And that was No One Will Save You. I've never been so fucking disappointed by loving something so much
Mhm.
and then having something plummet so fucking badly with the decisions they made. And I'll leave it at
Yep.
that.
Can we also just say that I'll just be the negative Nelly on the near the end here, and I'm done. Can we all be done with the 2 movie fad that I never want to see again, which is no dialogue in the movie? Silent Night and No One Will Save You both came out this year, and I'm already over it. So no more of this. Fucking let people talk, because you both failed at it because you let people talk in the
Yeah.
movie. So if you're going to stick to it, stick to your fucking guns. For both John Woo and the guy who did Spontaneous, which I loved, and I didn't like this one. Well, let me
Oh.
rephrase that. I loved the first 15, 20 minutes,
Oh my
and
God,
then
I
I
love
didn't
it.
like the rest of it. That's No One Will Save You, because
Will
it
Save
just, like I said, rinse and repeat for the rest. Then the no dialogue got old, and then where it went with the end, I was just like, well, that's taking a whole other half point off. So I ended up
Yeah.
coming in like at 5.56 for that movie. Never have to see that again. My biggest
30
disappointment of the year didn't
was
even
that?
make any list. It was Beau is Afraid. It's not really straight out horror, but I had
Yeah.
to put it on the list because it was my biggest disappointment of the year. With Hereditary and Midsummer being 10 out of 10s for me now.
Yeah.
Well, Hereditary was always like that. Midsummer, I think I came in 9 or 9.5, and it's now a 10. I just watched them so many times and will continue to watch these 2 movies over and
Nice.
over again. This movie, as I put, was Ari Aster's bloated 3-hour opus. It has some good moments, it has some great moments, but at 3+ hours long, like, the performances just can't carry it. And those few great moments just can't carry it. It is just a big nightmare. No, and that's what it's supposed to be, but it's a nightmarish mess, in my opinion. I don't like, I guess analogy, like I guess it's supposed to be analogy, but I think it's just weird for weird's sake. I honestly think you just wanted to just like throw pasta against the wall as it sticks here. Okay, people are gonna be on board with this because I'm gonna give them a journey. And he gives you a journey,
Yeah.
but I couldn't wait for it to be over. Um, I every
Yeah.
turning point overstayed its welcome. So that first beginning, where he's like, neurotic in his apartment. I'm like, okay, this is playing out way too long. He finally gets to the house, and the house was like, okay, good, it's fresh. I'm good. I'm on board with this now. Because again, the performances are great. And then that goes on too fucking long. And then he's in the forest for a bit. And then that goes on too fucking long.
Yep.
And it's just like, what? Did you watch this, Watson?
Oh, buddy, I couldn't stand this movie.
Okay.
It
Wow.
Thank
it
you.
was a self-indulgent mess that is
Oh.
masquerading like it's got the golden handshake of art. I'm quoting
Yeah.
you. But it's
There we go.
it's a one-note opus. And
Yeah.
it's like, okay, we got it. The performances are 10 out of 10, the filmmaking's 10 out of 10. I just like that's no, the trappings are great. Richard Kind, it was cool to see him at the end there, but I'm just like, yeah, I never need to watch this fucking thing again.
Ever again.
Wow.
Never
Masterful
again.
movie,
Yeah.
but it wasn't for
Damn.
me.
Yeah, like talent behind the camera
Oh,
and in
dude,
front of the camera, yet
he's a genius.
still
Yeah.
just I just again,
Just-
not for me is exactly the way to put it.
I can't hang with characters like he plays in this, where if you take a drink, like every time he's like, sorry, oh no, it's like you're just like, okay, I need to go to the hospital. I have alcohol poisoning. Like, fuck my life, I'm dead.
And we're
Like, he's
10
a
minutes
passive
in.
participant in
Yeah.
every single scene he's in. Yeah, it's Joaquin Phoenix, man, he kills it. But I was just like, I can't latch onto this. I get it. Yes, anxiety. It's anxiety inducing. And
Yeah. Exactly. My wife kept
Wow.
waiting till it was, she says, I can't wait till they show what's really happening and not his vision of what's happening. I'm like, Care, this whole
Nope.
movie is going to be it's his vision. So you're
For-
not going to get, so it's just that shit crazy. You're thrown into a hellish
Yeah.
world and you're just there for the whole duration.
And for a guy who can make such
So
sophisticated
curious.
movies like Hereditary and Midsommar, it's like you didn't bring that sophistication to this. It looks like you did, but you didn't. At least for me. It
Yeah.
sounds like you're there. I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, but I did have this on my list. It is in my 72 now. But yeah, this is your biggest disappointment, C?
Not my least favorite, like not the worst of the worst, just my
Yeah.
biggest disappointment because of
Oh,
his
okay.
first two films
Oh, yeah.
and what I was going for.
Yeah.
But I didn't score it very well either.
Yeah.
Do
Okay.
you have? Did you forget any awards, Watson?
Yeah, biggest surprise. We talked about it, but it just missed my list. Resurrected. So Dave Z,
Oh,
thanks for
right on.
that. That was my big
Cool.
surprise. Like I said, careful script, good stuff. I really enjoyed it. Biggest disappointment for me was actually a tie between Scream 6 and Insidious: The Red Door. I didn't hate either of those movies. It's just I was having such a blast with Scream 6 in the theater. And then just the more I thought about it, it just kept going down and down and down. I'm like, stop. I hated 5, but 6, I was just having a blast with it. Why
Yeah.
do I have to think? And so things, yeah. And then Insidious, uh it was a movie. My son and I, the Insidious movies are important to us. And seeing this with Patrick Wilson, we did like it. It doesn't have a bad score from me, but I thought this was going to be, on the level of an Insidious 1 or something like that. We've all been waiting for the follow-up from part 2 that progresses the storyline, and it was all about progression. Well, rather, this movie didn't progress for me like I wanted it to, in the way that, dramatic irony is the literary device where you, the viewer, know things that the characters in the film don't. Well, a good writer can wring tension from that, but you can't spend more than an hour of your movie having the leads play catch up while the audience sits there like, yeah, we saw all that in the first 2 movies. Let's get some progression here. It takes everybody so long to get to where we are when we start. It's like, so I was just frustrated by it. Didn't hate it, but it was just a disappointment because I was like, let's go. Insidious 5 is going to be my movie. It's going to be in my top 5 easy. And then it just wasn't. And so I didn't hate it. Same with Scream 6. I didn't like Scream 6, but it was, on the lower half, even though I had a good time with it. So I think that is those are the only things I didn't say. Yeah. Dave Z, did you have any
Yeah.
awards you didn't get to?
No, I got them all. I just
Okay.
are we going to do our bottom 5s or
Oh, I
Sure.
can nail my bottom 5s
and then
off.
be out?
Yeah, I got mine.
Mine are Jagged Mind,
Jagged Mind.
Alone at Night, Children of the Night, Skinamarink,
Mm.
and Diced.
Oh, Diced. Yeah, yeah. I did see
Uh,
that cover.
It was a fucking
Wow.
1 hour long movie that it ran out of money. I swear that I think I told you guys this on the show. I wanted you and
Mhm.
Brandon to watch it because they were trying to create a new Terrifier. It's like
I'll
this
watch
guy in a scarecrow outfit. He does do some brutal kills. There's some gore. The movie looks good in certain areas and not so good in others, but it just falls apart. There's no cohesiveness. It's like they just don't have linking scenes sometimes. It just felt like it was incomplete, but they went with what they had and they just put it out there. And so that ends up having to be the bottom of the bottom because it's an incomplete movie, in my opinion. So the absolute worst. Skinamarink, um, do I have to say it's like watching fucking paint dry? In fact, paint drying probably would be more entertaining. Maybe as a 5-minute short, that would have been fine. Maybe. Children of the Night. I mean, I feel bad about this one because I think it's just a limited budget and they're trying to do something different, but it's like takes place in the World War II time frame, I believe, maybe World War One. I can't really remember now. And takes the action away. It's 2 soldiers really get wounded. They run into vampires and they get brought back to a house. And then all I know is that one of the guys at the house is gay and it becomes a gay romance story. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened to this movie? And so just not for me. So I recommended Vince to watch it, and I don't know. I'm just kidding. I just recommend Alone at Night. I talked about this. This is the one where we're
Alone at
watching
Night.
these people on a Big Brother show on the TV, and this woman's getting attacked, and she's visiting a house, and it seems like it's um, like a home invasion thing. And is it the next door neighbor? Is it not? And she's good. The main character is actually decent in the movie, but it's just fucking. I don't even know what the movie is. It just never really is much of anything. And Jagged Mind was on Disney Plus, and Jagged Mind was just as fucking. Again, these message movies that feel heavy-handed. It just felt like
Well,
it was like about abuse and relationships, and overcoming it as like part of the thematic elements of the film. But at the end of the day, it just was an utter bore. So it's about this woman who has the power to, or doesn't realize it. She's having these cracked visions in mind, and we're seeing images of her falling for this girl, and then this girl being absolutely like, so she's a lesbian and absolutely atrocious to her, like verbally, physically, and everything. And then it all shifts back, and then she's absolutely nice to her again, and it replays a bit. And you're kind of like, what the fuck's going on here? Then we find out that this girl has this power that she got from this voodoo priestess type thing that could go back in time. So whenever she fucks up or makes a mistake, because she can't let her toxic personality not come out, she just reverses time and goes back and tries to redo it again. And then the girl catches wind of it and then figures out a way to escape it and escape her. And it's just a mess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah, I'm
Sorry.
avoiding that.
Damn,
Yeah.
that's good. What about you, Watson?
Yeah, bottom five, 72 horror movies this year, and I can happily say I enjoyed just about everything. Even a few micro budget flicks I saw that weren't great, but didn't feel any real negativity toward them. Just kind of like, all right. But even in my bottom five here that I'm about to list, only two of them actively pissed me off to the extent that I feel like I lost precious moments of my life watching them. So here goes. In 68th place, this is gonna sound super bad, and it kind of is, but like I said, only the bottom two I didn't like, and I did like it, even though I'm not high on it. Scream 6 in 68th place. In 69th place, nice. Horror in the High Desert 2, Minerva. I wanted more from this movie. I wanted
Me too.
answers to the questions that were raised in the first movie and
Yes.
questions that were raised in Minerva, and it's just like, nah. And it's like, oh, okay. I mean, like, okay, if you want people to watch a part 3, you better deliver, and they don't. In 70th place, I've got Christopher Smith's Consecration. I don't know what happened to this guy. I think Eric Webster and I were talking about this, and I think he started writing all his movies with his wife or something, or girlfriend, and since then he just doesn't have what he used to have with like Triangle and The Good Creep and Black Death and all this stuff. He used to be a powerhouse of a writer director, and Consecration was just kind of just a muddled mess. I didn't hate it or anything like that. I was just like, this is not. And he's been doing this lately. He hasn't had a banger in forever. So Consecration,
The Banishing, and then this. I actually didn't mind. Both The Banishing and this are not great, but
no,
I didn't mind my time with either of them. But
sure.
I agree. I never have to go back to see it again.
Exactly. So, like I said, I didn't care for these movies I just listed in 68th, 69th, nice, and 70th place, but I actively didn't hate them. I was mostly just kind of disappointed and let down a little. But these final two are the only two on my list where I was just like, fuck this. In 71st place, and thankfully neither of you guys even talked about this, but it's been on lists, top 10s and high up even. Wrath of Becky. No, this was not a good movie, and I could break it down and show you why it's a piece of trash. It's like, I'll tell you where they're playing a Scrabble game, her and that old woman, and they're finishing their sentences with the words on their on their Scrabble board. I'm like, fuck you. This worked when Lulu Wilson was a kid. This worked when Lulu Wilson was a kid, like a little kid there going against the neo-Nazis, with Kevin James. And it's like, okay, there's your gimmick. and now she's, you know, a full grown, like woman, and or a teenager at least, and it's like, okay, all right, as long as all these dangerous what were these alt-right people step in the right place for you to kill them all, you'll get them, and they do. So she does, and then she joins the worst organization of them all. She fought neo-Nazis in the first one, these weird alt-right weirdos in this one, and then she joins the CIA. It's like, yeah, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna topple governments and further American imperialism in the worst possible way? Fuck you, Wrath of Becky, and this stupid ass script where she breaks the fourth wall and there's comedy, and fuck this movie. And then last place, even worse than that, was at 72. Last place, Skinamarink.
Nice.
It's a punk rock. I get you. Human to human. Good on you, director, for doing something you're not going the corporate sludge route. Awesome. I dig that. I like that rebellion, that idea of like, no, I'm making the film I want to make, but he already did that. The prototype to Skinamarink, I think it's called Heck. It's a half-hour long short film on this director's YouTube channel called Bite Size Nightmares. That is the movie Skinamarink should have been. Great flick. I loved it. Skinamarink, no. Nice. It was like, it took the best parts of Heck and ignored them, and then just kind of did something else. Check out Heck, everybody. It's free on YouTube. You can watch it. Half-hour long. Doesn't overstay its welcome. And then it has a really cool ending. This is like, now Travis Maxwell Boone, old TMB, has a really good theory about this movie and what it's doing. And I honestly think he told me what it is, and it's kind of brilliant. So shut up, Travis. No, but so I think he's right on that, but still, paint dry, rather do that. So yeah, Wrath of Becky and Skinamarink are the only two movies this year I saw out of 72 movies that I was like, no, I hate this. But after that's 70 movies that I was like, hey, I'm cool. I dig it.
Yeah.
Dave Z?
I didn't hate Wrath of Becky, but I hated the ending. The ending alone made me known for a fact that the part 3, I'm not going to watch it.
Oh, I'm not touching
so
this.
ridiculous. I was like, oh, so ridiculous, so stupid. Anyway,
I like the movie. I like the movie up until I like the movie enough, but I hated the end as well.
Oh,
it was
God.
like, but again, it was like a 6 out of 10. I mean, like, it's not
well,
like we're not. I'm not
2 out
talking
of 10.
about like high. You 2 out of 10. Wow.
Yeah, 2 out of 10.
You
Holy
hated it.
shit.
Yeah, you hated it. Yeah.
2.
Well, and you know my ratings, my rating scale too. So a 2 really is like a 3 is even not as low as it sounds, but a 2 is as low as it sounds. It kind of makes that jump like the Richter scale, where the Richter scale is like, oh, the difference between a 5 and a 6 on the Richter scale is not the same as a 6 and a 7. It's not the same sort of gap there, and it does fall off. I just couldn't with that movie, as they say. So yeah.
Damn. Okay, well, I'll take a page from Watson's book then, and I'll say number 76 to 80. That's cool. The funny thing is, the rating. Okay, number 76 is going to be a movie called Caviar, and I gave it a 6 out of 10. So I don't hate it. I just don't remember anything about it, and it's a 6.
What's it called, Dave?
Caviar. Hold on. I don't want to say caviar like the freaking thing. It's CAVIAR. Anigon Corday is an aspiring social media influencer. She is mourning the recent death of her brother Jeremiah, a well-known pundit and voice for progressive causes. The ending got ridiculous. It made no sense the last like 15 minutes. That's what
I saw the cover of that. Yeah, it's strange. It's okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it got really weird. It's on Tubi for free. 3.5 out of 10. Wow.
Emily S. On Letterboxd gave it a 4.5 stars, but everybody else is a little bit more realistic.
Interesting. So that's 76. 77 is a movie called Everyone Will Burn. 6 out of 10. I don't remember anything about it. That's why I had more 6s, but I looked and I said the movies I remember nothing of are going to be the ones that I'm going to put there, because
I never heard of this one. This cover looks like it passed the Dave Z test. It's a good cover.
The movie itself was fine. It's a 6. I just didn't where it went in the fucking, towards the end. It just got stupid. I don't know. Number 78, Something Walks in the Woods. I don't know. I gave it a 5.5. Anybody watch it?
You keep
No.
pulling out,
No.
yeah, stuff I'm.
I
no.
remember
Okay.
she came from the woods, but not
Yep.
something walks in the woods.
She came in the woods. No, anyway,
Yeah.
that's it.
No.
78. It's
Not
a
with me,
five
she
and a half.
didn't.
No, not at all.
Um,
Ever.
number 79, Skinamarink. But I give it a 5 out of 10. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I watched it on 1.5 speed, and
Good
I will tell
choice.
you this. Yeah. Because I watched the first like 15 minutes. I'm like, this is just gonna, I'm just gonna watch it at 1.5 now. I'm not gonna miss anything. And I was okay with it. And I'm
You're
gonna say
right.
this. There are two moments in this film that are two of the creepiest. They gave me the creepiest feeling I've had all year. That took me back to like scary shit. So I can't hate on the movie. There were a couple things that happened
Yeah.
that gave me that uneasy feeling that it's hard to do for me. So
Does one of
can't
them
hate-
involve a voice coming from upstairs?
I don't remember.
Oh, that one I did find that chilling. There were a couple scenes where I was like, that is some scary shit right there.
There
I'm
was
not-
some
I-
sights going on. It was all
Yeah.
towards the end. There was the phone. Something happened with the phone, and there was
Yeah.
a couple other things, and they just I don't know. They made me feel uneasy. But I don't know. And my bottom movie, number 80. This is the only movie that pissed me off. Ennis Men.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
People have this on their top. I've seen people have this.
Did
on
you
their top
watch it?
10. No.
Did you guys watch it?
No, I did
No.
not.
I
4
no.
out of 10. Nothing
Sounded too
happens.
much
I
like
think,
Penis Man. Sorry.
yeah, well, nothing happens. Nothing happens. It's like watching freaking. Remember that movie we all didn't like a few years ago? It's worse than that. At least I can make sense of it. I was following that a little bit. What was that movie from a few years back?
are you
Lisa
Hagazusa?
Guerra.
Yeah,
Hagazusa.
Hagazusa, yeah.
Okay, that's what this reminds me of, and it's just this
Hagasusu.
woman. But I don't even know what's going on. I'm
No,
telling
I-
you what, it was art for art's sake. Looked good, but this is the problem. No. Oh God, it just pissed me off. It really did. It really pissed me off that I watched this movie. And some people do like it. 5.7 out of 10 on the B.
Oh,
I don't understand it.
I saw a couple
I don't
people
know.
have it on their top 10s when I was searching some lists just to see what was sort of like trending out there. And I saw this and that Bone Woman movie
yeah.
and whatever. And
I
I'm
gave
like,
that a
"Oh."
6.2, that Bone Woman movie that people
Hoy
love a
Sarah, the
6.
Bone Woman. I tried to
It's
watch
okay.
that and I started picking it apart too much, and I realized like this is putting me in a bad mood, and so I started watching something else. It's
Yeah,
not on
you,
my list.
you
I didn't
just
count it.
know it's not going to help.
Yeah.
If you're in that state of mind, and I've ended up finishing movies that way, but then they never rank high.
Yeah. Yep.
Brutes.
Roots Magoots.
I'm going to save everything else. I have other stuff to say about Scream because it was on yours and this and that, but
Yeah.
I'll save them for the next show
Sounds
because
good.
it's still an honorable mention. I still gave it a 7. So, but there were things that it went down on my second view. I'll tell you that. But
Yeah.
we don't want to end too negatively anyway. We
No.
were just talking all this negative stuff. So we'll just say it was a good year though, right? I mean, some people
Yes.
are really down on it. We were not. I look at our ratings and freaking, what did they all start out? 7.5 or higher? And we even left
Yeah.
7.5 off our list.
Oh,
I left
yes.
a lot of
Yeah.
7.5s off my list.
It's a good year. You know,
Yeah.
23 movies and we still left some off. So
Yeah.
I still don't think that the 2020s are as strong as the teens. And I think this ship has sailed. I think we're
Sure.
going to be in this area that we're in for a couple more years. I'm fine with it. I'm fine. Just keep horror coming. You know,
Amen to that.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
So Watson, you want to tell us where we can find you, and then we can kick you out of here.
Excellent.
For the
Well, thank
moment.
you, Dave Z. Well, you can find me with Dave Z on occasion, the Watsy Party Horror Show, with Jay of the Dead over on Horror Movie Weekly, and with Dave Z and Jay of the Dead and a host of other fine gentlemen over on Jay of the Dead's New Horror Movies, newhorrormovies.com. Find it over there or wherever podcasts can be found. I'm surrounded by awesome podcasters there and over here. Listen, I'm telling you, I eagerly await the year-end episode when I get to mix it up with you guys and do this thing. And it's just an absolute labor of love, and I have a blast doing it, man.
Oh,
Thanks for
you can
having
also
me.
find them. You can also find them on Grinder.
Yes, Grinder, and here's the thing about
What's
that.
your handle?
Sorry, sorry about that, Mr. Watson. No, sorry, sorry about those pictures too. You know, that's it's just, hey, it's Grinder, baby. You can show that.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, man.
And,
Always great having you. Always great having you on the show,
for
man.
sure.
No,
I'm
like,
sorry
if you
that
wanna
my
come
voice
back-
is fucking up.
It's all good,
Yep.
buddy. If you want to come back for part 2,
I
you're-
do.
You're more than welcome.
I'm
All
there.
right. We'll just talk a bunch of honorable mentions in 2025s or 4s. I'm all fucked up. See, I'm tired too. Well,
Yeah,
we
me
haven't
too.
recorded this long in a long time, probably since last year's end of the year
Yeah.
show. So
Yeah. Well, we actually, I think, stopped not early, but stopped because we knew we were going to. I think we made the decision to push all the extra stuff into the next
Yep.
show.
That was what happened last year. Yeah, there was a
that's how it happened.
a big part 2.
Awesome.
So we'll be back for that. So
Great.
Sounds good.
anyway, Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah.
And yeah, we love you. You guys got any parting words?
Long time.
Long time. Manchichi.
Good night, everybody. I'm going to go
Manchichi.
sleep. I'm going to be asleep 2 minutes after I get off of this.
I got to throw out the garbage and eat dinner and probably masturbate, and then I'll go to sleep. So
Okay,
all
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Unless my wife's up, maybe I can get sex if there's no cats in the room.
Oh,
but
nice.
we'll see. All right. Much love, everybody. Peace out.